These are 50 of the best farms for Minecraft Bedrock, from iron to XP, from food to gold. This video has it all. This is hundreds of hours of work compiled into a single video, so consider subscribing and leaving a like. Timestamps will be in the description. Now roll the clips. This is the easiest fish, bone meal, and ink farm for Minecraft Bedrock. Yes, you heard that right, fish, bones, and ink. So settle in and let's build. Alright, first things first, what do we think of the Christmas sweater? I think it looks absolutely ridiculous and I love it. But the real reason why I have to cut in here is because we are going to choose where we build the farm depending on what we want. So in an 8-hour AFK session, if you build the farm in a lake biome, then you can expect to get about 8 stacks of bones, but 12 stacks of ink. However, if you build in an ocean biome, you can expect to get about 24 stacks of bones and 4 stacks of ink. So do with that as you will. If you want to get more ink, build it in a lake. If you want to get more bones, build it in the ocean. Alright, building this thing is actually incredibly simple after you know where you're going to build it. So I'm going to build this one in a lake, and all we're going to do is go down to the surface of the ocean floor or whatever, and we're going to build up to the surface level here. We're then going to place down a temporary block and then a soul sand, remove that temporary block. We're going to count out 16. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 soul sand, and then 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we're going to create a giant rectangle, and we have to fill in this entire thing with soul sand. On top of that, we are going to remove this block here, place down a magma block, and create a strip of magma blocks going across the center here. And then we're going to do the same thing, soul sand, and then build another 16 by 8 platform. Alright, after placing down all of your soul sand, this is what the platform should look like, and this is actually going to be the bulk of the farm. But we're going to come underneath here now, place down a block on your post, and we can actually go ahead and remove this post. Just like that. Go ahead and place down a block right here, or leave it like I did, and we're going to create a block strip that goes all the way across the magma, temporary block right here, and then a block right here. Go ahead and remove that block. We're then going to place down a lever on this magma block and go ahead and flick that lever. Same thing over here, flick that lever, and then we're going to grab our chest. We're going to grab our chest, place down a temporary block right here, and then a double chest. Whoops, double chest. Remove these 3 blocks and replace them with hoppers. So that is 3 hoppers. We're then going to place down a powered rail on that hopper, and then run regular rail across this strip. And then on this last block here, we're going to place down a powered rail. This is going to be the collection system for the farm, and all you have to do is place down a minecart hopper, and it's going to bounce back and forth. Now you shouldn't have any problems, however, if you do, let's just go ahead and cover this up with our blocks. That way nothing like a squid or a fish can actually get in there and knock the minecart, which will stop it from going back and forth. So by having it contained like this, we don't have to worry about the minecart stopping. It's just always going to be moving. Next, we're going to come up to our spawn platform now, and we're going to place down a block on top of that lever, and we're going to place down a block on top of this lever. We're then going to create a rim of blocks going all the way across this spawn platform, so all of the soul sand, magma, all of that needs to be contained by a single rim, just like so. And then let's go ahead and connect it up, and then we're going to make this 2 blocks tall, so we're going to do another rim of blocks. Alright, next we need to make sure that there is no water inside of this magma strip. So to do that, we're just going to use signs, and we're going to place down a sign, and I'm just going to select this, and then we're just going to place down 32 signs, 2 signs tall in this center strip here, just like this, all the way through all 16 magma blocks, which will be a total of 32 signs. After we're done placing down our signs here, we're actually going to grab our water, and this is arguably the worst part of the entire farm, because we need to place down water buckets across this entire thing. And if you're in survival mode, just going back and forth with the water buckets is a little bit monotonous, but we're just going to go ahead and fill in both sides of this soul sand with water source blocks. That's very important. These have to be source blocks. And after placing down all of your source blocks, we have this now. And this is actually the worst part of the entire farm. So we're almost there, is we're just going to place down half slabs on the upper side so that the bottom retains that water. That is very important. Make sure that you place it on the top side of the block here. And we're only going to do one side at a time. That way you only need 128 slabs instead of 256. It's not really a point in doing both sides because then you're just wasting slabs. Once you have all of your slabs down, we're going to place down water source blocks all the way across this rim here, which is going to make water flow all the way over to this chamber. Now we're going to remove all of these slabs. I know we just put them in, but all that was to do is to make sure that we could have a water stream on the top layer, which is going to push all of the fish into that center block. So we're going to remove all of these slabs and then do the exact same thing on the other side. And after removing all of your slabs and you have those water streams, this is what it should look like. It's kind of like a very wide V shape. And now all we have left to do is to build our AFK platform. So we're going to place down a block on this chest to the side. Then we're going to place down our scaffolding going all the way to this rim right here. And then we're going to place down 24 more. So 1, 2, 3, 24 more. And after building up 24 blocks with your scaffolding, you could also use a ladder if you wanted, but I like scaffolding more. You can see we already have squids spawning. We're going to build over 7 blocks now. So we're going to build over more than 7 blocks. We're going to build over 3 blocks. And then we're going to build over 7 blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 blocks, which is 10 blocks, 10 building blocks from the scaffolding. We're then going to place down 2 glass blocks, and we're going to place down a rim of blocks going around there. Now the glass is purely decorational, but I like being able to see all the fish, and it just makes it a little bit more eventful when you're AFKing. Now, if you are AFKing in a survival world, then I would highly recommend covering yourself because phantoms can get you. So just box yourself in. All right, I have been AFK'd for about an hour now, and as you can see, we have salmon down there. So if we just go ahead and jump in the water, that is one advantage of building over a lake or an ocean. Go ahead and look in here. As you can see, we've got about a stack of bones, and we've got 4 stacks of fish, and we've also got quite a bit of ink. You know, I'm really not sure what to call this farm because I just did the math, and in an 8-hour AFK session, you would get 32 stacks of salmon, 8 stacks of bones, and 12 stacks of ink. So I am more inclined to call this an ink farm or a fish farm than I am a bone meal farm, but still, 8 stacks of bones is 24 stacks of bone meal every AFK session, assuming you're AFKing for about 8 hours. Alright, I went ahead and rebuilt the farm in an ocean biome. Before we were in a lake biome, now we're in an ocean biome, and as you can see, we've got tropical fish, and we had cod, and we have salmon, so there are a lot more fish varieties here, which means that they're going to spawn much more frequently. And in fact, that was only 30 minutes of AFKing. I didn't feel like sitting here for another hour, and so we actually got 3 stacks of bones. We got 3 times more bones and much more fish, but we got less ink. So I guess if you want more bones, build it in an ocean biome, if you want more fish, and if you would rather have ink stacks, then you should build it in a lake or a river biome. Alright, but that is going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and I will catch you in the next one. This is the easiest ghast farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to get you tons of gunpowder and tons of ghast tiers, so settle in and let's build. The first thing you want to do is find a soul sand valley, and if you can find a soul sand valley with a lava lake, that is even better. Then we're going to go up to the ceiling of the nether, and we're going to dig to Y level 119. You could go to Y level 120, however you might run into bedrock, so Y level 119 is preferable, and then just place down a block underneath of you, or you could place down scaffolding so that way you can come back up. I would recommend that option, but again, I don't know how tall this is, so I don't know how much scaffolding you're going to need, or you could do ladders. Next, we need to remove the 2 blocks above us, giving us a total height of 4 blocks, and then we need to dig over 50 blocks in both directions. You can choose whatever direction you want, however, I would dig over top of the soul sand valley and the lava lake. Also, an important note is you are going to have tons of skeletons spawning, so it is a good idea to be placing torches as you are mining out this chunk. And after clearing out the giant chunk, this is what it should look like. We already have some gas spawning, and if you haven't lit it up with torches, then you should also have some skeletons spawning if you built over a soul sand valley. But now the last thing to do is to just fill in this entire layer with glass blocks, or you could use leaf blocks. I'm going to be using glass though, that way we can see all of the ghasts. But this is the last step, and then we're ready to farm these ghasts. Alright, and as you can see, I am in survival mode now, and this ghast cannot see me. Look at him, he is not going to do anything. Same with this one. And the awesome thing about having it on the second level is that we can jump and slam our heads, which is going to allow us to travel super fast. So at this point, we can just go ahead and slay all of these ghasts. And when there are no more, just run into a corner, and then there should be some more spawning on the other side here. So we just go into the corner and then run over, and boom, we've got another one. And this is how we're going to farm these ghasts. So this is going to allow you to get tons of ghast tiers and tons of gunpowder without having to shoot these guys down from the sky and without having to do a bunch of fancy redstone. This is probably the easiest ghast farm that exists, and it is very efficient, believe it or not. Just, you're going to need some food if you're going to do this jumping thing. Alright, I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is OneUpMC, and I will catch you in the next one. This is the easiest wool farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to allow you to get tons of wool for whatever your wool needs are. So settle in and let's build. Alright, now the great thing about this design is that it is basically infinitely expandable, so you can have tons of sheep, as many sheep as you would like. However, I'm going to show you how to do 3 sheep here today. So I'm just going to flip around here. Oh my god, there's sheep everywhere. And we're just going to remove a 7x2 area, so that is 5 and 7. Again, I love symmetry, so we're going to keep it symmetrical. Get out of here. And we are going to remove this to be 2 blocks deep here. And then we're going to go to both sides. We're going to remove 2 blocks here and 2 blocks here. Again, symmetry. It doesn't really matter where these are positioned. We're going to place down our redstone torches and then place down blocks on top of those redstone torches and mark them with our powered rails. We're then going to simply place them down like this, creating a rim. As you can see, my rails were linking up weird, so I just removed it. And now we've got a giant loop. We're going to remove this block right here, these 2 blocks as well, these 3 blocks, and then place down a double chest here and run a hopper into that chest. We're going to place down a rail on top of this hopper here, and then we're going to flip around, place down an upside down stair, and then a grass block or whatever block you want over top of that stair there. We're then going to fill in this entire area with blocks now, and then we're going to make it again symmetrical. So we're going to count over 3 blocks, just so happens to be where that sheep ate. It was meant to be. We're going to remove that block and place an observer looking at that grass block. Then we're going to place down some more just like this, spaced 1 block apart. We are now going to grab our dispensers and place down dispensers on top of each of these observers, just like that. We're going to grab our redstone dust and place down a redstone dust behind each one of those dispensers. We're going to grab our building blocks now and place down building blocks going on top of each of those dispensers, and then we're going to create little shapes going across all of these, just like so, to create these little stalls. We're then going to place down a glass block here in front of each of these. And actually, we're going to remove these top blocks right now, just so that way we can get our sheep in here a little bit easier. And then we're going to grab our ladder now and place down our ladder on the backside, and then a trapdoor. That way you can fall into your little wool chamber here, and you won't get stuck, and you have a way out. So we're just going to close that up. And now we need to get 3 sheep in here, which is actually pretty easy. All right, I am just going to show you how to do 1 sheep, and then I'm just going to spawn in 2 sheep. It doesn't really make sense for me to show you how to do 3 of them. So we're going to jump up on this glass block, jump up here. He is going to then be on that. He's then going to be on this glass block. And then we are just going to get behind here and push him in, just like that. And then place down our glass block to trap him. Place down that block right there, and now we have our sheep inside of this little chamber. We just got to go ahead and load it up with a shear. And actually, let's do this to each of these dispensers. It's probably better if you place them in first. Doesn't really matter, but that way we don't miss out on any wool. So this guy's in here. He's going to get sheared. We're going to get 2 more sheep in here, which in my case, I'm just going to spawn in. So we're going to place down our glass, and then place down our sheep as well, and then place down our blocks. And now we have a finished wool farm, which is going to shear 3 sheep at a time. Now the great thing about this is you can literally get whatever wool color you would like. So let me get some red dye, and let me get some blue dye, and let me get some green dye. Red, green, blue. And all we're going to do is remove these blocks, that way they can't get out, and we're just going to go red, green, blue. Perfect. Just like that, we are now getting red wool, green wool, and blue wool. You can get all 16 colors. You could do 16 sheep to get 16 different colors of wool, and they are all going to end up inside of this chest. The moment that these sheep eat the grass, it's going to update the observer, which is then going to, well, there we go. It's going to shear the sheep. Those are then going to be picked up by the minecart that we haven't placed yet. So we are going to create a little temporary thing right here, get our minecart in there, go ahead and push it, and then we're just going to get up here. And now all of the wool is going to get picked up by that minecart, and it's going to go into the large chest here. And I picked up some of that wool. So there you go. I would recommend, if you're really into wool, getting all 16 colors, because I really think that that's a cool idea. But if you just need wool to make beds for netherite mining, then 3 white sheep, or whatever color you want, doesn't have to be white, would do best. In fact, if you want red beds to be classic, then you could dye them all red and get red wool to make red beds. Pretty simple. All right, that is gonna do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. I really like this farm. It's cute, it's small, and it actually looks pretty cool. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this one. My name is OneUpMC, and I'll catch you in the next one. This is the easiest villager trading hall for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's gonna allow you to get the absolute lowest prices on all of your villager trades, so settle in and let's build. Alright, just a few things that we should go over before we start building. First off, make sure you build this farm at least 150 blocks away from all iron farms. That way you don't mess up your iron farms, because if you build this too close, then your iron farms are going to break, so that's important. Also, make sure you have access to the difficulty of your game, or your game is already in hard mode, because this needs to be in hard mode in order for your villagers to survive the zombification. If you don't have it in hard mode, there's a chance that you will lose your villagers, so it's very, 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 very important that you are in hard mode. With that out of the way, we're going to grab our building blocks now, and I'm going to make this look a little nice, so I'm going to be using logs, but you can use whatever building blocks you would like, and we're just going to start off with a simple frame, just like this, and then again, I'm using logs, so I'm going to make it look a little fancy, and I'm going to place some blocks just like this. Next, we're going to remove 3 block strips that are 2 blocks deep in every one of these little stalls right here. So we're just going to do this for every one. And we're going to place down a piston facing upwards behind our posts, just like this. We're then going to grab our blocks, and we're going to place down 2 blocks right here. This block may be visible depending on the workstation, so just keep that in mind. That is a visible block, and we're going to place down all of the blocks across here. We're going to come over to this side now, and we are going to grab our levers and redstone dust. Place down your redstone dust at the bottom of each of these things here. And then again, we're just going to place down our blocks. These are definitely visible. This is the floor of your base or wherever you have this stationed, so keep that in mind as well. We're then going to place down levers in front of each of these stations, and we can go ahead and flick each of these levers so that the pistons are up here so that your villager is going to be standing looking at you. Next, we're going to come to the other side of the farm. So this is the side that you're going to see that you're trading with your villagers. So come to this side without the levers, and we're going to remove 2 blocks next to each of these pistons, just like this, and then go ahead and connect them up into this shape, so that your zombie is going to be down here running around, and he's going to path find to whatever villager is lowered on their piston. Now, if you're building more than 3 stations, so let's say you have 9 villagers, I would say if you have 9 villagers, you only really need 1 zombie, but if you're going to have more than 9 villagers and you're building a bunch of these stations, then you might have to do a little bit of work to see how far the zombie is going to path find to. But I think that's a good rule of thumb. You should have 1 zombie for every 9 villagers, and they're just going to go in this little chamber right here. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to grab our blocks, and we're going to place down blocks going across each of these, and we're going to bring these to be 3 blocks tall. Next, we're going to fill in this back wall right here with blocks as well, and then we're going to fill in the roof. Now, I'm going to use slabs because it's going to make it a little easier to get our villagers in here, but you can use regular blocks if you would like. And then we're also going to grab our beds, and we're going to place down 3 beds just like this. Now again, I'm using logs just to make it look fancy, but I'm just going to place down my logs going across like this, remove these 2 blocks, and then have logs going across like this, and just like that. And now it looks a little bit nicer. Again, I don't really know in which case you would use 3 villagers. You're probably going to want to use like more than 3, but this is just a little design that I think would look nice if you're struggling to figure out how to design your villager trading hall. I'm a huge fan of logs. The next thing we're going to do is grab our anvil, and we're going to name a name tag, whatever you want to name your zombie. You have to name your zombie or it will despawn. I'm going to name it a classic. It's going to be named Bob. And now the next thing to do is wait for it to be nighttime so that we can get our zombie in here. A quick little trick is I'm just going to remove these blocks to create a staircase so we can get in here. And then I'm going to create another staircase out of here. And now what we can do is when it's nighttime, we can have our zombie chase us. We'll go under here, we'll name tag him, jump up here, and then block him so he can't get out. All right, it is now nighttime. As you can see, this zombie is aggravated at me. So, oh, Jesus. Okay. And we're just gonna lure him down here. I'm gonna go ahead and name tag him, run out, grab my blocks, and block him. Oh, geez. Let's do it again. I might actually die to these phantoms. Block him, block him. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm not on my best. There we go. Now he's blocked in here, and let me just block him on this side as well. So now he's trapped, and I am going to get back in creative mode. All right, I'm also just gonna quickly replace these blocks because that's gonna bother me. I want it to look a little bit more professional. But as you can see, it's a little hectic to get the villager in here, but now he's in here, and I actually would prefer it if these parts weren't here. So I guess I will, there we go, and replace that. There we go. Now he's in here, we can go ahead and lock him up. And now the next step is to get our villagers in here, which is actually pretty easy. All right, if you want an absolutely zero hassle way to get your villagers into the pods, I'm about to show you arguably the best method. As you can see here, I have a railroad, which is leading into the slot that I want to put our villager into. And then this is a 2x2. And then we have this opening where we're going to drive the boat. Now we're going to make this 2 blocks high here. And then we're going to throw down a slab right here. We're going to leave this backside open for now. And then we're going to have our boat. Now you're going to bring this boat to your villager breeder or to your whatever village you steal them from. But they're going to be not a green coat because green coats aren't going to get jobs. So we're going to have 2 villagers that we stole or we bred. And they're going to be here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to place a lead on the boat. And this is honestly one of the better additions to Minecraft. So now we can have these guys on our boats. Let's just remove our rail really quick. And we're going to go ahead and unlink the lead. We're going to replace our slab now. We're going to get in here. And we are going to push the boat because I didn't bring it far enough. So that we can fill in this wall here. We are then going to break the boat. We're going to have both of our villagers here. And now this is the important part. We're going to take our lectern. We're going to place down our first lectern. And we're going to wait to see which guy links up. So this guy is linked up to this lectern. Perfect. We're going to push him over in the corner. We now want to grab this villager. And we're going to place down our minecart now. And we're going to get this villager. We are going to get this villager inside of the minecart. In fact, we might be able to place it there. Perfect. We can now leave the area here. You can place down a ladder to get out if you really want to not remove blocks. And now that he's over here, this villager is linked up to this lectern. So we know that this villager is going to link up to whatever workstation we give him now. So we're going to push him. We're going to push him into the hole here. There we go. And now once he's in the hole here, we're going to place down our slab again. And we're going to remove this minecart. So now he's inside of the chamber. We're going to place down whatever workstation we want him to have, in this case a lectern. And now we can trade with him. So we're going to lock in this trade by either buying a bookshelf or an emerald. So I'm going to grab that. All right. With my emeralds now, I'm going to lock in his trade with the bookshelf. He is now forever locked to this workstation. You can go ahead and remove this if you'd like. Leave it if you'd like. It really doesn't matter. Maybe if you want, baby zombie protection, this works, but I think it's kind of ugly. I'd rather see his beautiful, glorious face. So, yeah, this guy is now locked, and even once he converts, he's going to remain with these trades, and he's going to remain linked to this workstation. We now have this guy who's linked up to this workstation. We can go ahead and remove it. He's going to lose his job. We're then going to place down our second minecart. We're going to redirect this minecart rail to the next one here. We're going to get this villager inside of the minecart. Get in there. And we're going to push him. He's then going to go into this thing, and we're going to repeat the exact same process. Slab, break the minecart, place down our workstation, and then lock in our trades. Now, of course, if you're not happy with these first trades, especially if you're like using a farmer and you want just carrot trades, then you could obviously just remove this workstation and get new trades by cycling the workstation. But this guy is now locked in, and now we can get our next villager. Another method, if you don't want to use this boat method, is we can actually take these rails and we can just remove this entire structure and just take one villager at a time from our breeding station, which is far enough away that when we place down a workstation, only one villager will be able to link at it, and we're going to take them one by one. The issue is when you bring multiple villagers at the same time, you want to make sure which villager is linked up to which workstation. Now, I apologize for the lengthy explanation, but many people, including myself, have large difficulties moving villagers and getting them to properly link. So I hope that section helped, despite how long it was. Alright, I'm going to apologize because I actually made a mistake when building this, but it's a really easy fix, so just bear with me. First off, I like to place down 2 chests here, one for our splash potions of weakness and one for our golden apples. Now, the mistake I made is if you come around back here, you're going to see that there are 2 changes I made. Firstly, remove these blocks because the zombie actually has to attack the villager from a diagonal in order for him to properly reach, and we also have to replace this bottom block with a slab. So originally it was like this is what our chambers looked like, and all you're going to do is remove these 2 blocks and replace this block with a slab. An easy fix, but annoying nonetheless. I do apologize. And then you can just go ahead and fill in this if you would like. Once you have that done, we are going to come around to the front here, and as you can see, I already started curing one of these villagers, and I just turned this one into a zombie villager as well. So let's actually bring him up. All you have to do is throw a splash potion of weakness at him, and then give him a golden apple, and that's going to begin the conversion here, and he is going to turn into a regular villager. Alright, so while we wait for them to convert, you'll see that this is our regular villager who has regular trades here. This guy is converting, this guy is converting, but the awesome thing is that even if, oh, well, there we go. This guy converted, he's relinked to the bed. Now, if we go and look here, you're going to see that his trades are even cheaper. So now he sells bookshelves for 3 emeralds. We can go ahead and grab ourselves a bookshelf at a discounted price. Now, the awesome thing is even though we cured this guy, if we come over to this villager, he got a discount as well. It's not nearly as much, but because he's in the vicinity of a villager that got cured, this guy also has discounts, which is awesome. Now, one thing that does suck is Mojang removed the ability to have villagers go down to 1 emerald trades. You can only cure a villager once, meaning, well, like, you can cure him as many times as you would like, but like this guy will not have any more reduced trades. This is as far as his trades will go down, which does suck, but I mean, this is the best we've got. Again, 1 emerald trades, those were OP, that was amazing. But this guy has lower trades. If we go ahead and convert him by dropping him down, the zombie is going to attack him and convert him now into a zombified villager. We can go ahead and lift him up, and you'll see that this guy, we can now go ahead and splash our weakness potion and our golden apple, and once he's cured, he's going to have lowered trades as well. Now, one more thing I am curious about, because I actually haven't looked at this or thought about it, is if this guy then gets cured in the vicinity of this guy who has the reduced trades, I'm wondering if we can actually get these trades lower because this guy was cured in the vicinity. Like, I'm wondering if those 2 things can stack, so that would be interesting to see. So I'm just going to wait a couple more seconds, but these prices are going to go up. So the more you trade with this guy, let's say I abuse this bookshelf trade, or more realistically, you know, I try and get better trades. Like, as you can see here, this was 14 emeralds, now it's 1. So let's actually just trade with this guy as much as I possibly can to see if I can get him to level up. So as you can see here, for 1 emerald, we can get a flame book, which is cool. So if I was to abuse that trade, the more I do that trade, the higher the price would get. And in fact, just by doing this, once he upgrades the price, yeah, okay, it didn't change. But eventually, these prices are going to go up. So just keep that in mind. And once they go up and you're not happy with the price anymore, you can then reduce them back down to whatever they were originally. So in this case, 3 emeralds for a bookshelf. Alright, so we just had our second villager convert now, and if we take a look, you'll see he also has these reduced trades, so in this case, it's also 3 emeralds for a book. I'm guessing that's probably just the default for the librarian. If we take a look at this guy, yeah, I didn't think that they would stack, but I was curious to see if they did. So curing a villager is actually the lowest possible trades that you will get, so 3 and then 18. Maybe if you had the Hero of the Village effect, it would also reduce, but I'm going to say probably not based on that experiment right there. So I would say 3 emeralds per bookshelf. That's the lowest you're going to get. And then again, that's by curing the direct villager. But again, if you don't have enough golden apples or weakness potions to be, reducing all the trades of all of your villagers, then just curing 1 is honestly great because all of the other villagers' trades will go down as well. Alright, that's going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and we'll catch you in the next one. This is the easiest Trident farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to generate about 12 to 15 Tridents per hour, so settle in and let's build. The first thing we want to do is find a lake or an ocean. Somewhere like here is perfect, and what we're going to do is go down to the ocean floor. We're going to set down our scaffolding going all the way to the surface of the water, and then from the surface of the water here, we're going to build 72 blocks up from this. So this is 63 plus 72 is, I believe, 135 on the Y level. After building up with your 72 scaffolding, we're going to place down a block next to the scaffolding and then a block right here and a block right here to create a 2x2 platform. We're then going to place down a block right here and a block right here, extend this side out by 3 blocks, and do the same thing on this side, 1, 2, 3, connect this up, and we're going to have a 4x4 square with a 2x2 hole in the center. We're then going to come down here, and we're going to come down 3 scaffoldings, so that is 1, 2, 3. So on this block, we are going to place down a block right here, and we're going to create a new platform. So we're going to go all the way around this scaffolding here, we're going to extend this out 1 block, and then we're going to connect this up into a 4x3 platform. And we're going to do the same thing, and we're just going to go all the way to this 2x2 here. Just make everything nice and easy, and it's going to help you not fall off this platform. And finally, right here. Next, we're going to come up this scaffolding now. We're going to grab our chest, and we're going to place down a chest right here and a chest right here. We're then going to place down a hopper running into this chest. We're actually going to remove that hopper from that chest, and instead we're going to come down here, run this hopper into that chest, this hopper into that chest, and then we're going to run this hopper into that hopper, and this hopper into that hopper. So this hopper should be connected into this hopper, these 2 hoppers connected into their chests. Make sure that this hopper isn't flowing into this chest, and this is going to allow you to extend this storage system extremely easily, because all you have to do is add a chest underneath of this chest and then run a hopper, and it's going to fill in the bottom chest to the top, and this is going to create a lot of drops. And since tridents are non-stackable items, I would recommend having at least 2 chests if you want to AFK for, say, an hour. From here, we're going to grab our blocks again, and we're going to place down blocks right here. We're then going to grab our pistons. We're going to place down a piston right here, 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 and here. Then we're going to grab observers, have the observers looking into the corners of the farm, just like so. We're going to do the same thing over here, so observer, observer, observer. And then we're going to grab our redstone torches, and we are going to not jump off the side. We're going to, luckily, we're over water, so if you fall off, it's not the end of the world. We're going to place down our redstone torches on the sides of these pistons here. And that's going to create an observer clock, which is going to push the pistons like so, which is going to be pushing our trident. Next, we're going to place down a lever right here and just turn this off so that the trident killer is stopping. And all of the drops are going to run over these 2 items, or these 2 hoppers, which is why we aren't using an entire floor of hoppers. The next thing we're going to do is grab our blocks, and we're going to create a rim of blocks going around the entire farm, just like this. And this is going to be the drop chute chamber that we drop the drowns through. We're going to make this 4 blocks high, just like so. We're going to go around here now and just fill this in with our blocks. And then from here, we are able to just fill in these 2 blocks, just like this. We're going to continue this up for another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, another 14 blocks for a total drop chute height of 20 blocks. And after building the drop chute, this is what it should look like. We're going to make one small change, and this block right here, right above this piston, we're going to replace with a slab. That way you can collect the XP. Next, we're going to come up to the top of our drop chute. We're going to place down blocks in the corners here, and then we're going to extend out this platform by 7 blocks in every direction, giving us a total platform size of 18 by 18 blocks. And after building out the platform, this is what it should look like. We have one more platform to build, and that is going to be a 6 wide platform. So we're going to build up by 1. We can then remove this block. We're going to place down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. You are really high off the ground. And from here, we're just going to extend a giant rim/secondary platform going around our initial platform. And after building all the platforms, this is what the spawn platform should look like. So at the center here, we have an 18 by 18 square. Then we have a 6 wide platform on the outside, and then we have a 1 block rim. Now this is new, make sure you add this. This is the 1 block rim that is going to keep all of the water contained. Once your farm looks like this and you've made sure that all the sizes are correct, we're going to go into each corner and place down 3 blocks in both sets of corners. So both on the bottom platform and around the rim. We're going to do this to keep our water contained, and then after placing down these triangles here, we're also going to grab our leaves and we're going to do one last rim around the farm, and this is going to make it so that nothing spawns on the rim. And after placing down your leaves, this is what the platform should look like. Next, we're going to grab our blocks and create a little square here so that we can create an infinite water source. We're going to place down a water bucket here and a water bucket here so that we can just keep coming back and grabbing your water instead of having to jump down to the ocean and back up again. Highly recommend. Next, we're going to place down a water bucket in this corner, a water bucket in this corner, a water bucket in this corner, and you guessed it, a water bucket in this corner as well. But the next thing we're going to do is, as you can see, the water isn't flowing to the center yet, and that's because we still need to place down water buckets. We're going to skip this block next to the triangle, so from here, we're going to skip over one, and then we're just going to place down water buckets going all the way across this side of the farm. And again, we're going to skip the block that is closest to this triangle, so skip this block right here, skip this block right here, do the same thing, and we're going to do this for every side of the farm. And after placing down all of your water buckets, this is what it should look like. All of the water sources flowing directly into this chamber right here, and it seems that our wandering trader has fallen in, and I think the llama is glitched inside of the wall. So we're going to get rid of our infinite water source here, so fill that in and then just go ahead and remove all of these blocks. Then we're going to grab our leaves again, and we are going to go to a corner of the farm. It doesn't matter which one. And from this block, we are going to build up 15 blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whoops. 10. And then 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. From here, we're going to go out 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we're going to do out 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we're going to build a giant platform that covers the entire spawn platform, and I'll get you the total dimensions in a second, but we are going to go 6 blocks out in every direction around the platform. And after building your leaf layer, this is what it should look like. It is a 44 by 44 platform of leaves, and as you can see, I have scaffolding in both of these corners. That makes it a little bit easier, and if you want to just leave these, you absolutely can, or if you want to get rid of them, you can as well. It doesn't make a difference. Next, we're going to come down here and we're going to grab our blocks, place down 3 blocks like this, and place down a turtle egg right here. We're going to remove these 3 blocks. It doesn't matter which corner this is in. What this is going to do is, if I go ahead and get some drowns to spawn in here, they are going to no longer fight against the current. So without the turtle egg, they are going to try and go against the current, but with the turtle egg, they will actually lead themselves into, there we go, we've got one with a trident. He is actually going to lead himself into this turtle egg here because he's trying to break it. So if we go down now to our trident killer, this thing is actually ready to be used. And as you can see, we've got a creeper here, so it might be worth lighting this place up with a couple torches or some lanterns. And let's just push this guy off. There you go. So if we come up here, you'll see that this thing is chocked full of drowns and that wandering trader from earlier. Let's go ahead and grab our trident, and unfortunately he's gonna have to go along with all of these other guys. We're then just gonna throw our trident at that back piston right there. Throw 2 if you're feeling extra fancy, considering this is a trident farm. And as you can see, we actually have the trident drop right there. And as soon as we turn this trident killer on, it is going to push the tridents and the items around so that they get picked up by, I'm sorry, you're also gonna have to go. So that they get picked up by the trident killer. So as you can see, it is right here. It has low durability, but you could easily throw mending on it or whatever you want. But make sure you're holding a looting 3 sword. So I'm going to go ahead and get one of those, and then I'm going to go ahead and AFK for about an hour. Alright, so I actually AFK'd for 2 hours. I AFK'd in 2 different locations. First, I AFK'd here so that I could grab the XP, but actually AFKing down here on this level with the chest is the proper location to AFK. Not only do you pick up the XP through this hopper right here, but you will also get about double the drops. So if we go ahead and look in here, when I was AFKing at the piston layer up here, I got 6 tridents within an hour, and then by AFKing for another hour down here on the chest level, I was actually able to get an extra 13 tridents. So double the rates. So I would say that this thing will probably get you about 12 to 15 tridents per hour. And yeah, this thing is absolutely awesome. And again, by standing right here on this stair next to this hopper, you're going to pick up the XP anyways. So you should definitely be AFKing on this spot right here. And the reason for that is actually extremely simple to explain. Simply put, when you're on this layer with the piston, you're actually only 20 blocks away from this spawn platform right here, which means that no drowns are going to spawn on this platform because you have to be at least 24 blocks away in order for drowns to spawn, or any mob for that fact to spawn around you. So when you're standing on the piston layer, they're only spawning on this outer rim and maybe right here. But when you're on that chest layer, the entire platform is being used, which means drowns can spawn right here and fall in almost right away. And it also opens up a lot more spawn opportunities for the drowns to spawn in. Alright, that's going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and I will catch you in the next one. This is the easiest super smelter for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to smelt things up to 16 times faster, so settle in and let's build. Alright, this thing is actually extremely easy to build, and if you're concerned about the number of hoppers we're going to be using, then I would recommend building an iron farm and then coming back to this tutorial to build this super smelter, because I promise you, it is well worth it. The first thing we're going to do is grab our double chest and place down a double chest right here. Then we're going to grab our blocks and create a pillar that is 5 blocks tall. We're going to grab our stairs now and place down 2 stairs going over top of this chest. Then we're going to grab a redstone lamp, place it right here with a lever and then a block next to it. Next, you want to grab your hoppers and we're going to crouch place these. So we're going to place down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hoppers here. We're going to leave a 2-block gap, come around the back here and connect them into this corner. So 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. We're going to grab our furnaces now and we're going to place down 8 furnaces on the front here. Again, just crouch placing. And we're going to do the exact same thing on the other side. Now, I like this being a standalone structure, so you're going to be able to see both sides of the structure. But if you're only going to see the front face, then this really doesn't matter. But I like having all the furnaces pointing outwards. I think it looks a little better. We're then going to grab our hoppers again and place down hoppers running into the tops of each of these furnaces and the back of each of these furnaces. And we're going to do this for this other side as well. After placing down all of the hoppers, we're going to grab our building blocks now and place down a 2x2 of building blocks right here, and then 3 blocks across and 2 blocks right here. And then we're just going to fill in this wall as well. Whoops, just like that. We're going to come over here now and we're going to do a similar thing. We're going to place down our 2x2 and then connect this up with a C shape of blocks. Now, depending on the orientation you decided to build this super smelter in, it is going to behave differently with this end bit. If you built it in this direction, you are going to be able to just have your rails and they are going to work. But because we built it in this direction, which is up here, what happens when we go ahead and try and place in our powered rails is they connect and it gets all messy. So we have to place down some temporary rails to make it all work out. So we're going to place down a powered rail right here, break this block, place down a temporary rail. We're going to do the same thing over here. We're going to place down a powered rail and then a regular rail. And then right here, a regular rail and then a powered rail. And finally on this side, we're going to place down, we got to do this one first. So we're going to go ahead and grab our rails and place them as far as we can. Remove this powered rail, powered rail, temporary rail, powered rail. All right, and once you have all 4 of your powered rails on the edge here, we can go ahead and remove our temporary rails and place down cobblestone blocks or whatever building block you used. And to power these powered rails, we're going to use a redstone torch. We're going to come underneath of this powered rail right here, place down our redstone torch, and it's going to power both of these powered rails. Now these ones we don't want to be powered, we want them to be powered by the lever. So this is the on-off switch. we're now ready to set up the input and output system. So we're going to place down a hopper above this powered rail right here, grab a chest, place down your double chest right here, and this is going to be your fuel input. Then we're going to place down a minecart chest right here and a minecart chest right here. So now we are ready to go ahead and fill the system. I'm just going to quickly label these, and in fact, I think it makes the farm look cooler, so if you have the resources, I would recommend doing this as well. So that maybe if you have someone coming into your base, they know what to do. So that is the fuel, that is the input, and that is the output. So if we go ahead and fill up this chest now, we're going to place in our coal, and then we're going to place in our raw iron. Again, you can smelt whatever you want. If you want to have multiple of these, you could have one with smokers, one with blast furnaces, and one with regular furnaces. But of course, I think using regular furnaces is probably the most beneficial option. So as you can see, we're just waiting for our fuel to fill up into that minecart chest. And once all of the fuel is out of the fuel chest like it is here, that means it is all inside of this minecart chest, which is how we are actually supplying the fuel to all of these furnaces. So all there is to do now is go ahead and turn on the super smelter, and each of these furnaces is going to turn on in the exact same order. It looks so nice when it turns on, and each of these are going to be evenly fueled and evenly distributed with ore. So that is absolutely awesome. Whoops. And if we go ahead and check in the output chest, we're going to have groups of 16 coming in 2 at a time, or 1 at a time. Oh, yeah, of course. Okay, so as you can see, it's coming in groups of 16, basically consistently filling this chest. This is absolutely much faster than using just one furnace, and in fact, it is 16 times faster because there are 16 furnaces being used here. And after you have everything smelted, or once you're ready and like it's no longer distributing ore, because this thing definitely ran out of ore much quicker than it smelted things. So all you have to do is go ahead and turn off the super smelter. They're going to come around one final time, they're going to crash into this wall, and then they're going to be ready for your next input and output, your fuel, your ore, and then whatever you want to smelt. And yeah, actually, as soon as I finished recording that clip, all of the furnaces turned off in unison. And as you can see, they each have 10 coal and they have no ore. So everything was evenly distributed. Alright, that's going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and I will catch you in the next one. Also, I just want to apologize real quick. I'm always like super aware of these things, but I'm sure it doesn't really come across to most. But I'm getting over a cold, so my voice is a little raspier. So I feel like I sound weird, but I might sound completely normal. But yeah, alright, bye-bye. This is the easiest Piglin bartering station for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to allow you to trade super quick and get tons of unique items, so settle in and let's build. The first thing you want to do is find an area to build the farm. Now I'm going to build it right here, however you can really build it anywhere inside of the nether. I would recommend covering it up with cobblestone or building it inside a cave or something, or in a nether base. That way you can't have ghasts blow it up, but again, I'm in creative mode, so I'm not too worried about that. We're going to set down a double chest right here and then run a hopper into that chest. We're then going to place down a carpet on top of that hopper, grab our glass now, and we're going to place down glass blocks going all the way around this carpet here. And then we're going to do another layer, except on this block right here, we're actually going to leave that open. We're going to place down a dropper facing in towards the chamber here. We're then going to grab our blocks now, place down a block right here, and then 2 blocks right here. We're then going to place down 3 blocks going across like so. We're going to grab our redstone repeater and run it into this block. Grab our redstone dust now and create a trail, and then place down a redstone dust here as well. The next thing we're going to do is place down a sticky piston on this block right here and place down a nether gold ore. We're then going to grab our netherrack and place down 2 netherrack just like this, so it should be in line with this glass block. We're then going to grab our observers, and we're going to place down an observer right here and an observer right here, and then we're going to remove this observer and place down an observer looking down to create a clock, which is going to power this dropper and power this piston. Now all we have to do is get a piglin inside of here and then lock him in with a slab. Alright, and getting a piglin inside of this chamber is honestly the most difficult part. To start off, we want to go ahead and lock this hopper using either a redstone torch or a lever, just something simple so that way the gold that we're going to throw in there doesn't actually go through that hopper. Next, we need to get a piglin, and I just so happen to be standing next to one. So we're just going to create a mini bridge here so that we can get him over, and we're just going to create a trail of gold for him to follow. Whoops. He's going to jump up, and then let's put one right here. Let's just go ahead and remove that very quick so he can get in. Maybe build a little platform so you can stand here. And then all you have to do is go ahead and push him inside of this hole. And we're just going to clean all of this up in a second. Once he's inside of this hole, that is absolutely perfect. We can now go ahead and clean up this mess I've just made. I'm assuming you have a very similar mess. And actually, removing that observer did help because it made him trade slower, so it gave us a little more time to work with. Just go ahead and replace that observer now, and he is inside here. He's ready to trade with. So we're going to go ahead and throw a slab on top of here. And now all we have to do is load this thing up, remove our redstone torch now. Do you drop these baby ghasts? I guess he does. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. So now that he's inside of this chamber, he is ready to be traded with, and to do that, it's extremely simple. You just have to throw your gold inside of this dropper. Now, if you wanted to, you could load this up with a hopper and a chest here, so you could load this up with gold. However, he's going to be dropping so many items so quickly, I wouldn't honestly recommend doing more than 9 stacks of gold at a time to make sure that this hopper picks up all of the items. So all we're going to do is go ahead and throw our gold in here, and as you can see, he's going to trade incredibly fast, and all of these items are going to end up inside this chest. But as you can see, right, the items get stacked up, so if you did more than 9 stacks of gold, you're probably going to have some items despawn. He's going crazy, man. So I would again recommend just using the 9 stacks of gold inside of the dropper. Once he's done, the items are just going to sit there. I mean, if you're here and you want to pick them up, you absolutely can, just like this, or you could just let them be picked up by the hopper. I honestly could not tell you what he gave me, to be honest. But yeah, this is absolutely awesome. It works super well. And again, once you want to use it again, just throw some more gold in here. Hopefully you have a gold farm, and he's just going to go crazy and start trading again. The reason why he's trading so fast is because this gold ore is getting pushed back and forth across this netherrack. Truthfully, I don't know why this works, but it's how it works. So it's updating something inside of his AI or whatever, and then it's making him trade instantaneously every time this piston moves the gold ore. If this wasn't here, he would trade extremely slowly, so this is a very important part of the farm. So this is a great way to get ender pearls, crying obsidian, dried ghasts. I didn't know that one. That's actually so cool. But yeah, this farm is absolutely awesome. Look at them. They're just chilling out. I actually genuinely have no idea how to use these. Alright, that's going to do it for today's video. If you enjoyed this one, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is WhatUpMC, and I'll catch you in the next one. This is the easiest gunpowder / witch farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to produce around 6 to 8 stacks of gunpowder along with a ton of other drops, so settle in and let's build. The first thing we're going to do is find a witch hut, and the easiest way to do that is to type in your seed into Chunkbase. It's going to tell you where all of the witch huts are on your seed, and once you have one, we're going to go inside and we're going to place down a block in the center of the witch hut, and then remove these 3 blocks and replace them with building blocks. Next, we're going to remove the entire witch hut. After getting rid of the witch hut, we're going to go ahead and grab our blocks again, place down a block right here to finish off that 2x2, and place down a glass block on top of this building block. Go ahead and remove that block now, and we're going to grab our blocks again and create another rim of blocks going around the 2x2 to make a 4x4 platform. And to make the process a little bit easier, we're going to go ahead and remove a 6x6x2 block hole here, so we have room for our Trident killer and stuff. If you're enjoying this tutorial or it's helping you out, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. Now back to the video. After removing the blocks, this is what you should be left with, and now we have to pick the front of the farm, aka the side that's going to have the collection system. Now, I want the items to be coming out this way because, you know, we have a nice little biome here. Might as well use the hill. So what we're going to do is we're going to come to this block right here. So 1 over from the side. We're going to come underneath, and again, 1 over from the side. Grab our pistons, and we're going to place down a piston on the ground. We're then going to place down a piston right here, and finally right here. So that there is a 2x2 square in the center here. We're then going to dig out a 3 deep hole here. So 1, 2, 3. Grab a hopper and run it into that block right there, which is underneath of this piston. We're going to place down a rail and then a minecart hopper. We're then going to come over here and we're going to dig out a little staircase so that way we can see this hopper. We're going to grab our chest now, place down a chest right here and a chest right here. And then we're going to grab our stair and place down a stair that's upside down, so that way we can open up this chest, which is going to be, again, where all of the drops end up. We're going to come up here now, and we're going to place down a building block above the minecart hopper, and just for the sake of everything matching, we're going to remove those 3 blocks, and this is going to be the floor of our Trident killer. The next thing we're going to do is grab our observers, and we're going to place down an observer looking into this piston, and then an observer looking into that observer, an observer looking into that piston, and I think you guys get where this is going. We're creating an observer chain so that they are all looking into one another. And then finally, an observer right here to complete the system. If we go ahead and grab a lever now and turn this on, it's going to start the piston clock, and if we turn this off, it is going to just continue forever. So this is going to be the Trident killer on, and this is the Trident killer off. So we're going to temporarily remove this lever and grab our building blocks now, place down a rim of blocks going around the farm, just like this. And what this is doing is it's going to keep all of the light out because witches need it to be extremely dark. That's why we're using extra observers rather than redstone torches. We can now go ahead and place down our blocks going around here to cover everything up. And then we're going to grab our lever and we're going to place the lever exactly where we had it before, except this time on this block. So you can either place it on the side or on top. I'm going to place it on top here. If we go ahead and lock this now, it is going to stop the Trident killer. So we're going to go ahead and break this block. You can see that the Trident killer is currently off. If we go ahead and flick the lever, you can see that the Trident killer is now on. So we're going to turn it off again. We're going to go ahead and grab our Trident, and we're going to go ahead and remove these 2 blocks now. Throw your Trident at one of these piston faces, and then we can go ahead and turn the Trident killer back on, and you'll see that the Trident is getting pushed around, and this is going to be how we kill all of the witches. Let's go ahead and turn this back off again now, so that everything is nice and locked up. We're going to go ahead and grab our blocks now, and we're going to place down 2 more rims of blocks going up to the same level as the glass. And then after that, we're going to place down a 4x4 of blocks on top of this platform right here. So this is what the structure should now look like. Next, we want to make sure that nothing is spawning on top of the farm. So we're going to place down leaf blocks going all the way across the top of the farm here. And then we're going to place down more blocks on top of those blocks to make sure that nothing is going to spawn up top. From here, we're going to go ahead and grab our scaffolding, place down 3 scaffolding, and then we are going to place down 24 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. After building 24 blocks up with scaffolding, we're going to grab our building blocks now, and we're just going to create a slightly larger platform. That way you're not teetering on the edge of falling off. And if you're playing with phantoms, then I would recommend also boxing yourself in, so that way they can't attack you in the middle of the night when you're AFKing here. And then again, we're just going to build ourselves a little roof just like that. Whoops, just like that. Or you could put a chest up here. So that's going to be where you AFK. So currently there should be witches spawning. It might take a little bit longer than that to get started, but we're going to head back down here. Now currently it is a little bit confusing whether or not the farm is on or off. So we're actually going to make this a little bit simpler, and we're just going to move the lever down here, remove this lever, and we're going to place down a redstone torch and then a redstone lamp on top of here. So if we go ahead and turn this off, the farm is currently off. So if we go ahead and open up this, you'll see that the Trident killer is not moving. And when we go ahead and turn the lever back on, the Trident killer is now on. Now I know that redstone lamps are a little bit expensive, but I already sent you into the nether to get observers. So making a redstone lamp really shouldn't be the end of the world. So the farm is currently on. The farm is currently off. I really like redstone lamps, and I think it does add quite a bit to the farm. So right now, all of the drops are going to end up in here, and in fact, we already have killed a couple of witches, but we have not gotten any gunpowder. So let's go ahead and AFK up here for an hour. And unfortunately, because this farm won't work in spectator mode, and I have to be far enough away to actually have the farm work, I can't really do a time lapse for this one, but I'm just going to come back in an hour, and we're going to check to see how many drops I got. And don't forget to have the best rates. We're going to go ahead and enchant a sword with looting 3, and this is going to get us the absolute maximum rates for the farm. Alright, unfortunately I have to go, so I can't do a 1 hour time lapse, but it's been about 10 minutes now with the looting 3 sword. So if we go ahead and check out what we've got here, you can see even with just 10 minutes, we have got quite a lot. In fact, if I went for an hour, we wouldn't even know because I only have 1 chest set up. So if you're going to use this for a long time, I definitely recommend having multiple chests. But as you can see, in just 10 minutes, we created over a stack of gunpowder, and I believe this is 71 gunpowder times 6 is... 7 times 6, 420 something, 426 gunpowder, I believe. That might be wrong. But at least 6 stacks every single hour, plus all of this other stuff. We've got redstone, instant health potions, sticks, glowstone dust, sugar, all of that fun stuff. In fact, all of the resources required to make a redstone lamp are going to be produced here as well. But yeah, so this is an absolutely incredible farm. Alright, that's going to do it for today's video. Make sure that when you're using this farm, you use a looting 3 sword. That is probably one of the most important parts of this farm because it is basically going to triple the rates. Without it, you're probably going to get like 2 stacks of gunpowder. So again, it's very important that you're using a looting 3 sword. But that's going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Oh, and I forgot to mention that this world and all of my other tutorial worlds are available for download on the Discord, so be sure to join that. The link is in the description, and then all of the worlds can be found in the World Downloads channel. Yep. Okay, bye. This is the easiest iron farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to produce over 300 iron per hour, so settle in and let's build. The first thing you want to do is make sure you're at least 150 blocks away from all other villagers, villager breeders, villages, iron farms, all of that villager nonsense. Make sure you're at least 150 blocks away from it. Once you've made sure of that, we're ready to dig a 5x5 by 8 block hole, and I just so happen to have a command ready for that very thing. Once you've gone ahead and dug out your hole, it should look like this. Again, this is a 5x5 by 8 block deep hole. And once you have this hole dug out, we're going to grab our beds and place down beds on both sides of the farm, leaving a 1 block strip in the middle. We can then go ahead and remove this 1 block strip and remove the blocks underneath of the beds here, which is going to allow us to place down 10 more beds, bringing our total to 20 beds, which is going to allow for 20 villagers. So let's just go ahead and fill in these beds now. We're going to grab our building blocks now and place down building blocks in this middle strip, so that way we don't have any cats spawning down here. We're going to place down blocks in the corner of all of these beds, along with a block in the center and a torch right here. This torch is probably the most important torch of your entire life, because it is literally going to stop all 20 of your villagers from turning into zombie villagers in the event that a zombie spawns down here because it is dark. So make sure that you have this torch. Once you've made sure that that torch is placed, again, the torch, we're going to grab our workstations now. In my case, I am using fletching tables, and we're going to place down the entire floor with our workstations. Now, an important note is that if you use lecterns or composters, they are not going to generate iron in the rain, meaning that if it is raining, no iron golems are going to spawn because librarians and farmers do not work in the rain. We are now going to go ahead and grab our cobblestone, and we're going to place a cobblestone roof going over the entire thing. However, we are going to need to get our villagers in here, so when you get your villagers over here, make sure you clear out maybe like a 2x2 hole in the corner to get your 2 villagers in here. In order to get your 2 villagers into the farm, really it's up to you, but I would recommend using either boats or minecarts. But all you're going to do is you're going to hop in your boat with your villager. We're going to ride it down here, and then we're going to slowly turn around. Oh my god, I forgot how slow these things are to turn. And then we're going to go down into this hole, which is going to be where our villagers stay. So we're just going to bring this guy over and get out of the boat. Now, once you bring them down here, they're going to link up to the workstations along with the beds. So we can now go up here and grab the next villager, which I guess was close enough to link up as well. But when you're transporting them over here, they will eventually link up to the beds. We can now bring the second guy down here, and again, the slow turnaround, and bring him into the hole. And once he's into the hole, we can go ahead and break both of these boats. Just get out of the boat now, and we can go ahead and free both of these guys. They are nice and safe. Let's go ahead and grab our blocks and make it even safer, so now we don't have any chance of mobs falling in here. Once you have your villagers in here, they are ready to be bred, and you are going to have to give them either beetroot, potatoes, carrots, or bread, and just simply throw it at them from your inventory. They will pick it up, and they will begin trading. They're going to trade back and forth. You're going to see the little love hearts right there. They're going to have a baby, and then we are going to generate up to 20 villagers, all of which need to have jobs. So if there are any nitwits or green coats, they're unfortunately going to have to meet their demise. But these guys are going to have a baby, which is going to bring us to 3 villagers, and of course this guy's going to grow up. We're going to have a little bit of repopulation issues, but we're gonna have to have 20 villagers in here. And again, carrots, potatoes, beetroot, and bread all work. I wouldn't recommend giving them too much though, because if you do overfeed them, they tend to get buggy and then they will just hold on and not be breeding anymore. So maybe give them like 4 stacks of stuff. They're gonna trade back and forth, and we're just gonna have to sit here and wait for 20 villagers. Now, it is a little bit crowded, so it might be hard to count, but you'll know that you're at the max when they stop breeding because they won't breed past the number of beds that are available. So once you have 20 villagers all linked up to the workstations, that is this entire step. And it was probably the lengthiest bit, and you'll see that we already have an iron golem up here. So you simply need to just escape that room. Again, make sure that torch is there. That torch is important. And now that we're up here, we are ready to extend this spawn platform. So we're going to bring this platform out to a 7x7 platform. Again, 3 blocks deep, so we just got to remove this outer rim. And once you're done clearing out the platform, this is what it should look like. You should have your 5x5 cobblestone and then a strip of dirt going around, or whatever block is around it. From here, we're just going to pick any side and make it the front and place down 3 slabs, indicating that it is the front of the farm. We're then going to dig 4 blocks down, so 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to dig over 2, so 1, 2. We're then going to place down a chest right here and a chest right here. We're going to grab our ladders now, place down 2 ladders, and then a trapdoor on top right here to make a nice little safe AFK area, and that is the chest where all of the iron is going to go into. We can now come over onto this side and place down a slab over top of the chest. We're going to grab our hoppers now and run 4 hoppers into one another in a little bit of like a star shape almost, like this. Or I guess it's a T shape. And that is going to be our hoppers. We're now going to grab our campfires, or if you can afford it like me, because I'm in creative mode, our soul campfires. We're then going to grab our signs and place down a sign right here. We are then going to place down a sign on top of this campfire. And of course, let's try and make it look nice. So let's line it up and place down signs on both sides right here, and a sign on top of this one. We now go ahead and place down our lava bucket right there, and that is our killing chamber. We're now going to go into each of these corners and place down a water bucket. And just like that, you now have a fully functioning iron farm. Isn't that insane? This thing is going to produce over 300 iron just like this. If you want to make it look slightly nicer, you can do some aesthetic spawn proofing is what I would like to call it, because it really serves no purpose other than looking cool. And it's really cheap. So let's just place down some leaves going around here to make it look a little more colorful. It'll pop a little more for the thumbnail. And yeah, that is this entire thing done. So I'm going to go ahead and AFK for an hour, and I'm going to show you how much iron I actually get from using this thing. And after about an hour of AFKing, we have about 4 stacks of iron. If we multiply that by 8 hours, that is 32 stacks of iron in a single night. That is absolutely incredible. And if for whatever reason your iron farm still isn't working, here are a couple things that you can check. First, make sure that this pit is 3 blocks deep. Sometimes people only build it 2 blocks deep, and then you'll have iron golems spawning all over the place. If that's the case and you don't want to rebuild this because you're going to have to relocate your villagers, all you have to do is take your oak leaves or whatever leaves you used and spread them out farther, so that way you've spawn-proofed this area so the iron golems only spawn inside of this little area. Another thing that you should check is to make sure that you added the extra hoppers and to make sure that you have the tamed cats. The cats can easily be obtained by just stealing them from the farm. Down here, make sure that you have all of your villagers, make sure that none of them are nitwits, and make sure that there are no iron golems in nearby cave systems. If you have absolutely no golem spawning, there is a chance that you have golems and they're spawned in like a cave like this. Oh my god, that's a lot of zombies. You could have an iron golem over here and it could take up the iron golem cap, which would make it so that there are no iron golems spawning inside of the farm, and that of course is an issue. So yeah, that should basically solve any problems that you have with this farm. It is an incredible farm, and I hope you guys use it well. But I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I'm just a floating head here. My name is 1UpMC. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. I'm gonna say it again. My name is 1UpMC, and I will catch you guys in the next one. This is the easiest AFK fish farm from Minecraft Bedrock, and it's gonna get you treasure loot, mending books, fish, XP, all of that fun stuff. So settle in and let's build. Alright, the first thing you're going to do is remove a 4-block strip of blocks like so. We're going to place down a double chest and run a hopper into that chest. We're then going to go ahead and place down an iron trap door right here with a water bucket in the trap door. We're then going to place down a block right here, and then a block right here, and a block right here. Now, if you want to leave these 2 blocks, you can, or we can get rid of them to save on some resources. We're then going to place down a redstone torch on this block, a redstone dust right here. Then we're going to place down a tripwire hook, and then a string connecting the 2 of those. And just like that, you now have a working fish farm. So this is an incredibly easy design, and it is actually better than the fence post and pressure plate design, because what's going to happen is the bobber is going to fall onto the hopper, so it is impossible for you to miss a fish. And on top of that, this thing technically works on consoles as an automatic fish farm, because again, you will never miss your fish. Let me grab a fishing rod. All right, if you're playing on a device that has access to an auto clicker, this is what we're going to set it to. You're going to set it to 1200 milliseconds, set the mouse button to right click, and then your hotkey can be whatever you would like. All we have to do now is we are going to grab our fishing rod, and it's going to have Luck of the Sea 3, Unbreaking 3, Lure 3, and Mending 1 to have the absolute best rates. However, don't go out of your way to go and enchant a fishing rod, because as you can see, you are going to catch plenty of fishing rods, and you could easily put these into an anvil to create a god fishing rod like I have here. So I would not say that it's worth your time to actually enchant one of these. So what we're going to do is we're going to stand on the edge of this hopper like so, and we're going to aim for the edge of this hitbox right here. And oh, if you have sweaty hands like me, your hand is going to stick to the mouse. We're just going to go ahead and take the hand off now. Go ahead and start the auto clicker. And as you can see, we are just going to sit here and catch the fish here. But as you saw there, the fish bobber actually falls down onto the hopper, and then you are going to pick it up regardless of if you pull it in on time, because it actually gets pulled out of the water. So this is why it works on all versions of the game, because if you are using no auto clicker, let me just go ahead and turn that off. You're just going to go ahead and cast it, and as you can see, we can just do whatever, you know, walk around and just wait for it to catch a fish. The bobber has fallen, and then regardless, we can just go ahead and click it to collect. We're going to get the XP, and we are going to get the fish. If you don't want items ending up in your inventory, one, it shouldn't really happen. I was a little close, so I picked it up. But if you don't want that, just fill your inventory with a bunch of blocks, and then you won't pick up any items. But again, you're just going to stand on the edge of the hopper. You're going to look at the hitbox here on the edge. Go ahead and start your auto clicker. Take your hand off of your mouse, and it's just going to do its work. So I'm going to go ahead and AFK for the next 6 hours, which I already did, and we'll take a look at the drops. And after about 6 hours of AFKing, if we go ahead and look at what we've got here, you'll see that we filled up an entire double chest, and I think there are 2 mending books in here. There's lots of enchantment books for sure. I mean, we've got efficiency 4 and feather falling 4, power 4. Like, this is a crazy book. Loyalty 3, mending here, sharpness 3, efficiency 4, lots of fishing rods, lots of tools. And we filled up this chest halfway. So you can expect to fill up about 1 double chest every 4 hours with loot, depending on whatever drops you get. Obviously, if you get more unstackables, then you are going to fill up chests quicker. So I'd recommend 1 double chest per 4 hours of AFKing. And you'll also see we have 48 levels. That is, again, from 6 hours of AFKing. So this thing is actually a really good XP farm as well. Alright, that's going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is OneUpMC, and I'll catch you in the next one. This is the best Enderman XP farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to get you over 400 Ender Pearls and to level 30 in under 10 minutes, so settle in and let's build. The first thing you need to do is kill the Ender Dragon. That way the end gateway is open so you can return to your world. After doing that, we are going to find the edge of the end island. I would recommend coming to your spawn platform, and we're going to build 150 blocks away using leaves. That's very important. Make sure that these are leaves, that way no Enderman can spawn or walk on them from the main end island. And while a 1 block wide bridge is going to work, I would recommend a 2 block wide bridge. Next, we're going to grab our blocks, and we're going to build out 3 blocks in this direction and 3 blocks in this direction. Then we're going to build out 6 blocks, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and connect this up to create a 6 by 6 square. We're then going to fill in these sides here, and we're going to fill in these 2 blocks, leaving a 2 by 3 hole in the center here, lined up with our bridge. We're then going to set down a chest in the center, and we're going to place down 4 hoppers running into one another, just like so. place down 4 carpets on top of those hoppers. We're then going to grab our leaves, and we are going to create a leaf rim going around here, and we are going to do 1 more layer just like so. We're then going to grab our slabs, and we're going to place down 2 slabs on the top sides of those blocks, so you can crouch under here, and we are going to kill all of the Endermen here. Now for this next bit, we need to drop the Enderman 40 blocks down. So our Y level is 50, which means we need to get to Y level 90. Now you have one of 2 options. Option A is you could use regular blocks, replace these leaf blocks, and just fill in the entire thing with blocks, going 40 blocks all the way up. However, I saw Blazed MC do it this way, where we place down 2 temporary blocks and then a rim of leaves here, and I think that that is a lot easier because not only does it save on materials, but leaves are pretty easy to get by just shearing a bunch of forests. So that's how I'm going to do it, but if you would rather use regular blocks instead of leaves, you absolutely can. Just make sure that there are no gaps. And the easiest way to build these leaf layers is probably just to build up with your 2 blocks, then place down a leaf block, build your little rim, and then once you're on this level and you're done with it, we're just going to remove those blocks, go back into the corner, and we're just going to build up. But as we are on level 90, we're actually done with our leaf layers, so we're just going to build another one of our leaf layers, except we're going to use regular blocks now. And this is going to be the beginning of our spawn platforms. Once you have this little 4x4 with the 2x2 in the center, we are going to break that block, and we are going to extend out each one of these sides by 9 blocks. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're going to do this all the way around, and when it's all said and done, we should have a 20 by 20 spawn platform. And once you are done, this is what it should look like. As you can see, we have Endermen spawning on the edges because I was far enough away for them to spawn. We're going to place down trapdoors in the center here, so that is going to be 4 trapdoors. Go ahead and open them up, and you can see your little drop chute. But for now, let's just go ahead and close them so you don't accidentally fall in. Okay, this next bit is arguably the most difficult part of the entire build. So I'm in survival mode. We're just going to crouch and place down 3 blocks right here, and then a block to the side, and then a fence post, 1 block up, 1 block right here, 1 block right here, temporary block on the side, and right here, and right here. We're then going to build up on all of these sides, up right here. Same thing, we're just creating a little temporary box for us to play in. Block right here, jump up, block, block, and then finally a block right here, so everything is nice and contained. We're then going to place down our rail on this block over top of the fence post. That is incredibly important. This is the block over top of the fence post, which is where the minecart is going to fall onto. Next, you need your ender pearls, and I would recommend about a stack. There is a 10% chance of getting an endermite spawn, so maybe 2 stacks to be safe. And once we're ready to spawn the endermite, we're going to need some food, a bunch of ender pearls, and of course a name tag to name him. So I'm going to name mine Steve. All you're going to do is grab your ender pearls, and we're going to throw them at the ground, just like this. Make sure not to kill yourself with the ender pearls though, so we're just going to sit here and wait to recharge some health. Once we've regained a bit of health, we can go ahead and try it out again, and we need that endermite. All right, and once you have your endermite, Alright, if you're unfortunate like me and he immediately went into the minecart, it's not the end of the world, it's just going to make life a little bit harder. We need to destroy the minecart, go ahead and name him, make sure he doesn't get up here, go ahead and place back the minecart, punch him back in, and there we go. Oh, this is so nerve-wracking. And now all we have to do is remove all of these blocks so that he is up here alone, and the Endermen don't have the option to actually touch him. So we're just going to remove this block right here. Make sure not to break the minecart. And break this block. And then we can come down. Oh, I don't know if they're mad at me or him, but either way, it's scary. Okay, I'm a baby, so I went back into creative mode, but the point still stands. He should be in a minecart, and he should be named. It's very important that he's named, or he's going to despawn, and we did a lot of work to make sure that he spawned. So we're just going to push this guy in, because he is glitched, because he was... Oh, so now he should run off. There we go. This guy will get aggravated eventually, but this is the spawn platform done. So all we have to do now is grab our sword, preferably with looting 3 and mending, and we're going to come down here, and we are going to AFK so that the Endermen fall down this kill chamber. We're going to kill them, and then all of the drops are going to end up inside of here. And like I said, if you take your sword and you make sure that it has mending, it's not the end of the world if it doesn't, but this is just going to make it a little bit easier, so that way your sword doesn't break. And all you have to do is sit here, that's very loud, and collect all of the XP. Make sure that you're not standing on the chest right here, because then the Enderman can actually hit you if they get aggravated. But again, all of the Ender Pearls are going to come down here, and as you can see, we're still having Enderman fall in, because again, they're aggravated at the Endermite. I would recommend turning down your volume if you're going to be using this for a long time. That is very, very loud. But they usually come down, and I can't get over how loud this is. They usually come down in waves, like you can see here. And again, all of the drops are going to end up in this chest. Let's see if I can get one aggravated at me. Okay, well, I did get attacked earlier, so I would not stand there, but apparently you can. All right, I went ahead and set my levels to 0, so I have no XP, so we can see how long it's going to take me to get from level 0 all the way to level 30. I'm going to time-lapse the whole thing, and I am, of course, going to turn my volume down. Okay, so that actually came in at about 11 minutes and 30 seconds, but keep in mind, we're also using a mending sword, which is probably using up maybe like a minute or so of time. So I would say like a little over 10 minutes to get to level 30, which is not bad at all. And we almost have, well, we have an entire chest full of ender pearls, half a double chest. That is absolutely awesome. All right, that is going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. This world will be available for download on my Discord, so if you need that, go ahead and check it out. It'll be in the description. My name is OneUpMC, and I'll catch you in the next one. This is the easiest sorting system for Minecraft Bedrock using the brand new copper golems. So settle in and let's build. When it comes to materials for building this system, there are 2 sets of materials. Each copper golem is going to need a certain number of blocks for these little cubbies, and then there's also this component here, which is the input system, which you're going to need to build regardless. But if you want to have, say, 3 different segments, then you're going to take the materials on screen and you're going to multiply them by 3. All right, not only is this thing incredibly easy to build, it's incredibly easy to expand, so I'm going to show you how to build one segment, meaning like 9 chests, and then I'll show you how to connect up another segment, and it is incredibly simple. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off by placing 2 blocks right here, and then 2 blocks right here, and 4 more blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, which is going to give us this backwards J shape. From here, we're going to come to this block, count over 3, so this would be 3, so 3 blocks of air, and then a block right here. Then we're going to grab our copper chest now, place down a copper chest like so, grab your hoppers now, place down 3 hoppers going across, and then 3 more hoppers, just like this. This is going to be your input chest. So I actually used a copper, I don't know why I used a copper chest there. This can be a regular chest for your input, and then we're gonna place down blocks going across here, just to encase this and make it look nice and pretty. Place down a stair there, and then blocks going across here as well. To avoid having any baby zombies spawn, it's very unlikely, but let's just place down a row of blocks going underneath of those hoppers, and then we're going to finish this wall off just like so. We're then going to grab our chest now and place down 9 double chests on the front here, just like this, and we're going to do 9 of those in a 3x3 grid, set 1 block back from the front of our input chest, and in fact, if you want this all to be equal, you could just move your input chest up 1 block. I like to have my input chest popping out a little bit though. We're then going to grab our stairs and we're going to place down 3 stairs going across the tops of these chests. And we're going to place down 3 stairs going across the backs of those chests. We're going to grab our blocks again. And again, let's just fill in underneath of those hoppers, place down a block right there. And then we're just going to place down a giant wall to keep everything nice and contained, just like this. After that, we're going to go ahead and place down a block right here, a block right here, a stair right here, and then a block on top of that hopper, and then blocks going across here. And you know what? We might as well just fill that in as well. So this is going to be where our copper golem goes. All right, and the last thing we need to do inside of this chamber before we get our copper golem is to place down 2 walls here, so that way they can't reach over into this area. Trust me, that's going to come in handy later. This wall is pretty important. We're then going to place down a copper block right here and a carved pumpkin on top to create our copper golem, just like this. He's already in that chest. He's looking around for items to sort out. So now is the step where we would label these chests with whatever you want to sort out. So I'm going to go ahead and do that and show you how it all works. All right, I'm going to try my best to make this make as much sense as possible, but the best way I can put it is make sure that if you want to sort out diamonds, you have at least 1 diamond in here, because this copper golem is going to look for 10 chests. So we have 9 here, and he is going to sort out diamonds, iron. You get the point, right? So those items are going to get sorted out. However, if he can't find a chest that has any of these items, then he needs an empty chest to put them into. So we're actually going to remove this block and this block. We're going to place down a double chest right here, remove this block temporarily, and we are going to get our, okay, wait, actually, let's place down 2 blocks right here and then 3 hoppers. And this is, again, the beginning of the next module. So this is like the output. So these are going to be the, any of the items that he can't sort out are going to go inside of this chest right here. So if I gave him, say, item frames, they would end up inside of this chest, which are then going to go into these hoppers, which would then be sorted out into the next module, and eventually they would make their way over to your overflow chests. If you're only going to be using 1 set of walls, then I would recommend having a chest system like this, for example, or you know, like this, and just having your hoppers run into these chests, because then these are your overflow chests. If you had one of these front 9 chests as an overflow chest, so let's say that this one was empty and there was no more amethyst shard in here, as soon as something goes in here, so if I put a grass block in here, this is no longer an empty chest. If I gave him item frames, they would not end up inside of this chest. I would need to have an item frame in this chest as well. I hope that made sense. So it's very important that you have that overflow there to keep everything nice and contained and keep it from breaking. But again, I'm going to add another module on here. But if you were just going to build 1 module, make sure you have some overflow chests. All right, now everything is sorting and we can go ahead and test the system using these items. All right, I've made these chests a little bit more realistic. So over here, we've got our wood chests. We're sorting out different types of wood. We're sorting out stone. We're sorting out mob drops. And then of course, we just have my random chests, which are sorting out diamonds and things. But as you can see, this is a little bit easier to use than a traditional multi-item sorter, because instead of having to, like, you know, fill in all of the blocks, you can literally, if you have, you can't do the double click thing. If you have any amount in this chest, then it is going to be sorted. So because there are oak logs in this chest, even though there's empty space, nothing is going to end up inside this chest except for oak planks, spruce planks, birch planks, and oak logs. I really should have thought this one through. I'm sure there's a faster way to collect those. So I'm going to throw in our planks, our flesh, our whatever. Well, I guess those won't go through. Actually, you know what? That'll be a good test for like the overflow. So he's not going to know what to do with the amethyst shards or with the prismarine shards. And let's just throw the resin brick in there as well, because he's not going to have those. So you can see he's already opening chests to figure out where to sort. And I'm not exactly sure what he had grabbed, but I'm just going to sit here and wait for him to sort through everything. Again, these are our overflow chests. And an interesting fact is that the copper golem can only pick up 16 items at a time. So he's only going to pick up 16 items from the chest and put them away at a time. So I'm assuming he put away some wood. And you can see he put away the oak planks. I'm just going to let this run out and I'll show you when it's done. All right, and as we ramp down, he is sorting out his last item, which is the amethyst shard. So it is going to eventually, he's going to open up this chest, which is going to flow into the overflow chest. I'm just going to wait and see if I can get there. This is the only part that is a little annoying, is that he doesn't exactly remember where things are stored, so he has to open every single chest once again. But there we go. He has just gone ahead and put the amethyst shard away. He's like, oh no, there's nothing else for me to sort. All of the overflow items, the resin brick, prismarine shard, and amethyst shard are down here. All of the mob drops are sorted, all of the rocks are sorted, and all of the logs are sorted as well. So this thing is incredibly awesome, especially early game, to have a sorting system like this. I wouldn't consider this particularly expensive. I mean, it contains like maybe 10 or 12 hoppers. But I think this is super awesome, especially 9 double chests. This is literally starter game tier. I would not recommend this if you have, you know, mountains of items. I would still recommend using a regular multi-item sorter with like the fancy chests and things, because if you have any more than say 2 sets of chests like you do here, things get very slow, very fast, because for every copper golem that you're using, it basically makes the system like 1 out of 9 times, or 9% slow. It becomes much slower because, again, this guy doesn't know where items go. He's just opening chests at random. So to have 2 of them, you're relying on this guy to sort items that aren't in these chests, to then go into the overflow chest, to then have this guy sort them again, which takes a long time. So if you were to have 3, by the time items got over here, it might honestly be like 30 minutes. So again, if you're sorting out large quantities of items, any more than 2 of these systems, I would recommend going with a like an old school multi-item sorter or just a regular sorting system. But for starter games and like for cute little, you know, storage systems, I think that this is actually awesome. I love that Mojang has added the copper golem. I think he works really well, and to like just be able to throw, like, if I throw stone brick in here, now he's going to sort stone bricks in here. I don't know. I'm very happy with it. All right, but that's going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and I'll catch you in the next one. This is the easiest slime farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to get you over 500 slime balls per hour, so settle in and let's build. Alright, so the first thing you need to do is open up Chunk Base and locate a slime chunk on your seed. You're just going to paste your seed in, find a slime chunk near you, and then record the coordinates. So for me, one of my corners is -192, -97. So we're going to come over 1 block to -193 here, and we're going to dig down all the way to Y level 23. It should also be mentioned that this farm might not work in a snow biome, and it definitely won't work in a sand biome or a desert biome, or any hot biome, so a savanna, and that's because we're using snow golems and we're using a water source block, so I'm just a little bit hesitant to recommend you build it in a snowy biome because the water may freeze. So I would recommend building it in, you know, a neutral biome like a plains, jungle, ocean, whatever. But once you've done that, the next thing we're going to do is mine out our slime chunk. So in this case, we need to go to the X level of -177, so I'm going to mine over to -177, and then we are going to go back to where we were. Let's go over to our door now, and we are going to dig over to I think that's the Z coordinate, and that is going to be to -112. Your coordinates are of course going to be different, whatever your slime chunk is, and then we're going to connect this up to create a giant square, and we're also going to raise the roof so that it is 3 blocks tall. Don't worry about this light right here once you've mined out your chunk, because we actually are going to light up the entire thing right now. So we're going to go ahead and place down a torch 3 blocks over, leave a 2 block gap. Same thing over here, 3 blocks over, 2 block gap, 2 block gap. Now, there is no really particular reason for using that number of torches. I just like to have my torches equally spaced out in something like this. So we do the same thing, 3, 2, 2, and same thing over here, 3, 2, 2, 2, 3. And finally over here, 3, 2, 2, and 3. There we go. Now that this place is totally nice and bright, we are only going to be having slime spawn here. There aren't going to be any other hostile mobs spawning. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the side that has the door, so this wall right here, and we're going to remove a 3x4 on these center torches right here. So in the center of the room, 3 blocks by 4 blocks, and we're going to dig down by 3 blocks. So we're going to clear out this space right here, and then we are going to go ahead and replace the floor with magma blocks. So let's go ahead and place down our magma blocks now. Whoops, let's place that back, just like so. We're going to leave this block open, and we're going to place down a hopper, or you could do this side. It's really up to you. You know what, actually, let's do this side so it's closer to the door. So whatever side is closer to the door, we're going to place down our hopper, take your magma blocks, and we're going to fill magma blocks on the floor. We're then going to place down our water bucket, and then place down a fence post over top of the hopper. And in fact, you could probably place down that water bucket and fence post after placing down your last piece of magma and doing it outside of the hole. That way you're not in a pit with magma blocks forced to crouch to not take damage. Next, we're going to go over to our door, and if you already placed down your scaffolding like this, then don't worry. Instead of breaking the block underneath, we're just going to mine over 1 block, But if you haven't placed your scaffolding yet, or if you have ladders, then that's great because we are going to continue our thing down. We're going to go down 3 more blocks, so 2 and 3. Mine over 1. Again, if you did place your scaffolding already, just make a second scaffolding tower. And if you'd prefer to do that anyways, then you can do that as well. We're then just going to keep mining over until we find that hopper, which is right here. So we're going to place that block back. We're going to mine out these blocks right here. And actually, let's move this down 1 more layer, just like that. And then if you want to have 2 high ceilings, you can do that. Just that way, you know, you can come in here. And this is going to be our collection room. Next, we're going to remove these 2 blocks right here, replace them with stairs or some sort of transparent blocks. That way you can open this chest. And then all we're going to do now is we need to mine, so that would be this block. So 24 blocks from this block. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, count 24. And now you're just going to add some torches to taste however bright you want it. Just make sure it's not dark enough that monsters can spawn. And that is going to be where we AFK. The last thing we have to do is we need to, again, you know, you'd have your scaffolding or your ladders. And what we need to do now is remove these blocks right here and put a snow golem inside of the wall. And to do that, it is extremely simple. All we're going to do is place down our fence posts right here. We're going to remove these blocks as well, place down 2 snow blocks and a carved pumpkin, and that is going to summon our snow golem. So now any slimes that spawned are going to be aggravated at the snow golem and jump down into the magma down here. All right, so I actually just went up to the surface to place down all of my scaffolding, and as you can see, the snow golem is actually throwing snowballs at the slimes, and that's a little bit problematic because it's going to slow down the farm ever so slightly. So all you have to do is throw 2 slabs over top of there, and now the snow golem can no longer reach the slimes. Now, the awesome thing about this is 1 level. This is perfectly content. I don't know what the rates of this are. I'm going to guess quite a few slime balls. But let's say you have a massive project, you need tons of slime blocks, you want to build a bounty house or whatever. All you have to do is replicate this exact same thing on the next layer. So if we go up the scaffolding, you're just going to remove these blocks right here. Oh, no. Hopefully that doesn't happen to you. If it does, you're going to have to replace that scaffolding. But all you're going to do is clear out another layer, and you're going to replicate this exact same thing. The only difference is that instead of having all of this components down here, you're just going to have a drop chamber, but still make sure you use the snow golem. But if you do choose to only have 1 level like I am here, and I'm going to be honest, for most use cases, 1 level is going to be more than enough. But if you're on a server with a bunch of people, like I said, and you need tons of slime, then you might want to build a couple more layers. I have it strategically built on Y level 23, so that way you have room for 4 more layers, because if your structure is any taller than 4 layers, you're actually not going to be spawning very many slimes on those upper layers because they're going to be out of the spawn distance. But all you have to do is stand here and AFK, and all of the slime balls are going to end up inside of this chest right here. So I keep forgetting. This might be a really weird thing, but I hate the fact that sheep spawn and eat grass. So in all of my tutorial worlds, I place down 2 command blocks, 1 that kills sheep and 1 that kills all tile entities. So I always run into this problem where I forget I placed down those command blocks, and then the drops end up dying. So the slime balls are currently getting killed, so I'm gonna go remove those command blocks, and then everything should work. Alright, and all that's left to do now is sit at the end of the tunnel and AFK, so I'm gonna go AFK for about 10 minutes, and then we're gonna see how many drops I get. Alright, it's been about 10 minutes, I just set a timer and it went off, so let's go ahead and check to see how many drops we got during that time. And as you can see, we got 53 slime balls, and we've got some more, 55, see another one dying there, 56, 58, 59. Alright, so as you can see, you can expect around just under a stack every 10 minutes, which is going to be about 6 stacks an hour using just 1 of these layers. If you were to have even more layers, then you would, you know, get more rates. All right, that is going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is OneUpMC, and I'll catch you in the next one. This is the best bamboo wood farm for Minecraft Bedrock. It's going to get you over 18 stacks of bamboo every single hour, so settle in and let's build. The first thing you want to do is find an area to build the farm, and a flat area like this is absolutely perfect. And then the first thing we want to do is set down 3 blocks. Remove these 2 blocks right here and place down a double chest. We're then going to place down 8 blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then an extra block. Same thing over here. We're going to place down 16 blocks now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 blocks, and then an extra block. Go ahead and place down those 8 again, and then the extra block, and then connect this up to make a giant rectangle, which should be a 18 by 10 block rectangle. We're then going to place down an upside down stair, so that way we can open this chest. We're going to remove these 2 blocks right here, and then we're going to create a strip that is 6 blocks long. And then we're going to remove these blocks right here to create this shape on this side. And that is the side that is next to this double chest right here. We're then going to do a similar thing on this side, except we're just going to remove this 1 strip of blocks, just like so. So a straight line with a 1 block gap, and then that shape over there. We're going to grab our hoppers now, and we are going to remove this block right here, which is our chest. And then we're going to go all the way over to 1 block away from our line. We're going to fill in this hole now with our hoppers, which is going to be where the minecart hopper is going to drop off all of the bamboo. Once we get across here, we're going to grab our redstone torches now, fill in the floor with redstone torches. Same thing on this side, redstone torches going all the way across, and as well inside of that hole. You can use whatever blocks you want. I'm using building blocks just to make it a little easier to keep track of in the tutorial. But you could easily just use your grass blocks or dirt blocks that you have just removed, digging out that hole. Once it's done, this is what you should be left with. We're going to grab our powered rail now, place down a powered rail on this side, and then our regular rail. We're going to place down regular rail going all the way across these hoppers. And on every one of these marked blocks right here, we're going to place down a powered rail, 2 rails, powered rail, regular rail going all the way across, and then a powered rail, regular rail, regular rail, regular rail, regular, it's a tongue twister. And then we're going to, again, just snake this all the way across until we have filled out the entire floor. And once you're done filling out the floor with rails, this is what it should look like. It looks very nice, very symmetrical, very, very pretty. We're then going to grab our blocks, and we're just going to create another rim of blocks going all the way across here. And then we're going to fill in this layer right above the rails with grass blocks. And if you don't have grass blocks, then dirt blocks. In the materials list, I said dirt blocks because they're easier to acquire, but I much prefer the aesthetic of grass blocks. So that is what I am going to be using. Once we have filled out this giant section right here, we are actually going to start building the flying machine, which is going to be the thing that harvests all of the bamboo. So we need our immovable objects now, and we are going to go from this chest on the left side here. We're going to go over 2 blocks, place down 3 building blocks, and then a obsidian block. In the materials list, I said obsidian or grindstones. That is because obsidian is super easy to acquire, but grindstones are craftable. So you can use either one, and actually you can look up a list of immovable objects if you want, but it is important that these are immovable objects. I'm going to be using obsidian, but again, grindstones work perfectly well. We're going to come over to the other side of the farm now. On this block, we're going to come over 2, place down our 3 building blocks, and then the obsidian block. And these are going to be the stoppers for the flying machine, so it's going to go from here to here, and that way it's not just going to fly off into the distance. Alright, and believe it or not, this flying machine is extremely simple to build. All we're going to do is place down 5 slime blocks, just like this. I'm then going to place down a piston and then a sticky piston, grab the observer, and we're going to place the observer looking out from the flying machine. I'm then going to place down another observer right there. We're going to grab our sticky piston now, flip it around so that they are looking in opposite directions, grab the slime blocks, place them like so, and then 3 more, so 1, 2, 3, which should take up the entire platform, so it is 8 blocks long. I'm then going to come on this side, place down another piston, and then an observer looking out of the flying machine, and then another observer looking into this piston, which is going to power this sticky piston. So since we have our stoppers here, I can actually just go ahead and place down a block here to update it, and as you can see, it's going to go across. Let me just remove that, and it is going to fly across, and this is actually going to be how we knock down the bamboo. And then the minecart hopper, which we will place later, is going to collect all of the bamboo. It's going to stop there, and we can send it back. So it is a very simple 2-way flying machine, which I am extremely happy with. And the next thing we're going to do is place down our obsidian, but again, if you have grindstones or any other immovable object, you're more than welcome to use that as well. We're then going to place down glass blocks in both of these corners, place down an obsidian block and then a glass block. Same thing over here, obsidian and then a glass block, and then obsidian going across the top here. And this is going to make it so that the flying machine doesn't stick to the sides of the walls. We're going to do the same thing over here. We're going to place down our obsidian and then our glass blocks, and then our obsidian, and then glass block, and then an obsidian strip going across. Now again, I'm using glass blocks into the materials list. I said that you could use building blocks, and that's because I just want to be able to see the bamboo. If you don't care and you just want a working farm, you could use cobblestone, you could use whatever, but I think that the glass makes it look a lot cooler. And the last place we need to have these immovable objects is going to be across here and across here. However, you might want to leave a 1-block gap, that way you don't have to break this obsidian, and that's going to allow you to get in here to continue building and place down the bamboo and whatnot. Speaking of, now is a perfectly good time to place down our bamboo, so that way it starts growing while we continue building. So we're just going to place down bamboo going all the way across here, which should be about 100, well, not about be, it should be exactly 128 bamboo, which is a very decent amount. I should have mentioned this earlier, but you could technically make this a lot longer if you modified the rails underneath and maybe made like a more sophisticated unloading system. I'm perfectly happy with this size, but this is a very easily expandable farm design. So again, we're just going to fill in the entire floor with bamboo. And the reason why I say that this is a perfectly fine number of bamboo is because, as you can see, it is already growing. Bamboo grows insanely fast. Now we are going to fill in these walls with glass blocks or regular blocks, and this might actually be a little bit easier to do on the outside. So let's do this first layer right here. We're just going to fill it in with glass, and again, let's just leave this open for now, so that way we can still get into the farm. I'm going to place down glass going across here, and then we're just going to continue making this wall so that it is 16 blocks high. So this is the third layer, so we need to build 13 more blocks tall, using glass or a building block. All right, and after placing down all of the glass, this is what it should look like. Again, 16 blocks tall. Realistically, this bamboo is never going to get that tall. However, that is as tall as bamboo can get, so it's kind of a worst case scenario. But if you did want to shorten this, it really wouldn't be the end of the world. Like if you were building it underground or something, I think you could build this underground. So next what we're going to do is we're going to grab our cobblestone now, or whatever building block you were using, and we're going to go on this second layer right here, place down our block right here, then we're going to place down a daylight detector, place down 2 blocks, and then a block right here, have a redstone dust running into this block, and then a redstone torch on this side. We're then going to run cobblestone going all the way across here, and we are going to have it be right here, I believe. We'll actually send it back, so I'll know exactly. And then we're going to come across here. We're going to wrap this around this obsidian block right here. And then we are going to have it come in front of this observer. We're then going to grab our redstone dust, and we're going to run our redstone dust going all the way across here into the observer here, which that's perfect. We sent it across. And then we're just going to go ahead and replace this redstone dust right here with a redstone repeater. We're going to come over here now, and we're going to grab our redstone dust, run it across, and have it go... okay, let me just quickly remove this. Place down the redstone torch. We are going to place down our redstone repeater right here. We're going to fix this redstone torch now, and then we're going to place down our redstone dust on this observer. You'll see that some of the bamboo flew out, but honestly, it's not the end of the world because this thing produces so much. The little loss that we get from having the bamboo shoot out really doesn't mean much in the end. So this is how we are going to automate it. So at daytime, the piston or the flying machine should be on this side, and when it is nighttime, it should be on this side. Or maybe it's the other way around. It doesn't really matter. We are basically moving this every time the daylight cycle changes, which is a great way to automate this thing. And so let's just go ahead and place down our final obsidian and our final glass. And the last thing we have to do, oh man, we're not collecting anything. That's because we haven't placed down our minecart hopper yet. And to get this thing going, it's extremely simple. Just remove the block next to the chest here, and on this powered rail, as soon as we set it down, it should go across, and that is going to start picking up all of the bamboo that is on the ground. And again, because this is my tutorial world, I have these command blocks which kill tile entities and sheep. So now if we come over here, all of the bamboo is now going to start dropping, and it's going to get picked up and placed inside of this chest. So I'm going to go ahead and AFK for about an hour, and I'm going to see you when the rates are done, or when the thing is done. Alright, and I already AFK'd in this version, so as you can see, I used grindstones. This was the design I used last night when I was designing the farm. So I AFK'd for about an hour, and I got just over 18 stacks. This is absolutely incredible. That is so much bamboo from such a little farm. Again, this thing is like crazy expandable. You could expand it super long and have this flying machine just go back and forth. But yeah, this thing is absolutely awesome. Alright, I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is OneUpMC, and I'll catch you in the next one. This is the ultimate iron farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to produce around 320 to 380 iron per hour. So with that, settle in and let's build. First thing you want to do is find a nice area to build your farm in and dig an 11 by 11 hole. Make sure you're at least 150 blocks away from all other villages, villager breeders, iron farms, villager trading centers, villager crop farms, all villager things. And after digging out your 11 by 11 hole, we are going to go into one of the corners and count 3 blocks. So 1, 2, 3, and we're going to break this block. And just to make sure, we're going to go to the other side and do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, and break this block. And then we're going to create a 5 by 5 square. And if you have a 5 by 5 square in the center, then you have built your proper 11 by 11 square. We're then going to dig out this 5 by 5 so that it is going to be 5 blocks deep. So this should be a 5 by 5 by 5 block hole. And in case that was confusing, you can make sure everything is built properly. If this wall is 3 blocks deep, this wall is 3 blocks in depth all the way around the 5 by 5. And then inside here, we're going to place down beds on both sides of the farms. It doesn't matter which side you place them on. If from these beds you count 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks, then you know that everything is built properly and we can continue on. So going down here, bouncing on the bed, we're going to remove this center strip of blocks, and we're going to remove the blocks underneath of these beds, allowing us to create double-decker beds just to save some space and to bring us to a total of 20 beds. So we're going to place down the beds on both sides of the farm now. Grab your blocks and place down blocks in the center strip here, just so that way nothing spawns down here. And then we're going to fill in the entire floor. We're going to come back and place down workstations in a minute, but for now, let's just go ahead and fill this entire thing in. We're then going to grab our fist, I guess, and we are going to punch the walls and remove 1 block depth. So that way we have a 7 by 7 platform on this layer. And again, there should be 1 block separating this layer and the spawn platform. So once we are done removing this, we are going to place down our workstations now. You can use any workstation you would like. I'm going to use fletching tables. Absolutely no reason other than I'm choosing to use fletching tables. And we're going to place down 3 going across here, 3 going across here, and 3 going across here. Bring us to a total of 9 workstations on the floor, leaving like a 1 block strip. And what this is going to do, it's going to allow for no overcrowding, so villagers will always have access to their workstations and will be happy. We're then going to place down workstations on both walls here, and we're going to again leave 1 block gaps. And on this last wall, we are only going to place down 2. I leave this center open, that way it's kind of symmetrical, but this really has absolutely no rhyme or reason. Like, that's not the front of the farm. You can literally choose whatever direction you want to flow the water, but yeah. So once we have all of our workstations in place, we're going to place down a torch in the center of the room, and we are now ready to get our villagers in here. You only need to get 2 villagers inside of the farm, and then we can go ahead and breed them up. And actually, getting villagers into this farm has never been simpler because you can now put a lead on a boat, allowing you to transport both 2 villagers at once and not having to use stupid pistons to get everywhere. So we are now just going to drop down here and bring them into our little enclosure. And we're just going to bring them down here. Oh, threw them right at my face. Go ahead and disengage that lead. We can go ahead and remove the boat. From here now, they are going to turn into Fletchers. And if we go ahead and give them some potatoes, they are actually going to breed. So for now, I'm just going to give them 2 stacks of potatoes. Realistically, you're going to need more. But they will eventually start breeding. They're going to have a baby. Then we'll have 3 villagers, then 4, then 5, then 8, then 20. Eventually. So we're just going to breed these guys up until we have 20 villagers. And as long as you don't give them over 8 stacks of crops, they are eventually going to breed And if you give them some space, things tend to work out, because I do believe they genuinely do get distracted if you are nearby. But as you can see, they both agree, and now we have a baby villager running around. So I'm going to get 20 villagers in here. But honestly, you can just let them breed while you continue building the farm. And truthfully, I'm just going to let them keep breeding and continue working on the farm, because if there are less than 20 villagers in the farm, that means that iron golems won't spawn, and that is going to make building a little bit easier. So the next thing we're going to do is pick the front of the farm and place down 2 hoppers like this. I've chosen to take a look at my trailer and my garden, so I think this is going to be the front of my farm. From here, I'm going to grab glass and create a giant glass wall that is going to be 3 blocks tall for now. And then I'm going to grab my leaves, and I am going to place down leaves going all the way around, leaving a 1 block gap in between the glass and the leaves. That is a whole ass family. Oh my god, they have been busy. So yeah, we're just going to let them do their thing, and we're going to move on now. So once you have your leaves being 3 blocks tall, and same with your glass, we're going to grab our observers now and place down observers going in between these slots right here. Now, if you're wondering what the block choice for the walls is, it is actually very well thought out. This is a 9x9 spawn platform for the iron golems, and by having the entire wall be made out of transparent blocks, we're basically upsizing it to an 11x11 platform, but again, only 9x9 being spawnable. But if these were a regular block, like cobblestone or dirt, then the actual spawn platform would be brought 1 block in. It would only be a 7x7. So this is extremely important that we replace the walls with leaves. And in the front here, observers are transparent blocks that won't catch fire. Glass is a transparent block that won't catch fire. But personally, I think that the observers just kind of border the glass and kind of make everything look a little bit cooler. All right, rant over. Now, the great thing about breeding them is that they actually won't start spawning iron golems until you have adult villagers that are working. So for now, we're just going to have cats spawning. So if you don't want to kill cats, then you should tame these 5 and bring them somewhere else in the farm, because we are going to tame 5 cats so that only iron golems spawn. But if you don't want to like try and lead these guys out, or if you do want to try and lead them out and not kill them, then go right ahead. But if you don't necessarily care, I guess, then you can kill them. I know some people really hate killing the cats, so I tried to give you guys an out there. But for now, we're just going to cover up that entire area so we have a nice flat spawn platform. We're then going to grab our signs, and we're going to place down a sign on the second glass, a sign right here, a sign right here, a sign right here, and then a sign right here, so that we have a fully encapsulated space so that we can place down a lava bucket, and that is going to be what we're using to kill off the iron golems. The next thing we want to do is get out of the farm, and now you have 2 options. You can either use something like a cobblestone wall, something not flammable, and wrap your entire farm in that, or we can build this 1 block higher, which I would do anyways because it kind of looks nicer. But once we build this 1 block taller, we're actually going to put a wooden fence going around the top, and that is going to keep things from falling in, like the pig. And that actually does matter, because that pig is going to stand on that hopper, and it's going to delay the iron golems from spawning inside of the farm. So it is important that we actually do keep mobs out. And I mean, you guys haven't seen the time lapse yet, but I did accidentally have 2 chickens fall in, and I do believe that they affected the rates slightly. So this fence is important. Once you have the fence in place, we're ready to hop inside of the farm now, and unfortunately, this pig has got to go. Again, if you care about the cats, you should probably lead them out now. We're going to place down 4 blocks on the edge, 3 blocks, 2 blocks, 1 block. Same thing over here, 4 blocks, 3 blocks, 2 blocks, 1 block. And we can now place down a water bucket in both corners of the farm, and then we can go ahead and remove all of the blocks that are supporting the water, because after you have flown the water, these blocks are actually just taking up valuable space on the spawn platform. So now we officially have a 9x9 spawn platform. And yeah, if you want to get the cats out now, we're going to build an AFK room, and then we can actually just push them through. And on the outside of the farm next to the glass, we're going to dig out a 3x3 square here. But in fact, we can actually just leave the roof, because I realized we're going to leave that anyways. So we're going to leave a 2 block gap in line with the lava, and then we're going to dig down 3 blocks. So we can have a 2 block roof here, and then dig over. That's going to be our chest, and then we're going to dig out this area here, so that we can see the iron golems dying, and just make our AFK room a little bit more fancy. It's very important that this room is no taller than 2 blocks, or 2.5 blocks, so you could replace the ceiling with slabs if you wanted, but as soon as it becomes 3 blocks tall, you are then allowing iron golems to spawn inside this room with you. We're going to place down a chest right there, and let's just get rid of this while we're down here and make it a little bit nicer with a cobblestone floor. I say nicer, but then I use cobblestone. That's a bit of an oxymoron, but I actually kind of like the way that cobblestone looks. And then the last thing we have to do is throw a ladder and a trapdoor, which I guess were the only things I didn't grab for the farm. So we're going to place down 2 ladders, and on the top here, we're going to place down a trapdoor. So that way you're nice and safe when you go ahead and AFK and collect all of your iron. So you are now welcome to go ahead and remove this glass and free the little cats, or you can lead them with a cod. But there you go. So that way you don't have to kill those guys, and we were actually going to tame them. So let's go ahead and grab our cod now. And with the cod, we are going to tame both the cats, and these are going to take up the cat cap for the farm, which is very important. It is very important that you have 5 cats inside of this farm, so I'm going to tame 3 more, and we are going to be good to go. I feel like, I haven't watched Star Wars in forever, but I feel like Anakin when he goes to the Jedi Academy. And once you have 20 adult villagers, they are all going to be working. They cannot be green coats. They need to be able to have a job. And once you've made sure of that, you're going to see the iron golems start spawning almost immediately. And I really like the way that this iron farm looks. It is so cool, especially with the observers. That is such a... I hope you guys end up using observers because it does make the farm look significantly cooler. And yeah, for those confused, I actually only killed... I can't believe these words sound horrible. I killed off the baby villagers because I didn't really want to wait for them to grow up. But if you're in a survival world, then you should just let them wait to grow up, and it'll take about an hour or so for them to fully mature, and then the entire farm is going to work. But I'm going to go ahead and AFK for about an hour now and see how many iron we get, and I'll get back to you in a minute. Alright, it has been about an hour worth of AFK. This iron farm will produce over 350 iron per hour. It works in Minecraft Bedrock and couldn't be any easier to build. We had 2 accidental chickens walk into the farm, so RIP them. Let's take a moment to appreciate them. Send your condolences in the comments. Try and chase down that iron. So we managed to get 5 stacks and then 12. So 5 times 64 is 320, plus 12 is 332 iron per hour. And we already have another one burning up. So this is definitely one of the faster designs I have made. Theoretically, I believe this farm is capable of making about 384 iron per hour, but even at 332, this thing is absolutely incredible. And yeah, also, I just want to say a huge thank you to Arch Thunder for leaving this massive comment on my last design. This design literally would not exist without him. Just a massive thank you. You can read this if you want, but yeah. Alright, I guess I'm a ghost for this outro. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is OneUpMC. This world is available for download on my website, along with all of my other tutorials. Go ahead and check those out on my channel, and I will see you in the next one. This is the easiest sugarcane farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to produce over 15,000 sugarcane per hour, so settle in and let's build. The first thing you want to do is dig out a 4-block hole, and then the center 2 blocks we are going to remove as well. We're going to grab our barrel now, or our chest, whatever one you decide to use. I like the barrel, but if you're building this near villagers, then obviously go ahead and use a chest, that way you don't have them accidentally linking up. From there, we're going to grab our hopper now and run the hopper into that barrel. That is extremely important. Don't place it down on the ground. If you place it like this, then it is not going to pick up any of the sugarcane. Make sure that it is connected to the barrel or the chest. We're then going to grab our stair, and we're going to point the stair away from the side we're going to place our clock on. So the left side should have the top part of the stair. We're then going to place down our mud block over top of the hopper. We're going to go ahead and waterlog this stair block now, so that way we can place down our sugarcane. And then we're going to place down a stair going above our barrel or our chest. That way you can still open it, and it kind of looks a little bit like it's just peeping out. If you're enjoying this video, consider subscribing and checking out the other tutorials on my channel. Back to the video. The next thing we're going to do is remove these 3 blocks next to the farm, and we're going to replace this center block with a block of your choice. I'm using cobblestone, however you can use whatever building block you would like. And then we're also going to replace these 3 blocks with cobblestone as well, because we are going to see these blocks, and it just looks a little bit more aesthetic if you choose a nice building block. We're then going to place down a redstone torch on this block right here, a redstone dust behind that block, place down a block on top of that redstone torch, place down a block on top of that redstone dust, and then we're going to grab a repeater, point it into this block, and it should create a clock like this. We're going to set this repeater to 3 ticks, just like so. And then we're going to place down a lever on the front so we can go ahead and turn it on, and then that is going to stop the clock, which is going to stop the farm from working. We're then going to place down a dispenser right next to your sugarcane, pointing into the sugarcane, place down a piston on top of the dispenser, place down a redstone torch next to the piston, and if we go ahead and turn on the farm, you are going to see that the piston is going to fire, and the dispenser is also firing, but I play without sound. We're then going to turn the clock back off, and we're going to run a hopper into that dispenser, which I do not seem to have in my inventory. And then we're going to place down our hopper running into that dispenser. Again, that's super important. Place it running into the dispenser. Place down a barrel on top of this hopper in whatever direction you would like. Go ahead and grab your glass now, and we're going to fill in the front here with our glass. Now, this is purely aesthetic. You can use whatever you would like as this block. If you want to use regular blocks and not be able to see the sugarcane, go right ahead. I personally think that glass will look a lot nicer though. We're then going to grab our blocks and place down blocks on top of that repeater and going all the way up to the same level as the glass. Finish it off like this, and then all we have to do is place a nice little slab roof on top of here to make sure none of the sugarcane pops out of the roof. Because if you have a sugarcane sitting on the ledge right here, it is actually going to just start collecting all of the sugarcane up here, which then none of it is going to fall down there. So it is important that this roof is here and slabs are just so that it doesn't look as tall. Wow, you just kind of popped in here. And the last thing we have to do is go ahead and fill this up with bone meal. And after filling your barrel with bone meal, we are ready to use the farm. If you're wondering for ways to get easy bone meal, I would recommend creating a skeleton grinder. However, if you don't have a skeleton farm near you and you don't want to build a general mob farm, because this is supposed to be a rather easy farm to build, then simply going out and hunting some fish is another great way to get some bone meal. And if you want to go one step farther, you could build a bone meal fish farm, which is honestly my favorite bone meal farm that exists in the game. With that said, once you have your bone meal in here, we are ready to actually use the farm. Go ahead and turn it on, and it's going to start producing sugarcane at 1 bone meal per 2 sugarcane, or 2 sugarcane per bone meal. That is the ratio, and it is actually perfectly timed, so there is no bone meal waste. We are not going to have any sugarcane despawn because it is running at the speed that the hopper can pick up items. So as you can see, we're getting plenty of sugarcane here. It is basically a constant stream of sugarcane, which is going to allow you to craft tons of paper to trade with your villagers, or you can use it to get that first enchantment book. If you stand close enough to the farm on this edge right here, you will eventually pick up a sugarcane. However, it is very rare, and it is only 1 sugarcane. But yeah, that is the entire farm done. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. This is the ultimate creeper farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to produce over 12 stacks of gunpowder every single hour, so settle in and let's build. The first thing we're going to do is build 72 blocks into the air, and if you have coordinates enabled, you're just going to take that coordinate in the middle, so 64 plus 72 is 136. So we're going to place scaffolding all the way to Y level 136. And after building your scaffolding tower, we're going to take our blocks now and build a rim going around this top scaffolding here. Then we're going to extend this out on this side, bring it to a 4x3 platform. We're then going to build out by 4 more blocks, just like so. Then we're going to connect this up so that our total platform space is going to be 4 blocks wide by 7 blocks long. We're going to leave this 3x2 square here empty, and we're going to place down a double chest, in this front spot right here, and then run our hoppers into the back of that chest, just like so. Make sure that all of these hoppers are running into one another, that we are not having any gunpowder get stuck in any one of these hoppers. I'm then going to grab our mud and place down 4 blocks of mud on top of those hoppers. We're going to grab our blocks again and place down a rim of blocks going around the mud here, just like so. We're then going to grab our pistons now, and we're going to place down pistons in an alternating pattern. So let's place down a temporary block here, place down our piston, remove this block, and then we're going to continue the pattern just like so. We're then going to grab our observers, and actually first we're going to do our redstone torches. Place down redstone torches on the sides of the pistons in the corner of the Trident killer, just like this. Place down observers running into all of those redstone torches, so that way the observer face is looking at the torch. And again, we're just going to do this for all of them. And after placing down all of your observers, we're going to grab our lever now, place it down on this piston right here. And if we go ahead and turn this on, you should see that it will fire once. And if we go ahead and turn it off again, it is going to start a piston clock. And this is going to be how we move the Trident around. Next, we're going to place down a stair next to the scaffolding and next to that lever right here. And this is where we're going to AFK when we're using the farm. We're going to grab our blocks now and create a rim of blocks going around the Trident killer here, leaving that one block open where we are going to AFK. In this spot, we're going to place down a slab, and then we're going to continue this up for 18 more blocks for a total of 20 blocks from the mud, so that we drop the creepers down so that they are at half a heart. So again, we're going to build up 20 blocks. And after building your drop chute, it should look something like this. We're going to take our blocks now and we're going to extend this out by 8 blocks in every direction. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Same thing over here. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. From here, we're just going to connect up these 2 squares, and that is going to be our entire platform, which should end up being, I believe, 20 by 20 blocks. And after finishing this platform, we're going to take our blocks and create a rim going around the entire thing. Now, if you've built any of my farms that look similar to this should be a very similar process, because basically every single one of these mob farms or creeper farms, I use the same collection platform just because it works extremely well. And it's really easy to build. So we're going to place down that ring of blocks, and then we're going to place down a ring of stairs going all the way around here as well. But this is where things are going to get different, because this is actually going to be where the collection chamber stops. We're not going to completely encase this with blocks. Instead, we're going to build a roof over it, because this is going to be so tall. We're then going to take our water buckets and just waterlog every single one of these stairs, and just make an infinite water source up here. That way you don't have to constantly go back to the ocean to collect more water. And then once we're done filling this in, we are actually ready to start working on our spawn platforms. So we're just going to finish up this one wall here, and if everything is done accordingly and properly, you should have all of the water going right to the edge of the drop chute. From here, we're going to grab our packed ice now, and yes, you can use regular blocks. I think I said that in the materials list. And it's just, if you use packed ice, the farm is going to be significantly faster. So I would recommend resource grinding. That way you can get the best rates possible with this farm. We're then going to go around, and wherever the water flows, so see how it's like right on the edge, we're just going to go around and do that for the entire thing. Now, I'm assuming if you have all this packed ice, you also have silk touch. That is an important tip as well, because we're working with packed ice. If you don't use a silk touch pickaxe, it is just going to end up breaking, and then you're going to be wasting materials. So we're going to line it up. You can run around on this edge here. Oh, that was really close. I mean, I'm in creative mode, but that still gave me a little bit of anxiety. We're going to remove these 2 blocks. We're going to walk around the edge, do the same thing. Remove these 2 blocks, and same thing on this side, these 2 blocks, and finally these 2 blocks as well. From here, we can go ahead and connect all of these up to create 4 mini squares, which are going to be the spawn platforms. And when it's all said and done, we're actually going to have 7 layers. 7 layers to have the maximum rates. And when this thing is all said and done, it looks awesome. But now we're going to just fill in all of these squares to make sure that it is nice and flat. And then after that, we're going to use our trapdoors, but let me go ahead and fill these in. All right, now this is going to be pretty intense, but it is the same thing for every single one of these platforms. So I'm going to show you how to do 1 square, and then we're going to do it for the rest of these. And then we're going to do this 7 times throughout these layers. So we're just going to go ahead and place down trapdoors going all the way around the platform here, and then we're going to go ahead and open them all up. Now, in my personal experience, it is easier to place all of the trapdoors and then go back and open them all up later, which is exactly what I'm doing now. So we place them all, we're going to open them all, and then once we're done opening these, we are going, or I guess this is technically closing them. But then once we're done doing this, we're going to again take our trapdoors, and we're going to place down 9 trapdoors, kind of in a grid pattern, just like this. And now we have to do this trapdoor pattern to the rest of the platforms. And after filling in all of the platforms with our trapdoors, this is what it should now look like. We're going to place down 2 temporary blocks and then a packed ice to remove these temporary blocks. Then we can create another one of these 7x7 platforms. Now I'm just going to show you how to do one of them, and then you can go ahead and do this to the rest. We're just going to fill in another platform, and this is actually going to be the spawn platform, for the next level in the farm. So just keep that in mind. Once you have the packed ice in, we're going to take our buttons now, and we're going to place down buttons going all the way across this platform. Now, if you want, you can save a couple extra buttons by not placing them on the same levels as these trapdoors. However, I'm going to be honest, counting that is a little bit tricky, and buttons literally cost 1 oak plank. So I would recommend just using the extra wood to just fill this in entirely with buttons. But again, if you want to save a couple extra wood, you can leave a gap every time there is a trapdoor. And once you're done placing down all of the buttons, this is what it should look like, and this is actually a done spawn platform, so creepers could currently spawn on this and walk off into the void. Well, I guess not yet, because we haven't covered the ceiling yet, but at nighttime, this will absolutely spawn creepers. And actually, if you want to not place buttons and just have this as a general mob farm, it will reduce the rates of gunpowder, but you'll have all of the mob drops, so that is something you can do. It's just not place these buttons. But again, this is a creeper farm tutorial, so we're going to keep building for creepers. And this is the entire platform, so we just need to replicate this a bunch of times. We're going to do this for all 4 of these platforms. We're going to do it 7 times, so this is going to be quite tall. And basically, this is your trapdoor layer, so this layer is identical to this layer, except this layer has buttons. I hope that made sense. I'm going to build a lot of these now. These are the bottom 4 platforms, and this is all 28 platforms. And you might notice that after building all 7 layers, this top layer uses our regular building blocks rather than packed ice, and that is because that is the roof of the farm. So we're actually going to turn this into a giant platform to make sure, oh, it's all not loaded, to make sure that the entire farm is dark. So from this corner, we're going to count out 8 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we're going to do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to do the same thing over here. And we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to go ahead and connect up both of those corners to create a giant platform that is going to make this entire thing dark. And the way that it works is that when you have a block directly like this, this block actually has a light level of 0. So the block light level is 0, which means that mobs will spawn on it. However, because it is bright out, the mobs will not spawn on these blocks. But when we build out this platform to make sure that it is dark, the sky light level is 15. 15 minus 8 because of the way that the flood pattern with light works. So this edge block right here has a sky light level of 7, which is the minimum or maximum that is allowed when spawning a creeper or any hostile mob. So I thought that was actually pretty interesting. And as you can see, our platforms are dark, and any minute now they are actually going to spawn creepers. But we're not going to be spawning creepers yet. I mean, they're going to spawn because they're going to spawn. But for now, we have to torch spam the roof here because we don't want things spawning up here during the night, or it is actually going to reduce the spawn rates of the farm. And this is probably the ugliest torch spamming that has ever happened, and such a waste, but I'm sure you guys can figure out a better strategy for placing down those torches. Alright, so you can see we already have a creeper there. If we go ahead and grab our trident, and then we're also going to have to get a looting 3 sword, but that is actually basically all we have to do. So we're just going to throw our trident at that back piston there. Back piston. The piston, there we go. And give him a knock, give him a knock. I mean, it'll do it, but we just go ahead and turn on the Trident Killer now, and we now have a fully AFK-able creeper farm. I'm going to light this up with some torches, and I'm also going to grab a looting 3 sword. And by AFKing with a looting 3 sword, we are going to get even more gunpowder, which is going to allow us to get 12 stacks of gunpowder per hour. And as you can see, we're also collecting the XP from the Trident Killer, so you can go ahead and mend up some of your tools or just collect some of the levels, but all of the gunpowder is going to end up inside of this chest here. I'm going to go ahead and AFK for about an hour, and we're going to see how much I get. Plot twist, I already recorded the AFK session earlier, so I'm going to play that clip now. Alright, that is going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and we'll catch you guys in the next one. This is the easiest cow farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to get you steak, leather, and XP, so settle in and let's build. The first thing you want to do is find an area that you're comfortable building the farm in, because this thing is going to be loud. I don't use sound, but if you do play with sound and you build this in the middle of your base, you might end up getting a little bit annoyed, so keep it close but far enough away that you don't have to listen to the constant splashing and the constant mooing of the cows. With that, we're going to dig out a 2x2 hole, place down a double chest in the front, and run 2 hoppers into the back of those chests. It is super important that your hoppers are running into the chest and not into the ground, so again, make sure that they're running into the chest. From there, we're going to grab our stairs now, remove these 2 blocks in front of the chest, and place down a set of stairs. We're then going to grab our blocks now and remove these 4 blocks, replace them with building blocks, that way we're not looking at any of the ugly dirt. We're then going to place down 3 blocks on this side, 3 blocks on this side, 2 blocks across the back, and we're going to do the same thing on this, except we're going to leave this block empty, place down a block right here, grab your dispenser, place down the dispenser in this hole, then we're going to go ahead and place down a lava bucket inside here, and that is actually going to be how we kill the adult cows once they grow up from babies in this bottom chamber. Next, we want to grab our signs, and we're going to place down a sign right here and a sign right here. We're then going to grab our blocks again, and we're going to build up 3 blocks here, 3 blocks here, and then we're going to place down 2 temporary blocks just above those signs. From here, we are going to extend this out to be 2 blocks wider. We're going to extend this to create a hole, creating a 2x2 platform here. We're then going to grab our blocks again, and we're just going to finish this off, creating a giant lip. And then on the front here, we're just going to finish this off with a row of blocks. Inside of this hole now, we're going to grab our water buckets, place down 2 water buckets at the back of the farm. That way the cows are going to flow into the chamber. Every time you breed cows up here, the baby cows are going to go through an eventual slit. We're going to add that in a second, which is then going to allow the babies to drop down into this bottom chamber here. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to grab our glass, and we're going to fill in the front with our glass blocks. These don't have to necessarily be glass, but if you do want to see the farm in all of its glory, I do recommend using glass. Additionally, if you want to kill the cows with a Looting 3 sword rather than using lava, simply remove these 2 bottom glass and replace it with 2 half slabs, which is going to allow you to kill off the cows down here. I would recommend using the lava though, because you get cooked steak, but if you want to trade the raw beef with villagers, you can absolutely do that. But for the sake of this tutorial, I'm just going to go ahead and replace that with normal glass. We're then going to grab our stairs. We're going to place down a stair right here, a stair right here, and just create a staircase going all the way up. Now this part is optional, but I do just think it looks a lot better if we go ahead and fill all of this in. It makes it look like a sturdy build rather than just kind of thrown together. So just fill in that wall, and we already put our lava bucket in here, absolutely, so let's go ahead and cover that as well. And the last thing we have to do is go ahead and place down an oak button here, and when we go ahead and press it, it's going to dispense the lava, wait for it to get to the other side, and then click it again, and it's going to retract the lava. That is the killing mechanism, but now we have to get our cows in here, so that way we can breed them. So I'm going to go ahead and get 2 cows up into this chamber. And doing that really couldn't be any easier. I've gone ahead and grabbed my wheat. I'm going to go up the staircase. They're going to go ahead and follow me. Come over to this platform here, and then just simply nudge your cows into the reservoir. And we already have a baby cow, but I mean, it's going to eventually grow up. Oh, I just fell down. Let's head back up here, and then let's just go across. And this process, well, that guy just walked right in. So perfect. Once you have 2 cows in here, at least 2 cows in here, we're going to grab our fence posts and place down 4 fence over top of the cows, remove that fence post, and now they're going to bob a little less, which is going to make it easier to breed them. But now all we have to do is go ahead and breed the adult cows so that we get more cows. And once we have about 50 cows in this upper reservoir, or however many you deem fit for your device, because lower end devices are going to have a lower mob cap, meaning that the more mobs you have, the laggier your world. So keep that in mind if you are on a low end device. But again, the more cows you have up here, the more steak and the more leather you're going to get from the farm. So we're just going to breed these guys up until we have quite a few, and then we're going to have to, well, we'll get there. And after breeding up your cows, it should look something like this. And again, I don't play with sound, but if you do, this is a very noisy farm. The next thing we have to do, and the last thing we have to do, is we have to replace these temporary blocks that are blocking off the water with our signs, so that way we can start having the babies drop down rather than just keeping the babies up here to breed them into more adult cows. So the best way to do that is, unfortunately, just go ahead and break this block. You might have some baby cows. I managed to wait so that there are no baby cows, but we're just going to place down a sign right there. And unfortunately, I didn't think this one through, so we're going to have to remove one of our glass blocks and go ahead and place down another sign right there. And just like that, we now have a working farm. Go ahead and replace that glass. And all we do now is take our wheat, come up here, and just breed up our cows, and then all of the baby cows are going to fall down into that bottom chamber, and we're also going to collect all of the XP from breeding the cows, and if you're using a looting 3 sword, then you are also going to collect the XP for killing the adult cows down in the bottom chamber. But once you have them all breeded up like I just did, you'll see that all of the baby cows are going to eventually fall down here, and when they do, we are just going to go ahead and rebreed these cows about every minute or so, which is going to allow for just insane cow rates. So every 20 minutes, a baby cow should grow up into an adult cow, which means that we can breed these guys about 20 times before we have a single adult cow down here. And if we do this for an hour, we are going to get plenty and plenty of cow. Steak? Beef. Cooked beef. No, steak. And after breeding them for literally like 20 minutes, you should have something that looks like this. Tons and tons of cows up here, all ready to be bred. Again, about every minute or so, they are going to be ready to breed. We're going to collect all of the XP. If we come down here, you're going to see that we have the adult cows, some baby cows, and some more XP. If we go ahead and press the button, like I showed you earlier, we're going to press it, wait for it to hit the other side, and then immediately press it off. These cows are eventually going to die due to the fire, and then all of the drops are going to end up inside of here. And as you can see, we have the steak, we have the leather, and that is quite a few drops. So with about 20 minutes of passively farming these things, we managed to get 46 steak and 29 leather. And again, if you did choose to use looting 3 instead of cooking the steak automatically, you would get even more steak and leather. But yeah, this is an amazing farm. And look, I'm sorry, you guys probably already know your fate. And if you went the other way and you want to trade with a villager, then simply replace this bottom glass with our slabs, and we're just going to go ahead and kill all of these cows with our looting 3 sword. If you had sharpness on this, then you would get even more, and no need in killing the babies, they're not ready to be harvested yet. But as you can see, I guess this is an addition to what we got, but I mean, there were way fewer cows and we got 32 raw beef. We can go ahead and take that, go to our butcher, and just trade that up for some emeralds and some XP. So if you're looking for emeralds, then this is also a pretty easy way to get those. And to get your villager in here, just have a torch, have a smoker, and make sure that there's a bed nearby. Alright, that is going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. I hope you guys like this little shorter tutorial style where I'm doing I'm going to try and do all the farms, and I'm doing double uploads during the summer. So yeah, my name is OneUpMC. Consider subscribing and leaving a like, and I will catch you guys in the next one. This is the easiest super smelter for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to allow you to smelt things up to 8 times faster, so settle in and let's build. The first thing you're going to do is grab a chest and place the chest down right here. This is going to be the output chest, so all of the smelted items are going to end up inside of here. We're then going to grab our hoppers, and we're going to place down a circle of hoppers going around just like so. This is going to be a 3x3 with a hole in the center, which we're going to fill in with a block. We're then going to grab our furnaces, and we're going to place down furnaces going across the front here to line up with this chest. We're going to do the same thing on the back, just like so. And then on these, we're going to place down 2 furnaces as well. We're then going to place down a cobblestone in the center here. Grab your hoppers now and place down hoppers going all the way around, connecting into each of these furnaces. And then we're going to place down another block in the center right here. And the last thing you have to do is place down a boat with a chest on top. And then we're going to get in here. We're going to go into F5 just to make this a little bit easier. And we just want to make sure that it is lined up with the cobblestone. And for the sake of aesthetics, we are also going to, turn it. Oh man, this is really hard when you're in the wrong perspective. But basically what I'm trying to do is I am trying to place down the boat chest so that it's facing the same direction. And better than turning it around, if you just face in the direction of the chest and you just go ahead and jump, it is automatically going to face in the proper direction, which we can then just get into the boat and just center this up a little bit and then back into our spot, turn around, and then we're just going to straighten it out. Just like that. Shift to get out. And just like that, it is covering all of these hoppers. So when we go ahead and put something in, it should equally distribute across all 8 hoppers. And before we put our fuel inside of the furnaces, let's make sure that this boat chest is actually connected to all 8 hoppers. And to do that, all we're going to do is hold shift and click on the chest. Go ahead and throw in the item you want to smelt. And as you can see, it is removing raw iron in stacks of 8. And sure enough, if we go ahead and check inside of all these furnaces while putting in our fuel, you will see that each of these furnaces has exactly 8 iron, or raw iron, or whatever it's called. And then once we put all of our fuel in here, we are ready to just absolutely use this thing, so we can put whatever we want into the top chest and smelt mass quantities of anything 8 times faster. So this thing is going to be continuing to smelt, and if we just go ahead and shift into the chest, we can go ahead and drop all of our raw iron in here, and all of the iron ingots are going to come out in sections of 8. Or I guess because we put the fuel in at different timings, it's going to come in at all different speeds. But as you can see, we are smelting things significantly faster than if we were just using a regular furnace. And that number is 8 times faster because we have 8 furnaces. All right, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is OneUpMC, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. This is the easiest passive mob farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to spawn cows, chickens, pig, and sheep, so settle in and let's build. The first thing I want to do is find an area to build the farm in, and I'm going to choose right here, and we're going to build 72 blocks into the sky using scaffolding. However, if you don't want to use scaffolding, you can easily just use regular building blocks and ladders. And after building 72 blocks into the air, we're going to grab our blocks now and place down a block on the edge of the scaffolding, and then create a 3x3 ring going around it. This is going to be the beginning of our platform, and then on the right side here, we're going to place down 3 more blocks. On this block, we're going to go ahead and build out 3 more, so 1, 2, 3, and then we're going to connect this up over here, leaving a 2x2 hole in the center here. And while we're working on this platform, I would recommend crouching. We're then going to remove these 2 blocks right here and place down a double chest. We're then going to come around to the edge here, grab your hoppers now, run a hopper into that chest and a hopper into that chest, and then run 2 hoppers into those hoppers. We're gonna grab our mud now, and we're gonna place down 4 mud blocks over top of those hoppers. Grab your cobblestone, and we're gonna create a cobblestone ring going around this entire thing, except for over top of the chest, because we want to be able to open this, because again, this is the collection chest where everything is going to end up. We're gonna grab our stairs now, and we're going to place down a stair right next to this scaffolding, and this is actually going to be where we stand when we are AFKing. If you want, you can go ahead and throw down 2 more stairs right here, just to make everything nice and flat, and you can still open up that chest. We're then going to grab our piston and place down a piston right here, right here, right here, and right here, so in an alternating pattern. We're then going to grab our observers now, and we're going to place down the observers looking into the corners of the Trident killer. We're going to do that for all of these openings here. We're then going to grab our redstone torches and place down redstone torches on the side of each of these pistons, just like so. And when you're done, it should create a piston clock like this. We're going to go ahead and grab our lever and place down a lever on this piston and turn it on, and that is going to stop the piston clock from running. We're then going to go ahead and grab our building blocks. We're going to create a rim of blocks going across the entire thing, just like this, leaving this 1 block open right here. So that way we can collect the XP if you want. If you want, you can shut it, but I would recommend leaving it open because it's going to make your life easier in the long run. And after creating that ring, we're going to grab our building blocks and we're going to build 6 more blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to do the same thing over here. And we're going to do the same thing for the entire tube. Except for the open block, we are going to place an upside down slab there. That way you can still collect the XP, but nothing is going to be able to escape. We're going to come up to the top of the hole now, and we're going to extend this out by 8 blocks in every direction. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Same thing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to do that for the entire platform, which is going to bring us to a 20 by 20 platform. And after building your 20 by 20 platform, this is what it should look like, a giant platform of gray, or whatever color you used as a building block. We're then going to create a rim of blocks going around the perimeter here, and after doing this perimeter of blocks, we're going to do the same exact thing, except this time with stairs. So grab your stairs now, and we're going to place down stairs going all the way around this rim, and then once we're done placing down all of our stairs, we're going to create an infinite water source, so that way we can collect up all of the water and place them inside of each of the stairs to waterlog them. So we're just going to create our infinite water source just like so. Water source here, and then from there you can just grab your water bucket, waterlog a stair, water bucket, stair, water bucket, stair, water bucket, stair, and we're going to do the entire platform. And after filling in all of those water buckets, you should have a perfect platform, assuming everything is set up correctly. And so all of these water buckets should lead directly into that hole. We're now going to place down 3 more rims of blocks. So we are going to have a rim that is 3 blocks tall going around the entire farm. And after building up that wall, we're going to grab our grass blocks. However, if you don't have a ton of grass blocks, you could just use dirt and then use like an Enderman drop or something. But I would honestly recommend that you have a Silk Touch shovel, because that is going to make your life a whole lot easier. We're then going to run blocks going all the way around the perimeter, leaving a 1 block gap between the dirt ring and the cobblestone wall. After doing that, we're going to look at the center of the farm and remove the 2 blocks that line up with the center hole. We're going to do the same thing on these sides as well. And after doing that, we are going to connect up each of these platforms into a 7x7 platform of dirt and just fill in the entire thing. And after building all 4 of your platforms, we are ready to get them going. So we're going to grab our trapdoors now and place down trapdoors going around the entire platform. This is going to trick the animal AI into walking off the side of the platform. And we are also going to place down trapdoors in the center of the platform so that we can prevent horses from spawning. Because I did run this with a larger Trident killer to collect the horses, and honestly, this entire farm just works better if horses aren't involved. So we're going to place down 8 trapdoors like so, and then a torch in the center. And the last thing we have to do to this platform is go ahead and open up all of these trapdoors. And after that, all you have to do is paste this thing 4 more times. So we're going to build this platform on each of the other grass platforms so that they all look like this. And after building each of these platforms, this is what it should look like. And we are actually done with the spawning platform. So now we can come back down to the Trident killer. And what we're going to do from here is we're going to extend this out by 7 more blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Go ahead and grab your scaffolding again. And we're going to build up all the way to this level right here. From here, we are going to build up 22 more scaffolding. So you can actually just take that coordinate, which is 150 plus 22 is going to be 172. So we're going to build our scaffolding up to Y level 172. I'm assuming your coordinates are going to be different, however. And just like that, we now have the position where we are going to AFK. Now, if you're in survival mode, I would recommend placing down blocks, making this a little more survival friendly, and also maybe building up some walls so that way you don't get attacked by any phantoms. But with this done, we are actually ready to just sit here and AFK. So, we are actually not. We need to go ahead and throw in our Trident, and we also need a looting 3 sword for the maximum rates. So when throwing in our Trident, we've got a little friend here and here. All we're going to do is aim for that back piston. Go ahead and throw your Trident at that piston. Go ahead and turn on the Trident killer. And now we are ready to AFK, assuming I have a looting 3 sword. So I'm going to go ahead and AFK for 10 minutes, and we will get back and see the drops. Alright, so as you can see, that was 10 minutes worth of AFKing. We got quite a few drops. This thing is absolutely amazing and completely AFKable. If you enjoyed this video, please do consider subscribing and leaving a like. My name is OneUpMC, and I will catch you guys in the next one. This is the best iron farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it has a built-in trading hall, so you're going to be able to trade with all of these villagers and get over 380 iron per hour, so settle in and let's build. The first thing I want to do is make sure at least 100 blocks away from all other villager breeders, iron farms, villages, all of those sorts of things, and then we're going to dig out a 5x5 hole that is 2 blocks deep. After digging out your hole, we're going to grab our beds now, and we're going to place down beds on both sides of the farm, just like so. Dig out this center strip, and then we can also remove the blocks underneath of these beds to place down a total of 20 beds in a nice compact area. So we're just going to place down the beds underneath of these beds, just like so. And if you want to shift, it's a little easier to get down there. We're then going to grab our building blocks and we're going to fill in this gap so that way no cats spawn down here. And then we're also going to fill in this top platform so that it is flush with the ground. And this is going to make it so no iron golems spawn in this little section. That'll make sense in a second. The next thing we're going to do is leave a 2-block gap, and we're going to do that all the way around the farm, building a giant square going 2 blocks around, just like this. And after building that square, we're going to grab our blocks again, and we're just going to create these little sections that are 2 blocks out, and we're going to do this on every single one of these walls to create 20 little turnstiles. I don't know if that's the right word. These are going to be the 20 little chambers that we hold all of the villagers in. After doing this, we are going to bring this wall up so that it is 3 blocks tall. And after building it 3 blocks high, it should look like this, and it looks kind of like a computer chip. I'm actually a huge fan of the way that this design looks. We're going to come into each one of these little trading centers now and throw down a torch inside of each of these little holes. And we're also going to grab our leaves, and we're going to create a leaf rim that goes 3 blocks out from the entire structure. And after building the 3-block perimeter and filling in every single one of these blocks on the outside of the farm with leaf blocks, and also placing in all of the torches, we are ready to move on. So we're going to grab our building blocks now, and we're going to build a giant platform going across here after we throw down a torch in the center of this hole, so that way nothing bad is going to spawn inside of this center chamber here. And again, we're just going to fill this entire platform in. And after filling in the center platform, you also want to extend the rest of these walls up 1 block higher so that they are 4 blocks tall. And then this center platform should be 11 by 11 blocks. And when we grab our leaf blocks, we're going to actually place down leaves going all the way across here, just like so. And what this is going to do is it's effectively increasing the spawn platform, because an iron golem can spawn on this block because this is a transparent block, whereas if this was cobblestone, then the actual spawning spot would be on this block. So it is very important that these are leaf blocks for the efficiency of this farm. Now we want to pick the front of the farm. This is going to be the direction we send the iron golems in, and it's also going to be where the collection chest is. And because I have this nice little scenery I've built up here, I think the front of the farm is going to be on this direction. So we are going to remove this block and this block. We are going to place down a chest right here, run a hopper into that chest, and then place down another chest right here. Or additionally, if you want it to come out a little more so that it is in line with the rest of the wall, we can place down the chest right there and remove this chest, place down a chest here, and we are just going to place down an extra hopper running into that chest. So 2 hoppers and then a double chest. We're then going to remove these 2 blocks as well as those 2 leaves, leaving a 5-block open area here so that we can grab our glass and place down glass on the front here, which is going to be 2 blocks tall. We're then going to grab our leaf blocks, and we're going to place down leaves going all the way around the perimeter again so that none of the iron golems can escape out of the farm. After finishing the leaf blocks, we're ready to grab our blocks now, and we can place down blocks going over top of everything. We're going to leave the chest open. We're going to place down blocks going above each of the chambers. I used trapdoors in my previous design that you saw in the beginning clip, but honestly, the trapdoors were more of an aesthetic choice, so you can just use regular blocks here. And this is an aesthetic choice, but one that I think is worth having to give it a little more shape. We're just going to use stairs instead of regular building blocks in these front sections, so that way it is not just one giant cube. Once we are done placing down all of these leaves, we're going to head back over into the center chamber there. Alright, so once you have all of the stairs in place, let's actually grab 2 more, and we're going to set one down right here, and we can set one right here, but that's just kind of like a faux block, if you will. Also, when did they update it so that like non-upside down stairs like this, you can still open the chest? That is so useful. We're going to grab our glass now and place down another rim of glass up here so that it is 3 blocks tall, bringing us to a total of 15 glass. We are then going to grab our signs, and we're going to place down a sign right here, a sign right here, a sign right here, one right here, and finally one on top of this sign, just like so. We can then grab our lava bucket and place down the lava bucket inside of that chamber, so that way any iron golems that flow over here are going to get put into the lava. So we can now grab our blocks, and we're going to place down 4 blocks across here, we're just going to build a little triangle like this. And we're going to do the same thing over here, leaving a 1 block gap between your 2 triangles. And then going to grab our water buckets, place down a water bucket in each of these corners. And then after placing down your water, everything should flow over into this hopper, leaving just the hopper empty so that all of the iron golems are going to flow into the lava. We're then going to remove all of these blocks because these are taking up precious spawn spots for our other golems. So now we have a giant 9x9 spawn platform, which is actually 9x9 because we used the leaf blocks. And we are now technically kind of done building the iron farm. The last thing we have to do is probably the hardest part, and that is getting our villagers inside of these little chambers so that they can sit here to be traded with. Now this is a two-parter because not only are we going to get the villagers inside of here, we are also going to be in the process of taming cats that get spawned by the farm, either by sending them into this hopper here, which you can then like lead them out and tame them so that they sit here, or additionally we have this giant open spot which you can actually tame the cats and just have 5 cats in this bottom chamber. They should spawn in both locations, so it is all just about preference, and we are just going to tame 5 cats. Okay, once we have everything set up, we are ready to go ahead and get our villagers in here, and the way that you get your villagers in here is by using a minecart. So we're just going to set up a temporary rail, just like this, leaving the 1 block open here so that they fall into place. And you're just going to bring your villager over from a villager breeder, or you could literally just breed them in a hole. But make sure that you are only bringing 1 guy over into the farm at a time. That is extremely important, so that way we can get them properly linked up to their workstations. So let's just go ahead and get our villager, and we have a cleric here, but he's going to turn into a librarian very shortly. As you can see, he just linked to the bed. We can go ahead and push him into the chamber here, and we can go ahead and get rid of the temporary rail. At this point, we can now place down a block right here so that he is trapped inside of his little chamber, and he shouldn't go anywhere because he doesn't have a workstation, so he's not in a hurry. But we can just go ahead and get rid of this, put him inside of the lectern, and from here, we just gotta go ahead and break the minecart, just like that. So he is now in, I don't actually know if you have to get him out of the minecart, but I'm assuming you guys don't want to spend a bunch of iron on minecarts, so I would recommend getting them out of the minecart. From here, the next thing we have to do is, I don't have any emeralds or paper, so I'm going to go ahead and grab them. But you can go ahead and switch their trades. This is very easily done if you have a slab. I apologize for all the creative menu use. We're going to place down a slab right here. So if you want to switch his trades, right now he is trading bookshelves and paper, and I can't read that, but you know what I mean. So you can go ahead and just remove this lectern. He's not going to be able to escape because of the slab. Place down a new lectern, he will relink to it, and because we're doing 1 villager at a time and setting the trades that way, they're not going to just randomly collect trades. Okay, so in this case, we want quick charge, but I don't have a book. All right, I have obtained the book, so I can now go ahead and get this quick charge trade. So this is going to be my quick charge villager. His trades are now locked. We can go ahead and remove this slab or leave it. It is completely up to you. But this guy is now locked in. We can remove his workstation. He will not lose his trades, and he will forever be linked to this workstation. He will not lose this workstation, and that is the most important part. We are going to do 1 villager at a time and do it for every single one of these little things. This is the lengthiest part, but once we have 20 villagers in here, we are going to have iron golems spawning. Alright, and as you can see, I now have all of these villagers in place. They are all librarians, just so that it was nice and easy for me, but obviously you can use whatever villagers you would like. I now have my raw cod, and at some point you will have seen these cats. So all we have to do now is go ahead and tame these cats, and we can just lure them out. Come here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Okay, tame him, sit him down, go ahead and replace this, and replace this. And if we enter in here, let's just go ahead and make a temporary little water hold so nothing flows in. There should be some cats under here. There were not any cats in here. So we are just going to tame 5 cats total. So that way we have no more cats spawning inside of the farm. Not only do we not have the facilities to kill them, but they are also going to take up precious iron golem spawn spots. So you could just breed these cats together. I'm just going to go ahead and spawn a few more. Go ahead and tame them all. And once you have 5 cats here, no more cats are going to spawn. We're going to get plenty of iron. And in fact, I need to look at my design. Okay, truthfully, I'm not sure why this iron golem spawned on the edge here. In all of my testing, that hadn't happened once, and I AFK'd for over 3 hours, but fixing this is actually extremely simple. We're just going to take some extra leaves, and we're going to throw down leaves on all of these solid blocks on the roof here. So we're just going to leave those stairs open and place down leaf blocks, but that is extremely weird. So if that happens to you, this is the solution. If it doesn't happen to you, great. That is very bizarre. But once you have all of these leaves in place, it is impossible for anything to spawn up here, and they are all going to spawn in... Are you going to take damage? Okay, good. They are all going to spawn in the chamber. So let's just go ahead and push these kitties down. And finally this one. And let's just finish off these leaf blocks. Perfect. With that now done, you will see that we already have iron inside of this chest. What is going on? Now it won't open. Oh, because this got replaced with a block. I'm losing my mind. As you can see, we already have iron in here. I'm going to go ahead and AFK for an hour, and we're going to see how much iron I get. He is staring me down. Alright, that's going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is OneUpMC, and I will catch you guys in the next one. This is the easiest mob XP farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to generate over an entire chest of items every 20 minutes. It's also going to bring you from level 0 all the way to level 30 in under 20 minutes, so settle in and let's build. The first thing we're going to do is grab our scaffolding and make sure you're in a nice and flat area. It doesn't have to be super flat, just make sure it's not mountainous, because the first thing we're going to do is build up 72 blocks with our scaffolding. That way nothing on the ground is going to spawn. It is going to be completely entity free on the ground when we are at our AFK platform. A great way to know that you've built up the proper amount is that if you're on your scaffolding here and we just go ahead and shift, you'll see that I spawned a wandering trader down there and he comes back into our render distance. So we are literally cusping the edge of what's being loaded on the ground there. We're going to grab our blocks now, and we're going to come over here. Obviously, you're not going to be flying, but we're going to place down a rim around this scaffolding here using 8 blocks, and then we're going to build out to the left. From here, we're then going to build out 4, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then we're going to fill this all in to create a giant platform. This is going to be where we AFK, and this is also going to be where we drop all of the mobs from up top and where they're going to be killed in our Trident killer. And not that it really matters, but I did switch which side the cobblestone was extended on, just because we're going to grab our chest here, and we're going to place down our double chest in line with the scaffolding. If you didn't switch it, so you still had the scaffolding right here, then you would, of course, still place your chest here. It's just they would be misaligned, and that is why I moved the cobblestone. I didn't move the scaffolding, just the cobblestone. All right, now that we've gotten through that and we have our chest here, we're going to grab our hoppers now and place down 4 hoppers running into one another. Then we're going to grab our blocks and we're going to go around and just place blocks all the way around these hoppers. We're then going to go ahead and grab our pistons now and place down a piston above the chest, and then in an alternating pattern like this, so none of the pistons are looking at one another. We're then going to grab our redstone torches. We're going to place down redstone torches on the sides of each of these pistons on these corner blocks, just like so. Then we're going to grab our observers, and we're going to place down our observers looking at each of those redstone torches and or looking into the corners of the Trident killer. And then once we have gone through all of this, we can go ahead and throw a lever on the front here and turn it on. And when we do this, it is going to start the Trident killer like you just saw there. When we turn it off, it is going to continue creating the clock that is powering this thing. So this is going to push our Trident around, which is going to grind all of the mobs and allow you to AFK here. So we're going to grab our blocks now, and we're going to place down blocks going up here, and all the way around. We're going to do a 2-block rim, and we're going to leave the section above that piston empty for now. Once you have filled in this 2-block rim, we're going to go ahead and extend it 17 blocks upwards so that we have a giant drop chute, which is 20 blocks tall. After building the drop chute, your farm should look something like this. We're going to come down to the AFK area now and grab our tridents, and we're going to throw our tridents at any one of those pistons. We're just going to throw them in there. Let's go ahead and throw in 2, just to make things a little bit quicker, but you really do only need 1. And we're going to go ahead and throw a slab on there. That way we cannot get in, and baby zombies cannot get out. We can go ahead and turn off the Trident killer now, but we're going to be working up there, and eventually we're going to have mobs spawning, so we might as well just leave it on. Once you have thrown your Trident though, we can go up here and we are ready to start working on the bulk of the farm. We're going to grab our blocks and we're going to build out 8 blocks in every direction. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 8 in this direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do the same thing over. Let's do the same thing over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And same thing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. We're now going to connect up these 2 corners, and when it's all said and done, you should have a giant 20 by 20 platform, with the 2 by 2 hole in the middle, of course. And once you've placed all of the blocks, we can grab our blocks now and go to the edge, and we're going to create a giant rim going around the entire platform. This rim is going to be 1 layer of blocks, then we're going to do a layer of stairs on top of it, and then we're going to do a layer of blocks on the outside of those stairs to make sure that the light level is 0. I also just want to quickly apologize if you can hear thunder in this video. My whole house is currently shaking. You gotta love that springtime thunderstorms. It's actually kind of relaxing, but I don't know if you guys can hear it. If you can, I do apologize. I'm going to go ahead and just finish this up, but you're going to go ahead and throw blocks down on the outside as well. And when it's done, it should look like this. It's kind of looking a little bit like a gladiator pit right now, but there's one thing we need to do before we put our water in, and that is grab our blocks and count. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That side is good. Do the same thing over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Same thing over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You don't really have to place the blocks. I just think that it is an easier way to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, perfect. That means that we have built everything 100% properly. I guess I probably should have said to do that before we built the rim, but I guess remove these blocks, and we're ready to go ahead and waterlog every single one of these stairs to create our water streams to carry everything over into the center of the farm. We're going to grab our blocks and create a 2 by 2 square in the center here and fill it up with our 2 water buckets, 1 in the corner, 1 in the corner. This is going to allow you to have a water source up here so you can grab your water, waterlog a stair, water, stair, water, stair. Instead of, like, you know, going down and grabbing it or filling your inventory with buckets, this is a way easier method, and you're just gonna waterlog all of the stairs. And after waterlogging all of the blocks, and of course removing your water source, this is what it's gonna look like, and it is already looking extremely cool. Just do not fall down that hole. You will most likely die, especially if you're not wearing any armor. We're gonna grab our blocks, and we're gonna create a rim of blocks. Holy shit. Did you guys hear that thunder? Oh my god. We're going to grab our blocks, and we're going to place blocks going all the way around these stairs, just like so. And once we've done that, we can go ahead and grab our packed ice. However, if you do not want to gather the 700 or 800 packed ice, you can just use building blocks. It is totally fine. It's just going to make the rates slightly slower. So we're going to grab our packed ice now, and we are going to build up 3 blocks. Remove the bottom 2, and then we're going to grab it and just completely go around the entire structure. And then we're going to go ahead and make smaller squares within this larger square. There's just a nice and easy way to make sure everything is properly counted, and it also makes it so that you don't have to like constantly build scaffolding. From here, we're going to count out 7 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Place down a temporary block. Well, I guess it's a permanent block, but a marker block. Remove these 2. Place down 1 right here. We're going to do the same thing over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A marker block. Remove these 2 blocks. Marker block. And same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Marker block. Remove these 2. Marker block. And finally, this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Marker block. Remove these 2 and a marker block. What we now have is that looks cool too. We now have the blocks ready for our squares, so we're just going to fill in the rest of these squares to create platforms for the mobs to spawn on. Now we're going to fill in these platforms with packed ice, so I will meet you once that is done. Once you have placed your ice platforms, we can now grab our trapdoors and place trapdoors going all the way around the edges of these platforms. We're going to do this for all 4 of these squares, and in fact, every single one of these squares is going to be the exact same, so I'm just going to do this one. So we're going to place down trapdoors going all the way around, and then we're going to continue this trapdoor theme by placing down trapdoors in the center of these blocks. So we're going to place down a 3x3 grid within our 7x7 square, kind of like this, and then just, of course, go ahead and close up all of these trapdoors. This is going to trick the mob AI into thinking that there's a block here, and because they are on ice, it's going to be extra slippery, making it extra fast, and they are going to slide off the edge. And they're also not going to get stuck on this trapdoor because they're just going to slide and then fall off. So once you have your trapdoors here, we are ready to go ahead. Obviously, you would do your trapdoor. I'm going to do the trapdoors for the other 3. And after placing all of your trapdoors, this is what it is going to look like. We can now grab our blocks. We are going to place down a 3-block rim going all the way around the farm on this strip right here. So not on this outer strip. This is just to keep the light out from leaking through the stairs. We're going to build the 3-block rim around this rim. And after building your 3-block rim, you now have the option to either cap off the farm and throw a roof over this and call it a day, or you can continue and build 3 more layers. Now for the sake of the tutorial, I'm going to build 3 layers off camera and I'm going to show you how to get started. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, break these 2 blocks, and just like that, you can literally repeat from this corner block exactly what we did for these layers. But now that we also have everything in place, you don't really have to do the big square. You could probably follow this much easier, and you're just going to create layers going over top of all of these. And if you want to end the farm, you're just going to throw over a cobblestone roof, and I'm going to do that once I have 4 more layers. So let me build 4 layers and then come back. After building all 4 layers, it is looking rather cool and rather efficient, mind you. Every one of these layers is basically going to double the rates well, I guess not double, because I mean, every one of these is worth making. Like, having 4 layers is going to be 4 times faster. Having 3 layers is going to be 3 times faster. 2 layers, you know what I mean? So once you have all of your layers in place, though, we can go ahead and build off our final layer. So we're going to do 1 more block around the rim, and then we are going to fill in this entire thing, again, a 20 by 20 platform with blocks, and make sure everything is nice and dark. So we're just going to go ahead and fill it in. And I apologize. I feel like my brain has kind of turned into butter. I messed up that last clip, but basically all I said was we should torch spam it because we don't want mob spawning. So make sure you place down torches on the rim, on the roof, and on the floor, as well as where you're going to be AFKing. And in fact, if you're going to be AFKing here and you have phantoms enabled, you might want to make this platform a little bit safer. But as you can see, we are already having plenty of mobs spawn and plenty of mobs drop in here. That is awesome. I'm going to AFK here until we have about a full chest worth of items. I'm going to guess this probably going to take about 30 minutes because this thing is rather fast. So I'm going to AFK, see how long that takes, and I will be back. That was way faster than I was expecting. We got a full chest and 30 levels in about 20 minutes, which makes this farm absolutely insane. They must have gotten better at some point because I remember these things used to absolutely suck, but that is quite awesome. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is OneUpMC, and I will catch you guys in the next one. These are the easiest AFK fish farms for Minecraft Bedrock. Whether you're playing on console, PC, or mobile, these designs are going to work for you. The first design we're building is extremely simple. This is the PC version. It's going to require an auto clicker, and it is going to work extremely well. The first thing we want to do is mine out a 4-block strip like so. We're going to grab our chest now, place down a double chest at the end, and run a hopper into that chest. Place down a fence post on top of the hopper, a pressure plate on top of that fence post. We're going to place down a note block right here, a block on top of that note block, and then an iron trap door on that block, so that way when we walk into the pressure plate, the iron trap door opens upwards. We're then going to grab our water bucket, and we're going to finish this off by waterlogging this fence post, and just like that, we have a working AFK fish farm. All we got to do now is open up and set up our auto clicker. In order to get your auto clicker working, make sure you're playing Minecraft in a bordered window. If you're full screened and you're working with your auto clicker, you might accidentally close Minecraft and get logged out of your server or your world or whatever. But yeah, inside of your auto clicker, make sure that you have it set to 800 milliseconds. And if this doesn't work, like if you're playing on a realm and it's a lag here, then try 1200 to 1600 milliseconds just to account for some of that realm lag. Then we're going to set the mouse button to right click. Your hotkey can be whatever you would like. I have it bound to F6 because I just have nothing connected to my F6 key. We're going to get a little bit closer to the water. We want to get as close as we can to the water source without actually stepping into the water, and we want to be nice and centered on the chest. We're then going to look in the center of that pressure plate and trapdoor, just like so. We then take our hand off of the mouse and nice and gently. If you're like me and you have sweaty hands, it might take you a couple tries. I got lucky and got that first try. We then go ahead and start our auto clicker with our hotkey, and just like that, we now have a working AFK fish farm. So we're just going to sit here and wait. I thought that cow was going to mess us up, but I guess no. So we're just going to keep fishing here. An important note is that people will say that you can't get treasure from this farm. That is actually incorrect. On Bedrock Edition, you do not need to have the large water source to get treasure loot. So this is still going to give you mending books and all that fun stuff. Another thing to note is that you need to be at least 5 blocks away from all other water sources, or else those little bubbles that we just saw for the fish are going to end up inside of a different water source, and then you're not going to be able to catch the fish. But as you saw, we did just catch a fish there, so let's go ahead and just turn off our auto clicker, and of course it would have kept fishing if we had left it. We have our raw cod inside of this chest. We have the XP. This is a great little farm. You can just leave this going on your PC. PC players really are lucky to have a fully AFK-able farm like this one. Alright, the next design that we're building is going to work on mobile and console. It is also going to work on PC, but if you're playing on PC, you might as well just build this fish farm because it is significantly better because you can use an auto clicker. But this farm is still good. It is going to make it so that you never miss another fish again, which means those pesky mending books aren't going to accidentally slip away or have, you know, that looming fear that, oh man, I forgot to reel that one in. It could have been a mending book. But yeah, let's build this one. And just like that last one, this farm is incredibly easy to build, not 45 seconds quick, but it is still relatively easy. We're going to go ahead and set down a chest at the front here, dig out a 3 wide hole. We're then going to come around the back. We're going to place down 5 trapdoors, 2 on this side, 2 on this side, and 1 in the back. Make sure these all open upwards like so. We're going to go ahead and throw a banner on the front of this chest. This is going to be where we're fishing, and you can use any color or any designed banner you want. I'm just going with blue though. We're going to go ahead and waterlog this chest, waterlog the block behind the chest, and then in this front section, we're going to dig it down, I believe, 3 more blocks. 1, 2, 3, giving us 4 blocks beneath the chest. We're going to go ahead and grab our chests now, place down a double chest at the bottom here, run a hopper into that chest. We're going to place down a temporary block above that hopper there. We're going to place down a rail and then a minecart hopper. Go ahead and break that block. Place down a sign behind that minecart. Then we're going to grab our lava bucket, which I accidentally got rid of when I pick blocked. Let's pick block a different block. Place down a block right here. Place down a lava block above that sign, and then we're going to place down a grass block to make it look all finished, and we'll place down grass blocks there. I would recommend throwing down a trapdoor and some ladders, that way we can get down to our fish area. But yeah, all of the drops from this farm are going to be stored down here, and of course with this farm and the last farm, you can extend the storage down just by adding more hoppers and more chests. Especially if you're using this farm, I would recommend having many more chests than just one. Alright, how easy is this farm to use? Well, on a scale of this to this one is easier to use. All we're going to do is look in the center of this banner. We're going to go ahead and cast our rod, and if you cast it anywhere in the lower half of that banner, it should work. The bobber is going to bounce up and down on that chest, and similar to the last thing, there's a myth that this isn't going to give you treasure loot. It will entirely give you treasure loot. The treasure loot fix was only on Java Edition, so this is going to give you mending books and all that fun stuff. As you saw, we got the XP, we got the fish, so there's no point. We know that it works. Let's look down here. We got leather boots, so let's go ahead and just throw those on. We're looking rather dapper in our leather boots. And then we're just going to go ahead and we can keep fishing. This thing is nice. All right, some really quick ultimate fishing tips for Minecraft. Especially with these 2 farms, is that you actually will not need to make a enchanted fishing rod. No point in wasting your precious levels on getting a good one when you can just fish one, because let's be honest, those things are honestly feel like the most common enchanted loot is just enchanted fishing rods. So you can easily make one by just combining them, getting one with mending, unbreaking, lure, and luck of the sea. So there's no point in doing that. If it's raining, you are more likely to catch fish, and you want to make sure that your water source block that you're fishing in, so in this case this chest here, and oh yeah, also you can just like run away from this thing. So like here, wait, I want to it should work anyways. It might not. I really hope it does though. All right, I'm just gonna keep talking. Yeah, make sure that your water source has access to the sky. So if you are burying, yes, it worked. The drop is in the chest, and that's why you need a ladder. If you are building this underground, make sure that this block has skylight. So like, let's say I am at Bedrock, I'm going to have a giant tube pointing to the sun, and that is going to make the rates work significantly better. But yeah, I mean, that is fishing 101. This is the ultimate fishing guide. If you guys enjoyed this video, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is OneUpMC, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. This is the best XP farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to bring you from level 0 all the way to level 60 in just 3 minutes, so settle in and let's build. Alright, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to find a nice open area to build the farm in, preferably a nice flat area like this. However, you can really build it anywhere you would like. The first thing we're going to do is dig out a 3x3 hole, and then once we have this 3x3 dug out, we're going to dig down 2 more blocks, bringing us to a total of a 3x3x3 cube. I think that was enough 3s, but yeah. We're going to remove this many blocks, and you should be left with something like this. We're then going to remove this center block, and we're going to place down a sand, and then a cactus, and then on top of the cactus, we're going to place down a composter. An important thing to note is to make sure that there are absolutely no stone blocks in the surrounding area or any of these silverfish infested blocks, so that would include things like stone bricks. I'm actually just going to set up a thing really quick. So you want to make sure that none of these blocks are in the surrounding areas. These are infested stones, and if they are in the area, then every time you use the farm, these are going to deconstruct and turn into silverfish, and it's going to become an absolute nightmare. So make sure that none of these are in the surrounding area, and once you've made sure of that, we're ready to move on. We're going to dig out a hole right here, and it's going to be 2 blocks deep. We're then going to grab our water bucket, which isn't in my inventory, and we are going to put it in this back corner right here, which is going to push everything over into that hole. From here, we're going to come up top, and we're going to dig down so we can see the water. We're going to place down our lightning rod now, and this is going to be where the Trident killer is. So this is going to be where the silverfish are going to die, the silverfish are going to get stuck on the lightning rod, and then the tridents are going to move really quick, and they're going to kill all of the silverfish. So once you have your lightning rod in place, we're going to take our trapdoor, we're going to place it so that it opens towards the wall away from the farm, like that. Once you have that done, we're going to come over here, and we're going to dig down 2 blocks, just like so, and we're going to place down a trapdoor right there. This is going to be where we get our zombie. Don't worry, we don't have to get him just quite yet, but we will have to get a zombie in that hole in a second. Which is easier said than done, but for now, we're going to remove these 2 blocks along with these 2 blocks, so that way we can make room for our observer clock. We're also going to remove these 2 and these 2, so I guess that is a 4-block strip that's 2 blocks deep. Once you have that dug out, we're going to take our observers, we're going to place them so that way the red dots are both pointing on the outsides, so that the faces are looking at one another, and if you've set it up correctly, then the texture should be switching on and off with this lit texture. From here, we can now fill in this side with blocks. However, firstly, you might have noticed in the materials list, I said that there is an optional sticky piston and lever, and honestly, I don't even know if I should have said if it was optional, because it makes the farm so much more convenient. We're going to put an upside down sticky piston right here, so that way we can push and pull this observer to stop the clock. What this is going to allow us to do is, 1, it's going to allow us to turn off the observer clock, so that way the trapdoor won't be clicking with all of the sounds. So let's go ahead and fill in these blocks, because you do not need those. So this is what the farm is going to look like, and if you use this piston, you're going to see that this is what it is when it is on, and when you turn it off, it looks like this. There's another use for this piston, which is that every time you relog from the game, you are unfortunately going to have to reset your trident, so you're going to have to pick up the tridents and rethrow them. Without this to stop the farm, it is going to make it infinitely harder to recast those tridents, because you will see that the trapdoor goes a little bit berserk. So it is very convenient to be able to turn on and off the trident killer. The next thing we're going to do is grab our blocks, and we're going to pillar up above the trapdoor by 4 blocks and remove these bottom 3. And this is going to make it so that if you are above the ground, if there's sunlight, if you can see the sun, you need this block, because this is going to prevent zombies from burning in daytime. If you're underground, I guess you don't really need that block. That is simply to prevent the zombie from spawning. Speaking of which, it is now that time. I'm going to wait for it to be night, and I am going to get a zombie inside of this hole. And once it's turned night, it is time to go zombie hunting, or in my case, I'm just going to spawn one in and then run away from it because it's going to start chasing me. You're going to go ahead and open the trapdoor, and you're going to really hope that he just walks into the hole, which of course he's not going to do, so you're going to have to punch him until he gets in there. You could probably make this a little bit easier by placing down some walls on the edges, but I managed to get pretty lucky. We're then going to take our name tag, go ahead and name him, shut the trapdoor, and he can no longer hurt us. And he's also not going to despawn because he's named. It also gives this cool little thing where like the head occasionally pops through the trapdoor, which I kind of like. It's kind of like a cute little texture. Very, very niche. Okay. And now that you have the zombie in here, we can now sleep and wait for it to be daytime again. Or in my case, I'm going to set it back to day. All right, the next thing we need to do is set up a breeding chamber with 2 armadillos, and we're going to breed them together using spider eyes. So we're going to feed them both spider eyes. They're going to breed, and then we're going to have 3 armadillos inside of this chamber. An important thing to note is you want to make it far enough away from the zombie that they're not coiling up like they are here. I made it on the edge, for example. But what this is going to do is it's going to make it so that you can't actually breed your armadillos. You can't actually feed them when they're inside of their shells. And you're going to want to have between 1 and 5 armadillos, depending on the device you're playing on. The more armadillos you have, the more silverfish that are going to spawn, the laggier your game is going to be. So I'm going to use 5 armadillos for the sake of this tutorial. I'm just going to go ahead and throw them all in there. And basically, now we need to do the hard part, which is transporting these guys inside of the composter. And in order to get them inside of the composter, we're going to need to remove this grass block right here, and then place down a temporary block between it and the composter. From here, we can grab our rails, and we can create a rail system going towards the composter. Grab our blocks, place down blocks going around the edges, just like so, and we're going to place down more temporary blocks, just so that there's no chance of the armadillos escaping. Once we've made sure of that, we are ready to now get them inside of the composter, so we are simply just going to remove this block. And in fact, they might just push themselves inside, which would be honestly kind of useful. My minecart is not in the right spot, so we're going to put them inside the minecarts. If they're not pushing themselves, we're going to push them as far as we possibly can and then break it. They're going to end up inside of the composter like this, inside of a ball, and this is actually just going to send them into an infinite spiral of pain. That was really utterly sad. All right, we're going to do the rest of these guys now, and we're just going to, again, push them as far over as possible, break the minecart. Minecart, go get the mans, push them over, push them as far as you can, break the minecart, same thing, over here. Let's just get rid of that block, it'll make it a lot easier. Push him over, break the minecart, go get our minecart, go get the baby armor. Oh, he'll eventually grow. His entire life is just pain and suffering. That's all he will ever know. Okay, once you have all of that done, we're going to remove those rails. We're going to take our grass. We're going to place this back and remove all of our temporary scaffolding. So we're just going to remove all of these blocks. And once you've done that, we are getting extremely close to being ready to actually use the farm and absorb all of that sweet XP. This thing is incredible for mending your tools. Again, it is going to bring you from level 0 to level 60 in 3 minutes, which is insane to me. Like, this has got to be one of the fastest XP farms, like, ever. But once you, I don't think I even said, yeah, place down a ring of leaves around the farm, and just like that, we are now ready to go ahead and actually use the thing. I'm so excited. There is only one more block we need to place, and we're going to place the final block in survival mode. So we're going to place down a fence post right above the trapdoor. That way you can't accidentally fall in here. And more importantly, other things can't fall in there, like a chicken, because if anything falls inside of this hole from the top, it's going to knock the Trident, and then the Trident killer is going to be all messed up. And then the farm's going to lag out, and it's going to be a big deal. So make sure that this fence post is here. Once you have your fence post in place, all we have left to do is to throw the Tridents, and we're going to throw them at the center of the trapdoor because they are going to be sitting on top of that lightning rod. So we're going to take our Trident, throw it at the center of the trapdoor, the Trident, center of the trapdoor, center of trapdoor, center of trapdoor, center of trapdoor. All right, and the reason why this piston is here is because you have to throw these Tridents while the trapdoor is shut. If it is going all crazy and you throw the Tridents, it is not going to work. But once you have your Tridents thrown, we are ready to go ahead and start the farm. So in order to do that, we're going to go ahead and turn on the piston, which is going to knock all of our Tridents sideways. And you'll know that the thing is working if the Tridents go from the thrown position to laying sideways. This means that they are currently moving. Even though it doesn't look like they are actually moving. Now that we have done that, we are ready to throw our infestation potion. We're simply just going to throw it at the center of the horde. And then they are going to spew out silverfish, which we can then just sit here, collect our XP, hold all of our tools with mending, and just sit back and relax. This thing is incredibly fast. Again, 0 to 60 in 3 minutes. We're actually going to get like 62 levels, I think, is what I got when I tested this. I'm not sure if it's going to be exactly the same every time. It probably won't be. But but 62. It's going to be above 60, which is absolutely insane. I'm going to get back to you when this thing is done. It takes about 3 minutes for the potion to wear off, and yeah, I'll see you in a minute. As the farm slowly dies down, I have come to a very unfortunate realization in that the reason why I only got 55 levels instead of 62 is because one of these guys is a baby, which means I don't think it's giving me XP. That is horribly sad. The poor baby. But yeah, 55 levels from one potion is absolutely insane, and I've gotten 62 levels. I'm sure you can get even higher, and I think this confirms my theory that it is completely random, but it definitely generates you lots of experience points. The last thing I have to show you is how to reset the farm after relogging, and this is probably one of the more important parts of the video, so pay attention. What we're going to do is we're going to have to pick up these tridents because every time you relog, they're going to glitch through the trapdoor and end up on the lightning rod, and unfortunately, there isn't really a way to fix that, so that's why this piston comes in handy. We're going to stop the farm, we're going to remove this one block right here, which would mean that we can pick up the pistons, so I guess we got to pick up this one as well. Once we have those blocks removed, there's the dirt. We can go ahead and place back our dirt. We can then grab our tridents and we're going to rethrow them at that center trap door. Once we've done that, we can go ahead and start the farm again, throw our potion, and all will be well. I don't have a potion on me right now though, so let me grab one. Alright, as you can see, our tridents are set up. We've just thrown them, and in fact, I'm just going to wait to turn on the trident killer. We're going to go ahead and throw the potion at the center like we did before. The silverfish are going to spew out, and then we can go ahead and flick this lever, which is going to start the trident killer. And as you can see, it did it again. They fell on their sides, and you can see that they're moving around, killing all of those silverfish. We're collecting the experience points, and all is well. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC. If you want to download this world, it'll be on my website, which is linked in the description. Please consider subscribing, leave a like, and I will catch you guys in the next one. This is the easiest AFK chicken farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to produce tons of chicken and tons of feathers, so settle in and let's build. Alright, now the first thing you want to do is you want to find an area to build the farm in, and you can build it literally anywhere you want. It takes up very little space. It is extremely noisy though, so keep that in mind if you want to have it inside of your base. Maybe tuck it away into a corner, but make sure that it's still close enough that you're loading it pretty often so that way it's working as often as possible. Hey little guy. Oh my god, there's two of them. Alright, we're going to place down a chest in the front here, and then we're going to grab our hopper and place a hopper running into the back of that chest. From there, we're going to place down a block behind the hopper, and then we're going to grab our observers. We're going to place down an observer here with the redstone dot pointing in the back, so that way the face is looking towards the block, and we're going to place down another observer looking at that one, so that way it is powering this cobblestone block. And if we come over here, you will see that the redstone is turning on and off very quickly. This is going to power our dispenser, which we're going to place on top of this cobblestone block, and this is going to be constantly spitting out the eggs that get fed into the system. So if I just go ahead and throw in, let's say, let's not put lava in there, let's put our glass. It is just going to constantly spew out the glass, but in this case, it would be our chicken eggs. Let's go ahead and grab that. We're going to grab our glass now and place down our 2 glass on the front of the farm. And then we're going to place down 2 temporary blocks right here. And if you're having troubles and you're opening up items, like if you're opening up the hopper or you're opening up the dispenser, if you crouch by holding shift, or if you're on a controller by pressing in the joystick, or if you're on mobile by pressing the shift button, you'll be able to place items on top of containers like this, which is super handy. Once you have your temporary blocks there, we're going to grab our trapdoors and we're going to place down 2 trapdoors on both sides of these temporary blocks. Now, I like to use trapdoors because they look more aesthetic than having big, bulky sides. However, if you want to build this into a wall, let's say, you can absolutely replace the trapdoors with normal building blocks and then just have this in like a 1-tile space inside of your wall. You can absolutely do that. Just make sure that it is contained. And if you are building it out here, then I do think that trapdoors look pretty good. We're going to go ahead and place down a block on top of that dispenser now. And then we are going to go ahead and place down a hopper running into this dispenser. Again, crouch placing or shift placing or pressing in your joystick. From here, we're going to place down 2 temporary blocks. And then we're going to place down blocks on these 2 sides. And then on these sides, you can again place down your trapdoors if you are building it out in the open like me. Or if you want to build it differently and have it in a wall, you can absolutely just have normal blocks there. remove your temporary blocks in the center there and place down one ladder right here, so that way we can get in and out of the farm if you accidentally fall into the chicken cage. But this is going to be where the adult chickens live. For now, we're actually going to come down here and we're going to remove this cobblestone block, which is going to make it so that all of the eggs that are going to be laid by your adult chickens are going to collect inside of this dispenser, which is going to allow you to use those eggs to repopulate the farm, so that way you can have more adult chickens in the farm, making it faster. This is significantly more efficient than just trying to breed them, and that is the only method of reproduction. If you use the eggs and you breed them, you are going to get way faster egg production up here, which is going to result in more chickens down here. So I think we're ready to get our adult chickens in here. All right, the next thing we're going to do is grab our slab, and again, we're going to crouch place, or we are going to shift or press the joystick, whatever you got to do to crouch, and we're going to place down our slab on top of that hopper. From there, we're going to grab our lava bucket and place it above the slab. Make sure that you have no grass in the area. Has grass always been flammable? I have never seen grass burn before, but apparently grass is flammable, so now we know. So keep grass away from your farm. From here, what we are going to do is we are going to place down a trapdoor above your lava just to make it nice and safe. But if you want to have no block, you absolutely can. But make sure that you don't place a solid block, because if you were to place, say, a cobblestone block here, as soon as one adult chicken grows up, so as soon as you have, like, say, 10 baby chickens and one of them grows up, they're all going to die as soon as one adult chicken burns. So you have to make sure that it is either an air block above here or a transparent block like a trap door. So now when an adult chicken grows up, the babies won't die as well, which means that every time a baby chicken ends up inside of the farm and it grows up, it is going to die, get turned into cooked chicken and feathers, and Steve's lava chicken. Ooh yeah, is that what it is? Is that the Steve's lava chicken thing? But that is going to be where Steve's lava chicken ends up. It is going to go inside of this chest. But in order to have that chicken, we are going to need to get some adult chickens in here. So you can either throw your eggs with the eggs that you're collecting from the system, or, you know, the eggs that you've collected thus far, or you can, again, lead some chickens up here with some seeds, but I think throwing eggs is significantly easier, or in my case, I'm just going to spawn in a bunch of chickens. Now, let's say you have these chickens, they're going to lay eggs, they're going to end up inside of this dispenser. From here, you can take those eggs and put them back into the system, and you can also breed these chickens with seeds. Just make sure whatever you do not to open these trapdoors, because that will release the chicken empire. So I'm going to get about 50 chickens up here. I'm just going to guesstimate. Again, this is for Bedrock Edition, where there are no entity crammings. If you're on Java Edition, this is going to max out at 24. I do believe that is true, but that should be about 50 chickens. Keep in mind, the more chickens you have, the faster the farm will be, but it will also make the farm laggier. So these chickens are going to lay eggs. They're going to get put into the dispenser, which are then going to get shot out as soon as I replace this cobblestone block. So let's actually just let them collect eggs for a little bit. And if you also want, you can put a trapdoor over top of this ladder, so that way you can, you know, walk all over the top of your farm for whatever reason. That was a great voice crack. All right, I have absolutely no clue how long it's been, but it's been long enough that there are now 7 eggs inside of the dispenser. So if we go ahead and place down our cobblestone now, you'll see that the eggs get shot out at the glass, which then break. They spawn in the baby chickens. When that baby chicken grows up, it's gonna grow up into the lava. Oh, we got a few. They're gonna grow up into the lava. The drops are gonna end up inside of this chest. And again, as long as this is a transparent block, when one grows up, it's just that one that is going to die. Again, if this is a solid block, then they are all going to die. So that is extremely important to make sure that that is a transparent block. But this is Steve's lava chicken. I'm going to go ahead and AFK for right about an hour, because this is a relatively slow system to start. Just because we're waiting for these chickens to grow up. We're waiting for these chickens to start laying their eggs. But once it's going, it's going. And yeah, so I'm going to AFK for an hour, and I will see you guys in a minute. Alright, it has been about an hour now, and as you can see, we have just about 40 cooked chicken, which makes sense because, again, we have about 50 chicken up here. And for the sake of simplicity, we're going to say this is about 50, because I did all of the math off screen, and you were going to get about 1 cooked chicken per chicken laying eggs every single hour. So if you have 50 chickens, you're going to get 50 chicken per hour. If you have 10 chickens, you're going to get 10 chicken per hour. So the more chickens you have, the faster the farm is. And yeah, I mean, for having it be completely AFKable and it's so cheap to just have this tucked away inside of a corner of your base, I think it is a pretty good farm to have. Because, I mean, if you're playing for 12 hours a day, let's say, you've got a really nice grind going on the weekend, that is 12 stacks of cooked chicken that you could potentially have if you had it in... This is a good farm. Alright, that is going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, then please be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is OneUpMC, and I will catch you guys in the next one. This is the best mob XP farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to get you from level 0 all the way to level 50 in just about an hour. And on top of that, it's going to generate 3 double chests worth of items every single hour. This farm is absolutely insane, so settle in and let's build. Alright, the first thing you want to do is you want to find an area to build a farm in, preferably farther away from mountains if possible, and if you want to build it over an ocean, that's even better. Once you have a location picked out, we're going to take our scaffolding and we're going to build 72 blocks up into the sky. What this is going to do is it's going to make it so that we are not loading any entities on the ground. So when we're up there, we're loading nothing on the ground, which is going to make our farm even faster. And after building your Pillar of Doom, make sure not to fall off. So we're going to place down blocks going all the way around our scaffolding. So we're just going to place down a 3x3 of blocks with 1 scaffolding in the middle. From here, pick any direction because direction is kind of meaningless when you're this high up, and we're just going to extend it out. I'm going to go this way, so we're going to place down blocks going over here, so that way we have a 3x4. From here, pick a direction, either this side or this side. I'm going to pick this side, and we're going to build out 4 blocks. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we're going to finish this off to finish the platform, and then we're going to fill this in, leaving this 2x2 hole here because this is going to be where our Trident killer goes. From here, we're going to go to our scaffolding, and we're going to climb down the scaffolding. We're going to go down 4 blocks. Once you're down 4 blocks, I do believe this is 4 blocks, we're going to place down a cobblestone, or any building block for that matter, and we're just going to make sure. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. From here, we can go ahead and wrap our cobblestone around just to make another platform, and this is going to be where our auto sorter goes. So all of the drops in this farm are going to be automatically sorted into the different types of items. We're going to have 1 chest for rotten flesh, 1 for bones, 1 for gunpowder, and 1 for arrows. And then of course we're going to have some overflow chests, but this is going to make the system so much cleaner. And honestly, I would much rather build this farm over a gunpowder farm. So if you're considering building this and a gunpowder farm, this thing is going to produce basically just as much gunpowder along with all of the other drops. That's why I thought it would be awesome to include an item sorter. That way it kind of feels like you have 4 farms in one. It's insane. If you already built my design that I released 3 weeks ago, then this is a really easy change. And from this point forward, these are the changes that you're going to want to apply to the farm that you currently have. And I will let you know when we are done making changes and your farm is completely updated. So we're going to continue. And continue we shall. We're going to take our building blocks now and build out 4 blocks. And then we're going to continue this out to the edge of our platform. So we're just going to connect this up just like so. Go ahead and fill this in. And this is just going to be a nice little safety net for when we are building our automatic sorter. That way we're not falling off. And I'm going to say not falling off is probably a good thing. So when it's all said and done, you should be left with this sized platform, which is a 9 block by 7 block platform. From here, we're going to grab our chests now, and we're going to place down a double chest right here, and then we're going to place down 5 more, bringing us to a total of 6 double chests. And as you saw, we extended the platform out by 1 block wide. So this is what it should look like. You should have 1 block on the edge. And again, this is the platform that I'm recommending you build, but obviously if you want to make a larger platform, you absolutely can. And if you want to add fences around here, you also very well can. In fact, I would highly recommend that because I can very much see a scenario where you're checking your chests and walk off the edge like I just did there. Now that you have your double chests in place, we're going to place down another row of chests now, bringing the total to 2 stacks of chests. And again, we're just going to shift onto those. If you're playing on console and you're wondering why you can't place your chests on top of one another, all you have to do is shift or crouch to place down your chest, just like I am here. So that would be pressing down on your joystick that you use to move. Once you have your 3 stacks of chests here, we're going to grab our hoppers now, and we're going to place hoppers running into the backs of each of these chests. From here, we're going to place down some temporary blocks above these chests. Actually, scratch that. We're going to grab our blocks, and we're going to place down blocks going up the sides of the chest over here. And then we're going to grab our stairs, which are in my inventory, and we're going to place upside down stairs going over top of these chests. That way we can open it, and also it just kind of makes the farm, or the farm look a little bit better. From the back now, what we need to do is we need to run hoppers going into these stairs. So we're going to run these hoppers going into the stairs. These are our item filter hoppers, so this is going to be where things are getting sorted out. And then what we have to do is we have to come up one block higher. Sorry, I got really confused there for a second. We are going to grab our blocks now, and we are going to add blocks to this layer right here. And then we're going to remove this block next to this hopper, break this block, and place down our hoppers going all the way across. So we're going to place down a block at the edge of these hoppers, then run our hoppers going across just like so, all the way over to this hopper right here. This hopper right here. There we go. Oh my god. It was hurting my head so much. Okay. Now that we have this hopper here, this thing is ready to be auto sorted when we get to that. But we're going to build the Trident killer first. So we're going to grab our mud and place down the mud over top of those hoppers. And then we're going to grab our blocks, and we're going to create a rim of blocks going all the way around the mud. From here, we're going to grab our pistons now, and we're going to place down a piston right here, and then every block in an alternating fashion, so you kind of have like a windmill of sorts. We're now going to grab our observers, and the observers are going to look into the corners of the farm, like so. And we're going to place down all of those. The reason we're using mud, by the way, is because mud will allow the mob drops to be picked up by those hoppers, which is a really cool thing. So you can use this in tons of farms. Mud is amazing. We are now going to grab our redstone torches, and we're going to place down redstone torches on the sides of these pistons so that the observers are looking at them. So let's go ahead and do that for all of these pistons now, just like so. From there, it's going to create a clock, and these pistons are just going to continuously be firing. We can now go ahead and set down 4 blocks right here so we can get up here, and we're going to go ahead and place down blocks going around these pistons, the Trident killer, leaving this front section open where we have the blocks around this piston, as this is going to be where we stand when we want to collect the XP. Once we are done finishing off this row, we are basically done with the Trident killer. All we need now is a slab inside of this hole. So let's grab our slab, place down the slab, and just like that, we are now safe. So this is basically the entire bottom bit. We just need to do the redstone and then build the spawning part. But we're done with the Trident killer. Alright, heading around back now to the hoppers, we're going to grab our blocks and place down 4 blocks on the first 4 sets of chests. Then we're going to grab our comparators, and we're going to place down comparators coming out of all of these hoppers. So if you have to break a block like I just did, absolutely no worries. We got to get our comparators in there. Once you have your comparators in place, we can go ahead and grab our blocks, extend this out by 2 blocks right here. We're going to place down a temporary block and then a block down here. Extend this out so that it continues to the edge of our section here. And then we are going to grab our redstone repeaters, place down redstone repeaters facing towards the chests along these blocks that we've just placed. Take our blocks, and we're going to place down blocks right next to the repeaters so that the repeaters are running into the blocks. And then we're going to grab our redstone torches and place down redstone torches on the backs of those blocks so that the redstone repeaters are going into the blocks, which are then going to deactivate the redstone torch. We're now going to grab our cobblestone, place down cobblestone going around back here, and we're going to grab our redstone and fill this in with all of our dust. And the awesome thing about this is it is completely tileable. It is going to have overflow, so these last 6 double chests are going to be full of armor and stuff like that. And then what we're going to have is we're going to have all of our items sorted into rotten flesh, gunpowder, or however you want to sort it. So we're going to do our item filters now, which is how this is actually going to work. Usually when I design an item sorter, I would recommend renaming your items for a filter item, but seeing as only drops from the farm are going to end up inside of the system, and hopefully you're not throwing stuff in here, I feel pretty confident in using something like a sticky piston as a filter block. Now you could use something like dirt, but I think sticky pistons just look cool for the sake of the tutorial. But again, you can just use dirt or any block that you don't think is going to end up inside of the farm. But make sure that your filter item is never going to go through here. What we're going to do now is we're going to grab our items, and let's say rotten flesh is going to be first. So we're going to place down 5 rotten flesh, and then we're going to take our sticky pistons, or again, whatever filter item you want, and we're going to place down 10 filter items in every slot. Now you might be inclined to think, oh, well, why don't we just place 11 filter items and 1 filter item that we want to sort? The issue with that is that if this system gets overflowed, it could eventually take that last rotten flesh, which would then make the system get a little bit confused, which would result in items that we don't want being sorted into the rotten flesh chest being sorted. So make sure that you have 5 and then 4 stacks of 10. We're gonna do the same thing for this. So we're gonna, and I'll just show you. So we're gonna do 6, or we'll do like 7, and we're gonna take our sticky pistons again, 10 sticky pistons, and you will see that all of the gunpowder is going to flow through until we have 5 items. Isn't that so cool? That is how item sorters work. So I'm going to do it for the rest of these, and again, these are overflow, so you don't need to do the sorter for those. And it's going to be a little bit hard to show you that the system works until we actually get this thing up and running with the spawn platforms, but as you see, every single one of these filters look exactly the same. We've got 5 of the item we're sorting, and then our 40 item filters. So if I go ahead and throw in like a couple arrows, we'll do like, the skeleton just died. Now, all of the skeleton drops are going to go in, and I think this is our arrow chest. So yeah, you'll see that there are 2 arrows there. This is our gunpowder chest. If I go ahead and throw in like 3 gunpowder, or none, because it's not going to go in. If I go ahead and throw in 3 gunpowder or 2 gunpowder, and I check in here, 3 gunpowder, I guess, then it's going to end up inside of there. So this is super cool. If you made the easiest design, this is where that ends, and you've made all of the changes. So yay! Look at your upgraded design now. How much better is it? Isn't it awesome? For those of you who aren't upgrading your design though, and are just building this from brand new, we are going to grab our blocks now, come over to this platform here, and actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and throw that lever on front of this piston, just like that. That way this thing isn't constantly turning. And we're gonna grab our blocks, and we're gonna build 18 blocks up, so that way there is a 20 block drop, which is going to damage our mobs that we're dropping down here. So again, 18 blocks up. And after building your drop chute, this is what it should look like. I really, really love walls of chests. They look so industrial and cool. They make everything look better. Once you have your drop chute though, we're going to come up here and we're going to extend this platform out by 8 blocks in every direction. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Same thing over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, only do 2, because if you do all 4, it's going to look like a certain symbol. But we're now going to connect up all of these to create a giant square, which is going to be a 20 by 20 square, which is going to be the basis of our spawn platforms. And after connecting everything up, this is what you should be left with. And of course, now you would go ahead and fill it in. But if you're in creative mode like me for some reason, you can go ahead and fill in your command that you forgot to edit. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of that D, and now everything is nice and full. So we're gonna go ahead and remove this center bit here. Damn, I was really good at that. Okay, now that we have this center bit mined out, we are ready to go over to the rim of our farm, and we're going to create a rim going all the way around this spawn platform. So we're going to build a 20 by 20 rim. It is going to be 1 block tall, and then it is going to have a rim of stairs going on top of this rim of blocks. So we're going to finish this off and then grab our stairs. Once we are done with that rim, we're going to grab our stairs now. Place down your stairs. Oh my god, if I fly, it's so much faster. We're going to place down our stairs going all the way around here. And then once we're done placing down our stairs, we're going to grab our blocks. We're going to place down blocks going all the way around these stairs. And what this is going to do is it's going to make sure that no light is being let in through the stairs, because stairs are a transparent block. So you need to block them off with solid blocks, or nothing is going to spawn inside of your farm. So this is a very important step, and it's a lot easier to do it now than when you have giant walls preventing you from getting to the outside of your farm. Once you have this, it is starting to look a bit like a gladiator ring almost. We're going to create an infinite water source now, and we're going to place down just a simple little square with a 2x2 hole. Place in our 2 water buckets so you have an infinite water source. And of course, I mean, I have a water bucket, but if you use an empty bucket, you'll be able to grab a water source, go ahead and fill in your stair water bucket, stair, water bucket, stair, water bucket, stair. I think you guys get where I'm going with this. We got to do the entire farm. And if you've done everything correctly and everything is measured correctly, this water should go directly over to this rim so that all of the water is just on the very edge of this 2x2. And after waterlogging your stairs, you're going to want to place down these torches here, and you don't have to have them as organized as I do. I just wanted to make it look a little bit prettier for you guys than usual. And what these lights are doing, or these torches, is they're preventing mobs from spawning on this rim of blocks, which is going to speed up the rates of the farm, because these mobs that would spawn on the rim are no longer going to be taking up part of the mob cap, so these torches are relatively important, so I'd recommend placing them now while you still have the chance and it's easy to do so. We're now going to grab our blocks again and create another rim over top of these stairs, and what this is going to do is it is going to, again, just move the farm up. I'm just trying to fill the void with some words here. We're going to go ahead and fill in the rest of this rim, just like that. And once you have this rim done, we're going to grab our blocks again. We're going to place down a temporary block and then a block, remove this block. And in fact, this is not going to be a block. This is going to be a packed ice. So we're going to replace it with a packed ice. We're going to go ahead and fill in all of this. Now, you could use regular building blocks instead of packed ice if you want. However, using packed ice is going to make the farm slightly more efficient, so I would recommend using it if you have a Silk Touch pickaxe. But again, if you don't, you can use regular blocks. But since I am the one doing the tutorial, I thought it would be best if I gave you the best rates possible using packed ice. We're going to go ahead and line this up with the center of the farm, removing these 2 blocks. What this is going to do is it is going to create 4 miniature spawn platforms, which are each going to be 7x7 squares. So we're going to take each of these and continue them into a 7x7 square, which we can then fill in to make each one of our layers. Now, you can build 1 to 4 layers with this farm. I would recommend building 4 if you want maximum efficiency, but to be honest, you will have good rates even if you just do 1 layer. Having more layers is not going to double the amount that you generate. It is going to increase the amount, but unfortunately, it is not going to double it because there is a mob cap of 8 mobs that are able to spawn in the dark. So at any given moment, this farm maxes out at 8 mobs at a time, which unfortunately is just a limitation of Bedrock, because again, this is a Bedrock farm. Once you have filled in all of these platforms, we are ready to grab our trapdoors. Now, these trapdoors are going to be the same for each one of the spawn platforms, not just this layer, but if you're building 4 layers, you're going to have to do this 16 times. So we're going to grab our trapdoors now and place down trapdoors going all the way around the spawn platform. Once you've placed down trapdoors going all the way around the spawn platform, you can go ahead and open them up. But to be honest, it's probably quicker if you do these all at the same time. So like you did this one, and like you placed down all the trapdoors, then went ahead and closed them all. But I'm just going to show you how to do one of them. So we're going to place down a trapdoor in the center of, well, not the center. We're going to leave a 1 block gap. And we're basically going to create a grid pattern using trapdoors, and we're going to have a 3x3 grid like this. We can now go ahead and shut these trapdoors, and once you've done this to all of your spawn platforms, that layer is done. So imagine that I've got this on all of them, then that would be layer 1, and in fact, with the editing of magic, we should have that right now. After building all 4 of your spawn platforms, this is what it should look like. It looks really cool. I like to call it the waffle. Right now, it's looking a bit like a UFO almost. Kind of is like a UFO. I like it. We're going to grab our blocks now, and we're going to build up 2 blocks, and we're going to continue this rim so that it is 2 blocks taller. And what this is going to do is it's going to create a really easy system for me to structure block to create more layers, but it also makes the tutorial really easy to follow because we are literally building exactly what we just built, but on top of this layer. Unless, of course, you want to finish off the farm with 1 layer. If that's the case, we're just going to throw a roof on top. But we won't do that until the very end. I'm going to quickly show you guys how to use a structure block, actually, since you guys have stuck around this far, and it'll be extremely, extremely quick. All you need to do is once we finish this layer, you want to grab your structure block. Of course, you guys probably wouldn't be structure blocking this. We're going to go over to the corner here, and we're going to pick the bottom corner. Place down your structure block now, and we're going to set the coordinates. So as you can see, we've got the little diagram here. We're going to set this to 0 because we don't want to pick the bottom block up, so we want it to be nice and level with our spawn platform. It is 3 blocks tall, so we're going to set the Y to be 3. And do you guys remember how big the spawn platform was? It was 20 blocks by 20 blocks. Now that we have our area completely inside of the spawn platform, or inside of the structure block, we can go ahead and give it a name. We'll just name it Spawn Plat. We can go ahead and save it, saved in memory, switch it to load, and now I'm just going to pick block it. We're going to place it on top, go ahead and load it in. And just like that, we now have layers. Is that not so cool? I love structure blocks. They make my life so much easier. And now, hopefully, if you guys ever want to build something super big, you guys can use structure blocks, and it makes a little more sense. So now that we have all of our layers in place, it is looking extremely, extremely cool. And this is basically all we need to do. So we're going to throw a roof on top of the farm. Again, fill this in, 20 by 20 platform. Or if you're like me, we can just go ahead and place down the tildes. And we're going to go ahead and fill this with cobblestone. So once we have the roof filled in, we're going to go ahead and place down torches on the roof, which is going to allow us to not have mobs spawning on the roof, because again, that is going to take up from the mob cap cobblestone. There we go. And yeah, so now that we have this filled in, we can go ahead and grab our torches. We're going to place down torches on the top. I'm going to be honest, I don't have the energy to make it look nice like I did for the rim. So we're just going to torch spam it. And now that it's nice and safe and no mobs are going to spawn on top of it, this thing is basically done. All we have to do now is go back down here and go ahead and throw our trident into the farm. If you're AFKing at this thing, since phantoms exist, I would probably recommend building yourself a nice little enclosure so that you aren't being attacked by phantoms. I'm pretty sure the materials list only calls for 1 trident, but I much prefer using 2 just because it makes it a little bit faster. Go ahead and turn on your trident killer now. This is, again, your sorting system, so everything is going to end up down here. And we are ready to just sit and wait. The farm might take a minute to start up. I'm actually going to go ahead and check on it. And yeah. All right, it takes a minute to start, but once it does start, it is started. So as you can see, I've got 6 levels already. All of the items are ending up inside of the chest. In fact, let me just go quickly show you that. So if we go ahead and check in here, you'll see rotten flesh, some gunpowder. Farm hasn't been on very long, but it is really cool how everything is getting sorted. Oh my god, I love item sorters. Okay, we're going to come back up here now, and we're going to AFK for about an hour to see how much XP we get, and also check to see how many items we get. But this thing is absolutely incredible. Make sure that you're holding a looting 3 sword if you want the most drops possible, because, again, looting 3 is going to maximize the rates of this farm. And after an hour of AFKing, we have just under 50 levels, which is absolutely insane for a farm like this. These things are usually way slower. And if we come down here and we check out our items, you'll see that we have got quite a bit of rotten flesh, which would be great for trading with a cleric. We've got quite a bit of gunpowder. We've got, what is that? 5.5 stacks of gunpowder in an hour, almost 9 stacks of bones, 9 stacks of arrows, and then all of this stuff in here, which is crazy. This farm is insane. This is honestly one of the best farms that you can build in the entire game. Alright, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and I will catch you guys in the next one. This is the ultimate gold XP farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to get you over 1,000 gold and 100 levels every single hour, so settle in and let's build. First thing we want to do is find a nice open area to build a farm in, preferably far away from any mountains, and if you want to build over an ocean, you absolutely can, but this is a nice area, so I'm going to go ahead and build here. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to build 72 blocks into the air using our scaffolding, and an easier way of doing that is by taking our Y coordinate, which is 64 blocks, and then adding 72 blocks to that, which would give us a total of 136. So we're going to place scaffolding all the way to Y level 136. And I feel like this goes without saying, but depending on where you built your farm, it is not going to be Y level 136 unless your bottom coordinate is 64, so you're going to have to do the math for yourself. We're going to go ahead and grab our blocks now, and at the top of the scaffolding post, we're going to create a giant rim. Well, I guess it's actually a rather small rim of 3x3 blocks here. And then from here, we're going to take our blocks again, and we're going to build out 4 blocks to the right, or whatever direction you want. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead and fill in the rest of this platform. This is going to be where we AFK, and then we're going to grab our blocks again, and we're going to go out 3 more blocks, 3 more blocks, and we're going to have a 2x2 hole in the center here. So this is a 3x7 block slab, and then this little U-shape extension on top. And after building the AFK platform, we're going to climb down our scaffolding now, and we're going to count 6 scaffolding faces. So I hope that made sense. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that way we are 1 block lower. So we can go ahead and place down our block by highlighting the edge of the hitbox, just like that. Go ahead and climb up our scaffolding now. You'll see that we are on Y level 130. We're going to create a 3x3 rim going around the scaffolding. And just to double check, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scaffolding in between our 2 platforms. So that's going to be our AFK platform where we collect the XP. And down here is going to be the collection platform where all of the items are stored. We're going to extend this out to be 5 blocks wide. And then we want this to be 16 blocks long. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 blocks. Again, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go ahead and connect this up to create a giant platform where, again, our collection system is going to be. And we're actually going to be smelting the gold swords as well to get a little bit extra gold by smelting them into gold nuggets. Once you have your platform laid out like this, we can go ahead and grab our chests. We're going to come over to the edge of the platform here, leave a 1 block gap from the edge, place down a double chest, leave a 1 block gap. We're going to place down our double chest right here, give us a little bit more space, sorry about that. And then we are going to extend this out 1 more block by leaving a 1 block gap. Go ahead and finish it off, and this is what our chests should look like. We're now going to double up these double chests so that they are 2 chests tall. So that way we have a little bit extra storage, and if you want to extend these down, you absolutely can. You could literally extend this all the way down to Bedrock and just use this for literal days. All right, there are 2 minor mistakes we need to fix. First off, I misspoke. This chest should be 1 block ahead of this smelting chest here, so go ahead and make that change. And then up here, we want to make sure that there is a 2 block gap here, and I accidentally extended the platform out 1 block too many at the beginning. So once you have made those 2 minor adjustments, we are ready to go ahead and move on. Again, I do apologize. One last way to make sure everything is set up properly is your last sorting chest should be directly under your AFK platform on the last block. Now that we have all of that set up, we are going to grab our blocks again, and we're going to create pillars 3 blocks tall in between each of the chests. We're then going to go around to the front and grab our stairs now. Make sure that these stairs are upside down, that way we can still open up the chests on the top here. We're then going to come around back and grab our packed ice, and on these 3rd blocks here, we're going to place down our packed ice, and then we are going to grab our hoppers now, and we're going to run our hoppers into the backs of all of these chests and all of these stairs. So we're just going to go ahead and finish this off. We now want to grab our blast furnaces, and we're going to come around here, place down 2 hoppers running into this bottom chest here. We're then going to grab our blast furnaces and place down 2 blast furnaces on top of those hoppers, 2 hoppers into those blast furnaces in the front, and then 2 hoppers running down into those blast furnaces. We can then go ahead and set down a chest right here, which is going to be our fuel chest. And if you have leftover gold swords, which you probably will if you use this farm for a long time, you can easily build as many of these little smelteries as you would like. I'd rather just have the gold swords despawn, but if you really are hell-bent on smelting every single gold sword, then you can easily just extend this to have another super smelter right beside it. Okay, I hope that made sense. We're now going to grab our stairs, remove these 2 blocks and these 2 blocks as well, come around back and place down our pillars offset now, just like this. This is a little design change for you. And we're going to flip our 2 stairs upside down, so that way we can place down our levers to lock and unlock the hoppers, so that way you can collect the XP inside of the blast furnace. Right, and with those levers now, we are ready to go ahead and move on to the back. We have to put the redstone in, but first we want to come over here and place down a 2x2 of mud in our AFK chamber. We're then going to grab our hoppers, and this is going to be one of the weirdest collection systems you will ever see. We're going to place down a hopper pointing into this block right here. So we want to have a temporary block and then a hopper. Then we want to have a ice block right here, temporary blocks on both sides here, or actually those are going to be permanent blocks. We're then going to grab our droppers, and we're going to place down a dropper right here and a dropper right here. We can then go ahead and remove this temporary block, run a hopper into that dispenser, and then run a hopper into that hopper. So this is what it should look like. So on the rightmost closest mud block, we have a hopper running into a hopper, which runs down into another hopper, which runs into this dispenser. And over here, we want to have the same thing. So we're going to have a hopper pointing directly down and then a hopper pointing into the other dropper. So we have 2 droppers which are going to be collecting the items and spinning them out into our sorting system. We're going to come around back here now and place down a 3x3 platform. We're going to grab our observers now and place down an observer right here and then an observer right here. We're going to do the same thing. I am the king of symmetry, so I choose to have 2 observer clocks. However, if you would like to just have 1 observer clock, you are more than welcome to do that. Now what we want to do is we want to place down our blocks here. So we're going to place down a block right here. And then we want to make sure that this is fully encased in a U shape. So this is what it should look like from the front now. That was pretty confusing. And after letting the cogs cool down for a little bit, we're ready to move on. So we're going to grab our blocks now. And we're going to place down 3 blocks going across this second layer of hoppers, just like so. We're then going to extend this out to have 2 3x3 platforms, and we're going to go underneath of these platforms with a single strip of blocks. Now again, if you want to extend this platform out so you're not, hovering like I am, that's probably a good call. I would make this platform a little bit bigger to whatever you feel comfortable with. We now want to grab our redstone torches, and we're going to place down redstone torches on the sides of these blocks closest to the hoppers so that they are locked. We're then going to come over here, place down a temporary block beneath that block, and then a block right there. Go ahead and remove that temporary block to kind of create this shape. I don't even know what you would call that, kind of like a backwards J. We're then going to extend this out, going all the way across. Remove the center block right there, so we are left with 2 of these shapes. We're then going to grab our repeaters, place down repeaters going into each of those blocks, which are powering those torches. Grab our blocks again, place down blocks going across here. And we're going to remove that center block again, or you can leave them, it's really up to you. Now what we want to do is grab our comparators. We're going to place down comparators coming out of these hoppers right here, so 3 and 3. And yes, we are doing dual sorters here because I would like to have our storage accessible from the front. However, if you would like to have infinite storage just going across your entire thing and only doing one section of this, you absolutely can. And if that was too complicated and you didn't understand what I said, then honestly, this design is perfect for you. Now what we're going to do is grab our redstone dust. That was not meant to be an insult, by the way. Now we're going to grab our redstone dust and we are going to create redstone dust platforms, just covering the rest of this. And now we are ready to fill in our item sorters. But first, let's grab our blocks and we're going to place down blocks going up these pillars again. And then we are going to extend this to the other side. So we're going to create a 3-block strip on the end there. So that way our gold swords are going to get stuck on this last hopper. And again, if you want to smelt more of the gold swords instead of letting them despawn, then just add another super smelter right next to it. Now we are going to cover in the backside so that we don't accidentally flood our comparators and our redstone. And on the front here, this is completely optional. And of course, that's not in my inventory, but I like to use glass on the front. That way we can see our items going through the sorter. Again, we're just going to keep it going all the way to the last chest here. And that is the collection system done. If you want to throw a roof on this, you can. That is not the collection system done. We have to fill in our item sorters. So I'm going to grab the items and we're going to get going. Now to fill in these item sorters, instead of having to rename an item, I'm actually starting to recommend that we just use an item that we know will never, ever, ever go through the item sorter. In this case, I highly doubt bees' nests are going to be dropping from a piglin farm. So we're going to grab our golden nuggets. We're going to place down 5 golden nuggets in the leftmost slot. Then we're going to grab our bees' nests or whatever filler item you want to use. Of course, bees' nests probably aren't very achievable in survival mode, but any block will work here that isn't going to go through the farm. And if you want to stick with just renaming an item, you absolutely can as well. And this is what every single one of these sorters is going to look like. So if I go ahead and throw in another gold nugget, you'll see it gets sorted out and goes into the chest. Now I got to do this for the rest of these. We're going to do golden nuggets, golden bars, rotten flesh, and we're going to do the same thing, golden nuggets, golden bars, rotten flesh. Okay, and with each of these having the items already sorted like they are here, this is what they should all look like. Again, use whatever filler item you want, and on the super smelters, they are just regular super smelters, no need to sort anything, because all of the items that will go through the farm get sorted, so only gold swords will end up in these last 2 hoppers. So from here, we are going to grab our buttons, and we want to place down buttons in front of this ice block right here, this ice block right here, and then we want to grab our water buckets and place... Oh no, that was almost really bad. Place down a water bucket at the back end here, and then place down a water bucket in front of each of these buttons. So all of the items are going to get carried across here, and it actually looks really, really cool when it gets turned on because of the dual droppers. But this is the entire collection system done, and if you want to go ahead and throw a roof on this to make sure none of the items fall out, you absolutely can. So we're just going to go ahead and do that really quick. We are now moving on to the actual spawning mechanics. Congratulations, you have just built an item sorter. From the top here on our AFK platform, also, can we take a minute to appreciate the fact that this already looks like a complete build, and now we just have to build like an extension onto it? Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to grab our pistons, and we want to place down a piston right here, which is going to be 1 block away from the edge, and then again in alternating directions, just like this, kind of like a windmill. We're then going to grab our observers, and we want the observers to be looking into the corners of the blocks, just like so. And now we want to grab our redstone torches, place down the redstone torches on the sides of the pistons, just like this, so that it creates an observer clock. And this is basically going to blend the piglins into XP and their drops. We're now going to grab a target block and place down the target block next to that piston. Go ahead and throw down a lever on that target block, and then just go ahead and turn it on, so that way the Trident killer stops moving. We can now grab our building blocks, and we're going to create a rim going around the Trident killer, leaving a 2-block gap in the center here, and then again we're just going to create another rim, this time covering that gap, so that we have a giant tube, and then we are just going to extend this so that it's 20 blocks tall, so we already have 3 blocks, so from here we need to add 17 more blocks to the height. And after building your giant tube, we want to place down 2 slabs at the bottom of the chamber here, that way none of the baby pigmen can come out of the farm. Now we want to go over to our target block here and grab our redstone torches, place down a redstone torch on top of the target block, and then place down a block on top of that redstone torch. And we're going to do this all the way up the farm until we get to the very top. Now in survival mode, I know that this is annoying, but it is going to make the entire farm powered with a single lever, which makes it super convenient, and also you have a giant torch tower, which looks really cool. And once we get to the top of our torch tower, again, a 1-block gap so that we can still build our platform. We're going to come 3 blocks down on this block, place down 2 blocks right here, and then 8 blocks, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go ahead and place down a temporary block, and then a block right there. Go ahead and set down a redstone torch, and then a block, and then grab your redstone dust and run redstone dust going all the way across here. Now we want to grab our cobblestone, and we are going to build a 20 by 20 platform, and we're going to build 8 blocks in every direction. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Over here, we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. From here, we can connect up these 2 corners and create a 20 by 20 platform with our 2 by 2 hole for the drop chute in the middle. And with our 20 by 20 platform built here, we want to grab our blocks and create a giant rim going all the way around the farm. And we're going to do this with both regular blocks, and then we're also going to do it with stairs. And after placing down your rim of blocks and then your rim of stairs, this is what it should look like, but we're going to hold off on placing our water buckets for right now, just to make the building process a little bit simpler. So we're going to place down a block of obsidian right above our torch tower, count over 4 blocks, and place down another obsidian. Another way to check that everything's lined up properly is it should be centered around the center of your farm here. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but my cat is clawing at my door. He misses me so much. Then we're going to place down another block of obsidian, leaving a 4-block gap, and we're going to do the same thing over here, 4-block gap and a block of obsidian. So this is what it should look like now, and from here, we're going to create giant obsidian strips going across the farm to create giant 20 by 20 portals, which is going to give us lots of pigmen. So I'm going to build the giant portals. Again, these are 20 by 20 portals, so yeah. And after building all 4 of your portals, your farm should be looking rather impressive, all things considered. What we want to do now is grab our flint and steel, or if you're fancy, you can use a fire charge, and we're going to go ahead and light these portals to see which side of the portal our piglin spawns on. So they're going to spawn on the left side of the portal, which means we're going to build our lighting thingies on the right side of the portal. Such a technical name. So depending on the orientation of the farm, it could be different for you, so make sure that you know which side it is going to spawn on. Then we're going to go to this side, and we are going to place down 3 blocks. Go ahead and just remove that portal so that way we don't accidentally walk in. And we want to make sure that it is 5 blocks wide. Now we're going to make this platform for every single one of these portals on the same side of the portal. And after placing down all 4 of your platforms, we're going to grab our dispensers. That's very important. Make sure that this is a dispenser and not a dropper. And we're going to place down our dispensers in the corners of each of these platforms. Now I'm just going to show you how to build one of these platforms, and then you can do it for the rest of these. But we want to grab our blocks now, and we're going to place down a block right here. Blocks going all the way across to this platform, and blocks going all the way across to the other side of the platform. We're then going to connect these up here, just like so that each of these dispensers are connected to this redstone line here. We're going to place down a redstone torch above this redstone torch, and then again, we're just going to connect everything up with redstone dust, so that way everything is powered and the farm is currently off. So that means that these portals will not be lighting and unlighting, so that is off, and then down here, the Trident Killer is also off, and we're going to have to go ahead and light that up in a little bit. Now we're going to grab our blocks, and we're going to fill in these blocks here, just so that everything is nice and neat. And in fact, we're going to do this for the rest of the farm. So we're going to make sure that there is 2 blocks going above each of these stairs. And when it's all said and done, this is what it should look like. Again, I'm just going to show you how to build one of these, and then we're going to replicate it 4 more times on each of these platforms. From here, we want to grab our blocks, and we're going to place down blocks going all the way across our platform, leaving a 3-block strip in the center here. We then want to grab our observers and place down an observer looking into the hole here, so that when we flip around, we see the face. Go ahead and place down 2 more observers here, so that way they are powering this dispenser. Go ahead and throw your snow bucket in here, and yes, that does unfortunately have to be a powdered snow bucket. I know it's a bit of a journey to find a mountain, but it is well worth the journey. We're then going to go ahead and place down a rim of blocks going around here, leaving a 2x3 platform with the observers in the front. Go ahead and grab your trapdoors, open up all of your trapdoors, just like so, and then place down your lava above these observers, which is eventually going to light our portal. We are now going to grab our blocks and place down blocks going all the way across here, and make sure that these 3 blocks are left open, so that way the lava is exposed to the air. So as you can see, our portal is lit, and now we just have to do this 3 more times on each of these platforms. And I am just now finishing up the final fire starter thingy. Again, very official name, and just making sure that these are all the same, which they are, and we now have all 4 portals lit. From here, if we come down, we can go ahead and turn this on or off. Actually, don't do that yet. Don't do that yet. We do not have our water in place, so this thing is going to get overflowed very quickly. And in fact, there already probably are quite a few. Yep. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to grab our water buckets and just make a infinite water source right here. So just place down a quick 2x2 of blocks, and then go ahead and waterlog these so that you have an infinite water source that way you can just grab your water, go ahead and waterlog a stair. And we're going to do this for the entire farm. And I'm pretty sure that these guys actually shouldn't even be aggroed at you, because they are not the regular pigmen. But if they are, just go ahead and wear gold armor and all should be well. And after placing down all of your water blocks, they should all be flowing down into the center now, and we can go ahead and grab our trident and go down to the AFK layer here. Go ahead and kill off any pigmen that are already in here, and they should all be 1 tap. And then just go ahead and throw in your trident. You can throw 2 if you want it to be a little bit faster. Just like so. I guess it wants me to only have 1. Okay, so throw in your trident and go ahead and turn on the farm. The trident is going to fall down. It's going to start killing things, and if we've come up here, you're going to see that our portals are flicking on and off, and all of the pigmen are going down into the farm. This thing is, there are so many of them. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to load up this thing with our fuel, so let's just go ahead and grab some coal really quick. Where do you even keep coal? I'm just going to search for it. Coal. Go ahead and grab a couple stacks, and then throw it inside of this chest right here. So that way it is going to load up, and all of the gold swords are going to get smelted here. If we come over here, you're going to see that they're all getting killed, and all of the drops are getting picked up and sorted through the sorting system here. You know, sometimes things that seem convenient actually end up causing headaches later on. I created these 2 commands to just kill items and kill sheep. That way I didn't have them eating all of my grass, but that is currently making the farm unusable. So let's just go ahead and get rid of those. And if we come up here, we should see that the farm is now working after we slowly fly up and go ahead and turn it back on. You will see that the items, and turn it back on, you will see that the items are now getting sorted into the item sorter, getting thrown across, and then getting sorted into the various chests. The gold swords are getting over into the super smelter here, which are then getting smelted down into gold nuggets. And if we check here, you're going to see our gold nuggets are getting sorted. Our gold bars haven't dropped yet. Our rotten flesh is getting sorted out over here. More gold nuggets. So let's go ahead and AFK for about an hour and see how many drops we get and how many levels we get. Alright, just a little bit of transparency. I actually record my AFK sessions when I design the farms, but as you can see, an hour of AFK got me 100 levels. Exactly, this was a little bit more than an hour, but in that AFK session, I ended up getting about 95 levels, and all of these golden nuggets, all of these golden ingots, all of this rotten flesh, which could be traded with a villager, a cleric, all of these golden nuggets that accidentally skipped through the item sorter because I think that the droppers are too close to this first chest. But oh well, it gets sorted out over here. And then all of the golden nuggets from smelting down those swords. And again, look at all of the swords that you could smelt if you wanted to build another super smelter. And if you want to collect the XP inside of these blast furnaces, it's super simple. Just press down on the levers here, which are going to lock those bottom hoppers. Once you have the golden sword there, it is going to smelt down into golden nuggets. I have no clue how a golden nugget got there, but as you can see, the golden nuggets are getting smelted and they get stuck in the blast furnace. You can then go ahead and grab your golden nuggets, and I'm a very high level, but trust me, you got the XP. If we go ahead and unlock them, we can go ahead and grab this one as well. Same thing, there's a golden nugget in there. If we go ahead and grab the golden nugget here, you'll see I also gained some levels. Again, microscopic levels because I have so many, but levels nonetheless. And again, all of our golden nuggets here. So overall, this thing produced about 1,000 golden ingots and over 100 levels in just about an hour. This thing is absolutely insane. I hope you guys enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed making it. My name is 1UpMC. Please consider subscribing and leaving a like. My name is 1UpMC again, and I will see you in the next one. This was a hard video to make. A little transparency again. I am very sick and have been for like the last week, and I'm just getting through it. And I thought, you know what? I could record a video today. And I guess the comment section will determine if this video was good or not. This is the easiest AFK villager crop farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to produce carrots, potatoes, wheat, and beetroot. So without further ado, settle in and let's build. The first thing you want to do is find an area to build the farm in, and after doing that, we're going to grab our building blocks and we're going to build an 11 by 11 square. And after building your 11 by 11 square, we're going to raise it up to 2 blocks tall. That way no zombies can get in and no villagers can get out. It's important to note that this farm needs to be built at least 150 blocks away from all other villages, villagers, villager breeders, and iron farms, and especially iron farms, because if you build this near your iron farm, there's a very good chance that it is going to break your iron farm, and that would be very unfortunate. So make sure that this is, again, 150 blocks away from all other villagers. The next thing we have to do is find the center of our farm, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're going to count again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right here, we're going to place down a composter. We're going to come out by the diagonals by 1 and break this second block like so. And then going to go ahead and water log each of these blocks separately. And then we are going to place down slabs on the top sides, so that way the water sources are there, but the villager isn't going to fall in them, because if he climbs into the water and then he jumps out, he's going to destroy the crop next to him. So make sure that these are slabs and waterlogged. The next thing we're going to do is find the front of the farm, and to do that, we're going to go to the center composter here and decide which side you want the collection system to be on. So I want to collect my items from that side, so I'm going to take the composter, find the center of the wall, remove these 2 center blocks right here. We're going to go to this block right here, and we're going to dig a little L shape over 3 and then over 1. We're We're going to do the same thing, but we're just going to do it to this side, leaving a 3-block strip. We're then going to grab our hopper, and we're going to place down a hopper running into that block right there, place down a hopper running into that hopper, and then a hopper right here. Then we're going to go ahead and remove these 2 blocks and place down a double chest. From here, you can go ahead and place down a slab and a slab, place down a temporary block above that slab with a rail, and then place down your minecart hopper. Go ahead and break the temporary block. The minecart hopper is going to fall. Make sure the pig doesn't get in the way. Actually, I guess it doesn't really matter. No, my minecart hopper. All right, place down your minecart hopper again. Go ahead and remove the temporary block. We're going to go ahead and place down a block right here to keep everything in place. Just make everything look nice. We're going to replace that block as well. From here, we're going to grab our blocks and create a little U shape now, 2 blocks tall. And then on the front here, we are going to place down a trapdoor on the bottom half of this second block. So not on the top half of this block, but on the bottom half of the second block. Once you've made sure of that, we can now go ahead and till all of our soil. Just grab your hoe, and we're going to run around and till all of this soil. And some of the last steps we need to take before we get our villagers in here is placing down a block right here, and then 3 blocks across here, so that way the villagers can't jump on top of this trapdoor and then get up on the rim. And then we are also going to place down a bed right here and a bed right here. We're going to leave this center block open for now. That way we can drop our villager into the farm. Next, we want to make sure that this thing is lit up so that way there's no zombies in it. So we're going to place down a torch right here, right above that slab. We're then going to come over into the main area, and if you could jump onto your slab, that would be perfect. If you mess up the land, it's really not that important. The only reason why we tilled it so early is because, as you can see, we are hydrating the soil as we build the farm. We're just going to make it start up a little bit faster. From here, you can literally light it up however you want. I mean, for the sake of symmetry, let's just go ahead and line it up with the slabs to make everything look nice. But again, really, I think 1 torch would be enough. But yeah, so we're then going to place down a slab on top of this composter. That way the villager can, again, not jump up there and then ruin the farmland next to it. So this is completely villager proof. All of these spots are safe from the villager destroying the farmland. When getting your villagers inside of the farm, you can either do it via boat or via minecart. However, make sure that the first villager you get into the farm is in the center area. That way they will link up with the composter. And then once they're linked up with the composter, they will become a farmer, which is going to allow them to farm the tileable soil next to them. Now, this villager is not going to have a workstation, and that is on purpose. It is extremely important that this villager never picks up any crops whatsoever. Even a single carrot will completely ruin this farm, so make sure that this villager is a complete, like, it has no inventory space whatsoever. Or it has never picked up an item in terms of farmables. Okay, enough said. Get your second villager in here, which cannot be a green coat. And unfortunately, the only tool I have is an iron hoe, so that might have been a rather painful death. So you're going to make sure that the villager you get is not a green coat and will actually be breedable with this villager here. So all we have to do now is give this guy something to plant. I'm going to give him a ton of carrots. That way he can plant all of the soil. But you can literally give him whatever you want. I would recommend only using 1 type of crop per farm. You can build as many of these as you would like. And yeah, so he's going to go ahead and start planting now all the way around the farm. And this is going to take a while. In order for this farm to start producing stuff, it takes around 3 in-game days, or you can give your villager like 8 stacks of carrots if you have it. If that is a possibility, that way he is immediately going to trade. And in fact, I would recommend just helping out this villager plant the field if you can. But again, yes, giving your villager enough stuff, so 8 stacks of items, will make it so that he will not only plant this, but he will basically immediately start showing signs that the farm is working. If, however, you only have like enough carrots to fill the farm, it's going to take about 3 days for him to harvest everything, fill up his inventory, and then he's going to start sharing with the other villager. And yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and give him some more carrots. That way we can go ahead and speed this thing up so I can show you it working in action. Guys, I think I broke him. He's having a seizure. Oh, I think this is what happens when his inventory is maxed out, actually, because I just picked up, he had a stack. It's like if I throw him 1 more. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, I'm in 30 FOV because I was just about to start the time lapse, but as you saw, he just threw some carrots, which meant that I overfed him and he has nothing to plant right now. So those are going to end up inside of this chest. And in fact, I overfed him by quite a lot. So we're going to wait and see how many carrots that end up going through here. And then once those are all filtered out, I am going to start a time lapse so we can see how fast this thing is. All right, the chest is now empty and I'm going to AFK now. So I'm just going to set up my camera. I'm going to AFK for an hour and we're going to see how many drops I get. It has now been just over an hour, but keep in mind for the first 30 minutes or so, there was very little activity going on because none of the carrots were like even remotely grown. And then he started actually harvesting them. So within that latter half of the hour, we were able to get just about 5 stacks of carrots. And if we multiply that by 2, because again, it was about 30 minutes with nothing going on, that would be 10 stacks of carrots every single hour, which is absolutely awesome. That is a lot of carrots. All right, that's gonna do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC. This world is available for download on my website, so if you want to download it, go ahead and check it out. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. This is the easiest villager breeder for Minecraft Bedrock, and as always, there'll be a world download in the description. Alright, the first thing we're going to do is find a place to build the villager breeder and make sure it's at least 150 blocks away from all other villagers and villages. And especially iron farms. Make sure it's at least 150 blocks away from iron farms, that way you don't accidentally break your iron farm. After finding a place to build the villager breeder, we're going to dig out a 3x3 hole and then dig down another layer so that we're left with a 3x3x2 deep hole. After doing that, we're going to place down a temporary block in the middle and a building block on top of the temporary block. Go ahead and break that temporary block, and then place down 4 trapdoors going around the center block. The next thing you want to do is place down 4 temporary blocks on top of this block, so 1, 2, 3, and 4 blocks like this. We're going to go ahead and break this 3rd block now, and place down an upside down dropper, so just climb across on your trapdoor, place down your upside down dropper, then we're going to grab our composters, place a composter on both sides of that block, and a glass block on the back. We're going to get the villager in here, and then we're going to place down the glass block. So for right now, we're just going to leave it. All right, the next thing you need to do is transport 2 villagers over to your villager breeder, and after doing that, we're now going to put them inside of the chamber. So the first thing you want to do is remove these 2 temporary blocks, and then we're going to remove this trapdoor temporarily, replace it with a building block, and then place down a rail. Leave this center block without a rail, that way they actually disengage with the rail when they're inside of the chamber. We're then going to go ahead and push this first villager into the chamber just like that. We're then going to place down a temporary block on one of these composters, place down a slab right here upside down, go ahead and break your temporary block now, and we're going to also break his minecart. So now he is inside of the hole. We're now going to do the same thing with the next villager. We're going to push him into the area, go ahead and break his minecart as well, and we now have 2 villagers inside of our chamber. Now we're going to break this rail and the temporary block, replace the trapdoor that we placed down earlier, and now we can go ahead and open all of these up. And just clean up your area and get rid of any rails that you use to get the villagers inside of the chamber. Alright, after your villagers are inside of the villager breeder, we're then going to place down a temporary block above this trapdoor, then we're going to break this block and replace it with a piece of glass. Go ahead and break that temporary block, and if you haven't already, throw down a torch on the block the villagers are standing on. I actually can't break the torch because the villagers are in the way, so yeah, place down a torch on this block right here. We're then going to fly up here or climb up here and wrap a bunch of blocks around the dispenser to create a 3x3 platform. Go ahead and break your temporary block here and place down 4 beds in a circle just like this. You can see that they linked up to those beds, so now they are ready to breed, and the 2 extra beds are so that they actually have room to grow the village. We're then going to go ahead and break this middle block right here, place down a lever on that dropper, and this is how we're going to feed our villagers. Alright, there's one more thing we need to do before we can start breeding these guys, and that's by placing down a water bucket in one of these corners, so the water is flowing down into this corner, so this is going to be where all of the baby villagers end up. Now you have a couple options from here. You can either send your baby villagers away in a minecart, or you can send them through a nether portal, or you can just create a giant water stream. It's really up to you, but it's super important that you get the baby villagers out of here, that way they aren't linked to these beds. And in order to breed villagers, you need to give them food, so we're going to go ahead and throw in 9 stacks of bread into this dropper. That way we can just flick the lever and then they will get the food and then they will breed. Now, an important note is I went ahead and put bread in here, and there's a very good reason for that. In order for villagers to breed, they need to have 12 points of food, and bread is worth 4, whereas everything else is only worth 1. So carrots, beetroot, or potatoes will only give you 1 point of food, whereas bread will give you 4. So bread is the superior breeding food, but if you don't have that, that is perfectly okay. You're just going to need to give them more food. So all you need to do is go ahead and flick this lever repeatedly, that way they collect the food, and if you wanted to automate this with some sort of like redstone clock, you very well could, but as you can see, they are now trading the bread, and in a minute you're going to see the love particles, which means that they're breeding, and then we'll have a little baby villager pop out. He's going to walk off the trapdoor, and then we can go ahead and send him away. Alright, as you can see, they are now breeding, so any minute now we are going to have a baby villager pop out. You're going to see him spawn at their feet, and then he's going to walk off relatively quickly, and there we go, he actually just got shot right out. So we have got a baby villager here, and if they still have enough food, they're going to breed again because there's still an empty bed, so that way we can have 2 villagers, and yeah, as you can see, I gave them enough food. They're going to make a second baby villager, and then this is going to be maxed out. So that is the limit for baby villagers or villagers that you can have inside of this villager breeder. So in order to have more villagers spawn, we're going to need to go ahead and get these guys out of here. And the easiest way to do that is just doing a little of this, and don't run away. It's fine, I promise. We're going to go ahead and kill that guy off too. And as you can see, they are breeding again. So in an ideal world, you wouldn't be killing your villagers because that's kind of meaningless, but you would be transporting them away to somewhere far away where they unlink from the beds. Alright, that is going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. And if you haven't already, go ahead and check out my second channel. It'll be on screen and in the description. With that said though, my name is 1UpMC, and I will catch you guys in the next one. This farm is going to give you food, feathers, emeralds, and XP, so let's get into it. The first thing we're going to do is grab a chest or a barrel, whichever you would prefer, and we're going to go to the back side of the chest and run a hopper into it. We're then going to grab 2 glass blocks and place down 2 glass blocks on top of the chest, a block behind the hopper, and then a dispenser pointing towards the glass. We're going to grab a slab now and place it in front of the dispenser, and then our blocks, and we're going to place down 3 blocks on both sides of the farm. Next, we're going to grab a hopper and run it into the back of that dispenser. We're then going to grab our blocks, and we're going to place down 2 temporary blocks on top of that hopper, and then we're going to place down 2 blocks going on all sides of those temporary blocks. We can then remove our temporary blocks here, and just so it looks a little nicer, I'm going to add 3 blocks on both sides so that it looks like an actual structure. We're going to place down a lava bucket right here, and then we're going to grab a trapdoor. We're going to grab a trapdoor and place it above this lava, and we're going to come over here, place down a temporary block and then a trapdoor, break the temporary block, open the trapdoor, place down a ladder here, and now we are ready to get our adult chickens in here. Now the easiest way to do that is just by using, well, spawn eggs, but if you're in survival mode, then just normal chicken eggs. And once you have 2 adult chickens in here, all you're going to do is breed them, and all of the eggs that you get are going to be collected inside of this dispenser, which you can then just return in here. Now you're going to want to have about 50 chickens in here so that you have some pretty good rates. And once you have 50 chickens, the last thing we have to do to make this fully automatic is place down an observer right here and an observer looking at that observer. So the arrows should be pointing in opposite directions, and this red dot should be flicking on and off, so anything that goes into this dispenser, aka eggs, are going to get shot out, and then all of the baby chickens are going to be put in this front chamber here. And now that we have the automatic chicken farm, we're now going to create the Fletcher chamber. So this is going to be where our villager sits that we're going to trade with. So all you're going to do is create a right angle, just a right angle, that's not really a triangle. And then we're going to build this up like so, going all the way up 3 blocks, place down a block right here, and then place down a fletching table in the front. We're then going to place down a torch on this block right here, and make sure that this is the only workstation in the area. So actually, when I said that this could be a barrel, this actually does have to be a chest, or the villager will link to the barrel and become a fisherman. So it's very important that this is a chest and this is a fletching table, and there are no workstations in the surrounding area. After that, we're ready to get our villager in here. Now, I just plopped him in, but an easy way to get him in here would be by creating a rail cart and just pushing him in that way. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and plug this up now and throw down a bed behind him. That way he never sleeps because he won't be able to reach the bed, but he is going to link to it. He's going to become a Fletcher, and as you can see, we can then trade feathers for emeralds eventually. I think he needs to be a master though. So I'm going to trade with this guy until he's a master, and then we will see the trade. And as you can see, after trading with him for a little bit, you will eventually unlock the trade where it's going to be 24 feathers for 1 emerald. Now you can reduce this trade by curing him or having the... oh, what's that effect called? The thing after you finish a raid. Good Omen? I'm going to call it Good Omen. Whatever it's called. If you have that, or you infect this guy and cure him, then this trade is going to be even less. But 24 is not going to be a problem with this farm. This thing is going to create so many feathers and so many chickens, just assuming you're in the area. Alright, that is going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Yay, we got our first baby chicken. This is the easiest wither skeleton farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and as always, there will be a world download in the description. The first thing we're going to do is head on over into the nether, and after doing that, you want to find yourself a nether fortress, and you want to find one of these sections right here where you have the 4 crossroads and then this little structure. Now you might notice that there are quite a few mobs in the area, so I would recommend killing off all of these mobs and then building a wall in the surrounding area, that way you can't get attacked while you're building the farm. After clearing the area of mobs, we're going to go ahead and break this structure right here, so we want to level this all down so that it is nice and flat. We're just going to get rid of this entire thing. So we're going to break this layer and then all of these roof blocks as well and just get rid of all of this. And after you've cleared out the farm to look like this, we're going to go ahead and in every single one of these corners, knock out these 3 corner blocks just like this in every single one of the corners. And then we're going to go ahead and place down 3 more blocks just like this. So basically, we're just making the area bigger so that we have a nice square. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is a 7x7 square, but I'll go ahead and count it in a second. And yes, it is a 7x7 square that we are going to be building the farm in. In the center of the square, we're going to set down 2 temporary blocks right here. We're then going to grab our trapdoors, and on this second block on the bottom half of the block, go ahead and place down your trapdoors just like this. Go ahead and place down a slab on top of that second block, and then grab your cobblestone walls or whatever type of walls that you ended up using. We're going to place down a wall right here and then just go all the way around, kind of creating like an outline around those trapdoors. And then on this front side, we're going to leave these 2 blocks empty. Now what you want to do is get yourself a piglin inside of this area. So we're going to go ahead and break these 2 temporary blocks. Now what you want to do is get a piglin standing inside here. Now the easiest way to do that is just go around and find one of the piglins in the surrounding area, put them in a minecart, and then push them in. I'm going to go ahead and just place one down like this. And now what we're going to do is just go ahead and dig out a 2x2 hole in front of this section. That way nothing is able to touch it. He shouldn't be able to touch it even if this is level, but this is going to be how we get the wither skeletons into the kill chamber. They are agitated at the piglin, which is going to make them run over into this square, and then of course we're going to kill them in a trident killer. Now what you want to do is set down an anvil, and we're going to go ahead and name this name tag. We can name the piglin literally whatever we want. This is just so that he doesn't despawn. So I think we're going to name him Bob the Piglin. I think that just works. We're going to go ahead and place that on him. That way he doesn't despawn. And from here, we can go ahead and just kill off these wither skeletons. That way they aren't in the way. And we should also just kill off anything else. Again, if you had your walls that I recommended you build, then you wouldn't have to kill anything because this area would be nice and clear. But after doing that, we are ready to continue with the farm. Next, what you want to do is grab your trapdoors, and we're going to place down 2 trapdoors right here and 2 trapdoors right here. Go ahead and open all of those up, that way that they think that these are full blocks, and they're going to fall into it. Next, what you want to do is dig down by 3 blocks, so 1, 2, 3, and then dig over 1 block to create a 2x2 by 4 deep hole, just like this. Then what you want to do is grab your hoppers, and we're going to place a hopper running into this block right here. Again, having those walls would be extremely useful. But there we go. We're just going to run this hopper right here, run 2 hoppers into that hopper, and then run a hopper into any one of those hoppers. So all of the items are going to flow over into this block right here. So we're going to go ahead and break all of these blocks, set down a double chest right here, and then clear out this area so that we have an area to AFK and stand in. Next, you want to grab your pistons, and we're going to place down a piston on top of that chest, break this block and place down a piston, break this block, place down a piston, break this block and place down a piston. So all of these pistons are in alternating directions. Now what you want to do is break this block, this block, this block, this block, this block, this block, and then again, these 2 blocks, and then the block next to the piston, these 2 blocks, and the block next to the piston. What this is going to let us do is place down redstone torches on this side of the piston, just like this, inside of the 2x2. And then what we're going to do is grab our observers and point our observers so that they are looking at those redstone torches. That way we can have a nice little trident killer here. And this is going to make the farm completely AFK. Now what you need to do is go ahead and fill in all of those holes. That way you can actually get things in here without them falling into the holes. Then we're going to break this block and this block temporarily so that we can get over inside of the kill chamber, where we're going to AFK, close this off, and then place down a slab right here. And this is going to be where you stand while you AFK. This is going to allow you to collect all of the XP, and it's going to make it so that you are nice and close to the farm. Alright, you might notice that we are now trapped inside of the AFK area, so it would be a good idea to have a way out of here. Now you have 2 options. One, this is a perfectly good wall and you can make a nether portal here. That way you can just walk in and out of your wither skeleton farm from the overworld, and that is definitely something that you can do. But the easiest way to do it is go on the side with the chest here, and we're going to dig over 5 blocks until we hit the nether fences on this wall right here. Go ahead and break these fences, and then break all the way up to the surface. From here, we're going to place down scaffolding, and that is just going to allow us a really easy way in and out of the farm. It's going to run right up here. This isn't going to affect the farm whatsoever. You're going to be able to climb down here and then get inside of your AFK area. If you're feeling a little unsafe, you could just add a door right here, and that would make it so that you are completely safe. But as you can see, this thing is already filling up with a ton of mobs. Alright, I went ahead and added a door here and a nether portal. However, in the materials list, I only included the scaffolding because that's all that's really necessary. This obsidian portal and this door are little extras. So what we can do now is just go ahead and kill off everything inside of the chamber, just that we can go ahead and throw in a trident, and from there, this thing will be completely AFK. So we're just going to go ahead and throw a trident at that piston right there. And then again, we just saw all of the XP get collected by me, and all of the drops are going to end up inside of here. Let me just drop in some of the other drops that I have picked up while building this. And again, this is going to give us wither skeleton skulls. So the best way to do it is to get a looting 3 sword, which I'm about to do. And then we're going to go ahead and AFK and collect up all of the drops. And one final thing that I forgot is you are going to need to place down a lever on this piston. That way we have a way to turn the farm on and off. After doing that, if you want to add more storage, it's really simple. All you're going to do is break this block, these 2 blocks, and then we might as well break these blocks as well. We're then going to place down a double chest right here, and again, breaking blocks does make this process significantly easier, and you can always go ahead and replace them later. So I just went ahead and placed down a hopper right there. We can go ahead and place these blocks back, and just like that, we have completely doubled the storage, meaning that we could technically AFK for twice as long. Again, this is by no means necessary, but if that's something you want to do, that is a very easy expansion that you can make to the farm. But if we go ahead and sit here with a looting 3 sword, you can see that that wither skeleton is getting destroyed by the Trident killer. If we stand here with a looting 3 sword, we are going to get around 20 to 30 wither skeleton skulls per hour, which is an insane amount because that is, let me do some quick math, around 6 to 10 withers per hour. Yeah, 6 to 10 withers per hour worth of skulls, which is absolutely incredible. That is plenty of nether stars. But yeah, all you have to do now is sit here, AFK, collect tons and tons of experience, and all of the drops. Alright, that is going to do it for today's video. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is OneUpMC, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. This is the easiest raid XP farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and as always, there'll be a world download in the description. The first thing you want to do is locate a pillager outpost, and then we're going to go ahead and kill off all of the pillagers in the area, so that way you're not constantly getting attacked. After that, we're going to go ahead and flatten out the floor, so we're just going to fill this in, and we're going to get rid of this chest, and then we're going to grab our glass panes, and we're going to fill in all of this area. It's a little tricky because the hitbox is small, but we're going to fill in this area in between these logs so we can find out where the spawning spot is. And after filling in this area with glass panes, all we're going to do is leave the area now so that way a pillager can spawn. And as you can see, we had one spawn really nice and quick. If nothing is spawning, just go ahead and run away and come back until something spawns. And eventually, you'll know where to find the pillager. We're going to go ahead and break all of these glass panes now. And once we've done that, we should have 4 glass panes left, trapping the pillager, and then we can mark out that spot. This is getting really messy. Okay, there we go. We're going to go ahead and kill this guy off now, collect his drops, and for the sake of it looking nice, we're going to replace those blocks. We're then going to grab our packed ice, and we're going to remove these 2 blocks right here. I do apologize for the clip, but I actually built the farm wrong in my previous recording, so I had to go back and fix the mistake. You might have noticed that the entire roof is gone, and that's because we're going to remove the roof all the way down to the layer of the floor. With our spawn spot marked out, we are going to build out to either this direction or this direction. You might notice that the spawn spot isn't centered, and we are going to make it so that we are going to extend it to 3 blocks long in one of the directions closer to the edge. I hope that makes sense. We're then going to grab our blocks now, and we're going to place down blocks going all the way around our ice, and an extra layer of blocks right here. Go ahead and remove those blocks, and we're going to place down soul sand in those locations. So let's quickly grab our soul sand, place down our soul sand now, grab our scaffolding, place down 6 scaffolding over top of the ice, and then with our blocks, we're going to make 2 more layers worth of blocks here, just to keep the water and the pillagers contained inside of the farm. And then finally, we're going to top it off with a layer of leaves going across these 3 blocks, and then on this side, we're going to create a square using glass and leave these 2 blocks open because this is going to be our water chute, which is going to bring the pillagers up to our AFK platform. That way you are able to get the ominous bottles from the top of the farm. We're then going to we're going to place down 2 water sources right here, grab our fence gates, and we're going to place down our gates right here. Go ahead and open those up. So anything that spawns in here is going to get pushed across, and then the AI is going to walk itself into the bubble column. We are then going to grab our scaffolding, and we're going to come over to this block right here. I prefer building on the right, and it's probably easier if you just follow me. So we're going to go to this block right here, and we're going to place down a scaffolding, and we're going to place down 24 more scaffolding. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 scaffolding. From here, we're going to grab our leaves, and we're going to place down leaves going all the way around this top scaffolding to create a nice little platform for you to stand on. And we're going to extend it to the left because we built on the right side of the farm. And you'll see we already have pillagers spawning inside of the farm. We're then going to take our leaves, and we're going to build over 3 more blocks, extend this by 3 blocks, extend this by 3 blocks, and then place down 2 blocks at the back. So this hole should be centered with that water chamber down there, and this is going to be where our hoppers go. The next thing we're going to do is come down to a layer. However many chests you want, just bring it down to that layer so it's nice and easy. I'm going to build 3 chests just for the sake of, simplicity, and we're going to build over another 2 blocks. We're then going to build over to the edge of this layer, which is going to be right here, and then extend it over 1 block. Then we can go ahead and grab our chests now, and we're going to place down a double chest here, run a hopper into that chest, and then grab another chest, place down a chest, and then place down a hopper, and then place down a chest going over top of that hopper. So we have 3 chests, and that's going to be the storage. Realistically, you are going to want to have more than 3 chests because this farm is fast. We're then going to run hoppers into one another, and this one is going to run down into this chest right here. And then what we're going to do is grab our pistons, place down a piston right here, 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 and here, so they are all in an alternating pattern. We're going to be building a Trident killer, but I prefer to call it the meat grinder. We're then going to grab our observers, and we're going to make the observers look at these air blocks. So the observer is going to be running into the piston and looking at the corner right here. And oh my god, this is hurting my head. There we go. We're going to grab our redstone torches now and place them on the edge of these pistons, just like this. And if you've set everything up correctly, you should have a clock like this. And then all we're going to do is go ahead and place down a lever, turn it on, and that's going to power this piston, which is going to stop the clock. The next thing we want to do is come down to where our pillagers are here, and we're going to grab our glass, and we're going to run this glass all the way up to this area up here. We're going to build up 2 blocks extra on this side, so that way we can actually funnel them in. And we're going to do this for the entire chamber. So you can leave the corners though, because that obviously doesn't affect keeping them contained in the bubble column, and it also doesn't do anything for keeping the water contained. And then we're going to finish off this one, and then finally we do these 2. We'll be crazy and we'll do them at the same time. I actually think it's faster to do them one at a time. But once we build all the way up here, we're going to simply throw down some fence gates, so that way we can funnel them into the same Trident killer, so all of the ominous bottles are going to end up inside of your storage. We're then going to place down glass blocks going across like this, and we're going to go all the way around the farm, except for this block. And you know what? We'll even do the corners. I'm feeling rich today. And finish it off like this. Place down a final piece of glass there, and then a slab, so that way we can collect the XP and stuff. We're then going to go ahead and grab our fence gates, place down fence gates going across like this, go ahead and open them up the same as we did down there, and then we can go ahead and place down 2 more glass just on top of here. We're going to grab our leaves now, and we're going to place down leaves going all the way across the glass now, just like so, and leaves right there. Place down leaves going right there, and then we're going to grab our blocks, and we're going to build 10 blocks from this leaf layer. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we're going to do that for these blocks. We don't have to do the corners again, because of course, they are not going to keep anything contained. At the top, however, it is a little bit easier if you do fill in the corners. So this is going to be our drop chute, where all of the pillagers and raid stuff is going to fall down. From here, we're going to build out 8 blocks in both directions. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do the same thing over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then go ahead and connect this up so you have a giant spawn platform for everything to spawn in, and go ahead and fill in this area. And once you have the spawn platform built, we're now going to build a giant rim going all the way around the farm. And we're going to build this so that it is 6 blocks tall with building blocks, and then 1 block tall with leaves. So that's going to look like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then a leaf layer. And once you have all of those layers complete, you should have a giant box, which is looking rather nice in my opinion. We're going to grab our blocks now, place down a block in the corner over top of this hole, place down a leaf block over top of that block, and then we're going to place down signs. So we're going to place down 1, 2, 3 signs, 1, 2, 3 signs, and then a sign right here. Go ahead and place down a lava stream going from that block, and this is going to kill off all of the ravagers, whatever they're called, because they are not going to fit inside of this hole. Next, we're going to place down a sign in the corner of this drop chamber, and then in the opposite corner, we're going to go ahead and place a block. We're then going to place down 8 more blocks going out in both directions, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, making this total line 9 blocks long. We're going to do the same thing on this side. Then we're going to fill this in so we have a nice big triangle for the water to flow on. And then once we're done this, we're going to place down another block on top of this layer right here, and then 2 more blocks just like that. Go ahead and place down your water bucket now, and this water is going to flow all the way over to the edge here. And the reason we have that sign is because, of course, we're going to have water on that sign. So everything in the raid farm is going to fall down this hole. And the last thing we have to do is build this bubble column. So I know we place soul sand here, but we're actually going to remove that soul sand because it's a lot easier to place down dirt and then build giant kelp streams going up. So we're going to go up top here so we can place down our water bucket, make a temporary hole in this glass, and then in here, we're going to grab our water buckets, and without waterlogging the fences, we're going to place down a water source block here and a water source block here. We're then going to go down to the water elevator, and unfortunately, we are probably going to have some pillagers, so I don't think I have a sword on me. We're going to grab a sword. There we go. Kill off the pillager. Yay. All right. Then we're going to grab our kelp, and we're going to place down kelp so we turn all of those flowing blocks of water into source blocks. And then once we have gone all the way up to the top, I'm hoping that I place this in the correct spot in the video. Before you break the kelp, we are actually going to move these fence gates. Originally they're here. We're going to move them 1 block in, so that way there's flowing water here. I have a tendency for building things just slightly wrong. Then we're going to go ahead and kill off these pillagers, so that way we can throw in a trident. We can go down to the bottom again and replace that dirt with soul sand, which is in turn going to break the kelp. There we go. And then if we let go, whee, we go all the way up to the top. And then they're going to walk off into this area. Let's just grab that kelp. And then all we have to do now is go ahead and fill this in. You'll see we have the pillagers up here. The next guy that comes in is going to push that guy into the kill chamber. So let's go ahead and throw a trident in there really quick. There we go. Nope. There we go. Perfect. And now we are ready to turn the farm on. And the last thing we have to do to make this a raid farm is get a villager in here. And I suppose because of the new bad omen bottles, or ominous bottles, this actually is a little easier. So we're going to go ahead and place 2 blocks and then 2 leaves. Place down a bed, go ahead and break those blocks and replace them with leaves. And then we're going to place down leaves going around here and here. We're going to replace this leaf with a fletching table or any workstation. Go ahead and fill this in just like this, and then place down your villager in here. Bye-bye. That one was a sacrifice. There we go. Fill this in, and then just make sure that he's nice and safe, and throw down a torch in here so nothing spawns like a zombie. Now, of course, you just can't spawn them in, so you're gonna have to use a similar bubble column or a rail to get him up here. But once he's in, you are ready to go. So if you haven't already thrown your trident in here, then go ahead and do that. And because we were working on the farm, I'm sure we have a ominous bottle. We have plenty. Ooh, let's use an ominous bottle 5. And there we go. And just like that, we have started our very first raid using this farm. So this thing is going to just keep spawning raids inside of this area. So I'm not exactly sure how... I know I have the effect, but it doesn't start a raid right away for some reason. So I guess I'll just wait here until we get the raid effect, which should be any second now. And there we go. We now have a raid going. So this thing is going to start up. It's going to spawn its first wave. And because it is an ominous bottle 5 or bad omen 5, I'm pretty sure this is a level 5 raid, which is the best raid that you want to use for this farm. So there we go. That's our first wave. All of these guys are falling in here. They're going to die to the Trident Killer, as well as all of the pillagers down there are also going to die to the pillager meat grinder. My head is all over the place, guys. I apologize. All right, that is going to do it for today's video. Again, I apologize if this video was really messy. I swear to God, I was having an aneurysm or something. Everything that could have gone wrong while recording this went wrong. This video has taken me like 3.5, 4 hours to record because I actually recorded this entire video and then I went and watched the clips and every single video file was corrupted. And then when I went to try and build it again, I built the farm 1 block off. So this has been a bit of a headache. And that might be why it was a little harder to follow this tutorial. I do apologize. I'm really sorry. But if you still enjoyed, which I hope you did, and this is useful to you, then please do consider subscribing and leaving a like. My name is 1UpMC, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. This is the easiest automatic potion brewer for Minecraft Bedrock, and as always, there will be a world download in the description. The first thing you want to do is find a 3x3 area to build the farm in, and then we're going to place down a barrel here, run a hopper into the back of the barrel, and then place a brewing stand on top of the hopper. Now this is going to be where all of the fully brewed potions are going to end up. Next, we're going to grab our hoppers again and run a hopper into the brewing stand, and then we're going to place down a barrel on top of the hopper. Now this is going to be the barrel where all of your water bottles are stored, so make sure that thing is always stocked up. We're going to grab our hoppers again and run a hopper into that brewing stand, and then a hopper running into that hopper, just like so. Grab your sticky piston now, and we're going to place down a sticky piston next to the barrel, pointing in the same direction as the brewing stand, and then place down a redstone block in front of that sticky piston. Place down a temporary block right here, and then a sticky piston. Go ahead and break your temporary block now, and place down another redstone block. We're going to come up here now with our droppers. We're going to place down a dropper on top of that redstone block so that's pointing into the hopper, and do the same thing right here so you have 2 droppers both pointing towards these 2 hoppers. We're going to place down a temporary block right here and grab a dropper and point it upwards into that hopper, break the block, and finally come on this side and place down a temporary block right here, and then place down a dropper on that block, again pointing into the hopper. Break the temporary block now, place down a block on top of the sticky piston, and then a button. And that is the entire farm built. Now I'm going to show you how to stock this thing up and how to use it. Alright, I'm going to show you how to make a full strength invisibility potion, but this is going to be a guide for making any potion, so let's get into it. First things first, this is your water bottle barrel, so this is going to be where we empty out all of our water bottles. Just fill this thing up, make sure that everything inside of this device is fully stocked, that way you have no weird hiccups. Next, we're going to go to this dropper next to the button. This is going to be your nether wart dropper, and it's always going to be your nether wart dropper. This is the first dropper that goes off. We're going to come over here now, and this dropper on the edge on the side, this is going to be the first ingredient that you want going into your potion. So we're making an invisibility potion, so the first thing that goes into it is a golden carrot. We're then going to come down here, and we're going to go ahead and place down our fermented spider eyes as our second ingredient. So this is your second ingredient dropper. And then this dropper right here is going to be your type of potion determiner. So this is going to be where you put your glowstone powder or your gunpowder or your redstone dust, drop it in there, and then we're going to come down here, go into the brewing stand, and we're going to go ahead and place down our blaze rod. That way it has the fuel so it can actually brew things. So what we're going to do is go ahead and press the button. It's going to drain out any potions that were in there, in this case just water bottles. Go ahead and grab those water bottles and put them back. You're only going to have to do that once when you first start the farm. But as you can see, it's brewing away. We've got the nether wart going in there. If we check the hopper, it's in order: golden carrot, fermented spider eye, and then redstone dust. So when this is all said and done, we're going to have invisibility for 8 minutes, and those are going to be the potions we're making. And then once the potions are made, we can go ahead and press the button again. It's going to drain them out, and then it's going to try and make another potion. So I'll just wait for that to happen. And just like that, the potion system is done. We've got our invisibility potions inside of the brewing stand. This is the glorious part about it. Let's say that you have a fighting arena, and you just want to be able to grab some potions on the go. All you're going to do is go ahead and press this button. It's going to automatically empty out all of the potions, and it's going to start making new ones. So it's going to refill itself. So here we have our invisibility potions, and as you can see, it's going right back to work so that way you have more potions, because of course you're going to be using these ones. So whenever you take potions from here, make sure to press the button, go out, and when you come back, you're going to have more potions ready for you in the brewing stand. Press the button, grab your potions, leave, have more potions. It really is a nice little system, and again, the best use cases for this is, in my opinion, say you're going on a mining journey and you want to have night vision potions. Having a bunch of these set up would be super useful, or again, if you had like a fighting arena, it would also be super useful in that context too. But that is going to do it for today's video. Again, this world will be available for download. I'll go ahead and label all of the dispensers as well. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and we'll catch you guys in the next one. This is the easiest item sorter for Minecraft Bedrock, and as always, there'll be a world download in the description. This item sorter is 15 blocks long and 9 blocks wide. However, for every 3 items you want to add to this sorter, you have to extend it by 4 blocks. So if I wanted to sort out 3 more items, then I would go over here, 3 more items here, 3 more items, and so on. So really, it all depends on the amount of items you want to sort. For today's tutorial, we're only going to be sorting out 5 items, with our last slot being allotted to miscellaneous items. We're now going to come to the leftmost side of the item sorter and mine out 5 blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're then going to go to this 3rd block in the line, place down a dropper facing upwards, and then we're going to grab 2 hoppers and run them into each other, going towards the front of the sorter. We're going to place down a chest on this hopper right here, and then grab our blocks, and we're going to place down 3 blocks going across here and 2 blocks right here. We're then going to grab our observers now, and we're going to place down an observer facing in this direction, there we go, and then another observer facing in the opposite direction. Just like that. There we go. Perfect. And we can then grab our blocks and place down 3 more blocks right here. We're going to grab our glass now, and we're going to place down 6 layers of glass on top of this tube, and this is going to be our item elevator, with the last layer having a bend so that way we can flow items with a water stream. Guys, I'm scared. I haven't been in the new update. I don't know if this is the new update, but why do wolves look like this? And once you've built your tube, it should look like this. You should have a U at the top, so that way we can flow our items over all of the sorters we're gonna build. And you can also go ahead and test out your filter here. So we go in here, it's going to shoot up the entire item elevator, and it should be on this glass block right here. If it isn't, that means that you have missed a block or piece of glass, and it will get shot out right there. Now we are going to place down the chest that we're going to be using, but right now is a perfect time to place down the flooring, so that way we aren't mining chests later on. So we're just going to go ahead and replace all of these right now while it is still easy, and we're also going to place down blocks right here. After doing that, we're going to grab our chests, and we're going to fill in this entire area with double chests, and we're going to make it so that it is 5 blocks tall. We're going to do that for both of these sections of the sorter. The next thing we're going to do after placing down the chests is grab our hoppers, and we're going to run hoppers into every single one of these chests. And we're also going to place down temporary blocks across the top here, so that way we can run hoppers into those temporary blocks, because that is going to be our filter hopper. So everything is going to get sorted through this hopper, and all of the items are going to get crossed over it. We can then go onto this side, and since we have these temporary blocks here, we're going to place down 3 upside down stairs over top of each of the chest segments, and then we can grab our blocks and fill in the gaps in between all of the chests, and we can also replace that center temporary block with a block as well. We're going to do it on this side as well, just like so, and that is going to be our front display, or whatever you want to call it. So we're going to place down the rest of the hoppers, and then we can actually get into some of the redstone. After placing down all of your hoppers, we're going to grab our building blocks now, and we're going to place down a row of blocks on this second layer of hoppers. Then we're going to build out by 1 more block, and then we're going to build underneath of this second layer, just like so. Place down a row of temporary blocks right here, and then another set of building blocks across this row. We're going to grab our redstone repeaters and place down redstone repeaters on all of these blocks. Come to the backside now, and we're going to place down redstone torches on this layer of blocks, just like this. Go ahead and break your temporary blocks now, and we're going to come up here, place down another set of temporary blocks. We'll place down a temporary block there. These are going to be building blocks, so we're going to run those across, break this center block, then we're going to place down blocks over top, and we're going to place down our comparators coming out of those hoppers, and then grab your redstone dust and place redstone dust on every single one of these blocks, just like that. I actually just did this wrong. This row doesn't need one. So on your last section, you actually want to have no filter. That way, all of the items that go through here are going to end up in a chest. If you don't have this and you're trying to sort every item, a lot of your items are going to despawn. So I highly recommend having a miscellaneous chest. Alright, this is more of a personal preference. However, I really like covering this tube. That way you can't see stuff behind your sorter. And I like bringing all of this up to 1 layer. So we're actually going to place down blocks like here. Actually, these are necessary. I'm more so talking about this tube. I like wrapping blocks all the way around the tube, so that way all of the items are nicely contrasting with whatever block I use, in this case, gray concrete. But again, this is very much just up to you. This is all decor, so I'll do that off screen. Up here, though, these blocks are necessary because this is going to be where we actually run the items. So go ahead and break these glass blocks now. We don't need these. And we're going to place down glass right here. And that is going to keep all of the items inside of the chamber. We're going to grab our building blocks now and do the same thing on this side, just run blocks all the way across. And we're going to place down blocks right here. Again, I really like filling this area in, so I highly recommend doing it. And we're going to place down 1 block right there, so that way we can still run water, and we're going to place down a packed ice in this hole. Alright, place down your packed ice in the center here, and then place down a button on that ice. We're then going to grab our water bucket and place the water bucket in this corner. That's going to flow across, and then we're going to place down another water bucket on the other side of this button. So any item that goes in here I guess it's going to go into the first slot, but if we go ahead and throw in like a red concrete, it is going to go up our tube, and then it's going to get pushed across and picked up by that first hopper, which should put it in here. Actually, nope, it is going to be in here because of the item sorter. Perfect. So now what we need to do is we need to put in our filters so that way we can actually sort out items. But I'm really quick just going to make this look a lot prettier because it's looking a little unfinished right now. And the only thing we have left to do is label the chests and actually make it so it sorts stuff. Alright, the next thing we need to do is get our named items, and these are going to be our filter items. So I just saw Armadillo Scoot, and I haven't seen it before, so this is the item we're going to be using. You can name it whatever you would like. Of course, I'm a YouTuber, I'm going to go with subscribe, and we're going to name 3 stacks. That should be more than enough. Each filter is going to use 40 filter items, and then we need to rename this one as well. Subscribe. Scrubby. Nope. Subscribe. There we go. Did I? Okay, good. They're all the same. Okay, what we're going to do is I have sorted these out to diamond, gold, emerald, amethyst, and quartz. So we're going to go into the first one here. This is diamonds. We're going to go ahead and drop in 10 of our filter items in these last 4 slots, just like this. One more. There we go. And then grab our diamonds and go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If I go ahead and put in 6, you'll see that 1 gets taken out, and that is either going to be in that hopper or it's going to be in our chest. It's in our chest. Absolutely amazing. So now we need to do this for the rest of these chests, so gold, emerald, amethyst, and quartz. And then once I am done that, I will show you this entire thing in action, and it is quite awesome. And now that I've filled the filters, we are absolutely done with these filter items. Go dig yourself a hole and drop these in here, because the last thing you want to do is put them inside of your sorter, because that would destroy the entire thing. So please never ever use those items again. And I guess we can finish it off and fill in the roof. And just like that, we now have a completed item sorter. If I go ahead and drop in all of our items, we should have 59 of each of the items that we're sorting. And I'm also going to throw in a stack of redstone torches. So when it's all said and done, we should have 59 of every item and then 64 torches in the remaining chest. So I'm not going to sit here and watch all the items flow, but as you can see, the item filter is really cool, or the item elevator is really cool. Yeah, I will cut to when it is all sorted. Sorry, I'm eating a candy. It's almost done though. So these torches are flowing through. If I go and check in the diamonds, you'll see 59, the gold, 51. Oh, what? Oh. No, that makes so much sense. The items were flowing into the dropper faster than they were getting sorted. Okay, I don't even know if this thing... Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna take a deep breath. It worked exactly as it should. The items were getting sorted. The items were going into the dropper faster than they were getting spit out, so they were not coming out in order. There we go. That is the final thought. Here we go, 59 diamonds, 59 gold, 59 emeralds, 59 amethyst, 59 quartz, and 64 redstone torches. Alright, that is everything done. That is the entire item sorter. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video. It was actually kind of weird to make. I'm kind of all over the place. I don't know if this is a good thing or not, but it was kind of fun to make, and yeah. This is the item sorter. I hope you guys enjoyed. World download will be on my Discord, and please consider subscribing and leaving a like. My name is 1UpMC, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. This is the best super smelter for Minecraft Bedrock, and it's going to smelt items 24 times faster than a regular furnace. I've gone ahead and laid out the size of the design because it is a relatively large design. It takes up 30 blocks in length and 2 blocks in width, making it absolutely perfect for being built into a wall in, say, a mega base. If you don't have a mega base, though, then just building this in an open area like this will do absolutely fine. We're going to place down a block on the edge here, and then we're going to grab our chest and place down a double chest. This is going to be our storage for all of these smelted items. We're then going to grab our hoppers, and we're going to place down 24 hoppers in a row. But again, if you've already cleared out your 30 by 2 space, then you know that you only have to go until there are 3 blocks left, meaning that we don't have to count these hoppers. But again, placing down hoppers is a slow process because you got to be crouched. All right, so there we go. We now have our 24 hoppers in place. So we can grab our furnaces and place down our furnaces now, and I guess I can fly now. So we're going to place our furnaces, and that is going to bring us to a total of 24 furnaces. Now, if you want to smelt 25 items, we can do that. Whoops, we're just going to place down another hopper and a furnace. This is the maximum number of furnaces that you can use for this hopper chain, because any more furnaces than this, and suddenly you are smelting things faster than you're carrying the items to the storage. So I would recommend having 24, because 24 just kind of works nicer with Minecraft's numbers, 24, 8, 64, things like that. And I just think that that's nicer than doing 25. But again, if you do want to have 25 items smelted, you very well can just add in your extra furnace. But do not do 26, because then it will be smelting items faster than it's carrying them to the storage. All right, I feel like I've cleared that up. We're going to grab our hoppers now, and we're going to place hoppers on the backs of these furnaces. And this is going to be how we fuel these furnaces. So this is going to be where our coal comes in, or your lava, or whatever you end up using. We're now going to grab our blocks, and we're just going to place down 3 blocks right here, or 2 blocks right here, 2 blocks right here, block right here. And then we're going to flip over and place down 2 upside down stairs, so that way we can open this chest and still make it look relatively nice. We can now grab our redstone lamp and place it right here. This is a completely optional thing. If you would rather just have it be a block, you very well can. I much prefer having a lamp, because then you can tell when it is on and off. But I do suppose that having the minecarts going back and forth would be a good indicator of if it is on or off. We're then going to place down a block right here next to these furnaces. We're going to grab our hoppers now and place hoppers going into each of these furnaces on the top. This is going to be our supply line, so this is going to be where the iron comes in, or whatever you end up smelting. On the end here, we're going to grab our blocks. We're going to place down 3 blocks right here, going across, and do the same thing, but only 2 this time, and then build up like so. We're going to leave this block open for now, and we're actually going to come back to this side and build up the other side, so that it is 3 blocks, and place down a block right there. Once you have everything like this, these 2 sides are basically symmetrical, except this side we're using a redstone lamp. What we're going to do now is we are going to grab our rails, and we're going to place down our rails. So we're going to place down a rail right here, a temporary rail right here, and then we're going to grab our regular rails, and we're going to place down 8 going forward. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And on this 9th one, we're going to place down a powered rail. Do the same thing again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then we're going to do this on the 9th rail again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and again right here. We can then go ahead, and finally, we're going to place a temporary rail right there. We're going to grab our blocks, and on every side of the powered rail on this side, we're going to place down a block, and then a block, and then a block, and on this one, we don't need that block. We're then going to grab our redstone torches, and we are going to power every single one of these powered rails, and this is not going to lock the hoppers, it is only powering the powered rails. Speaking of which, you might have seen me looking at this top hopper line. It's because we need to have a rail there. We're going to grab our rails again and place down a powered rail on the edge, and we are following the exact same pattern as before, so we can just go ahead and fill this in, place down our rail, fill this in, and then place down our rail, and then fill this in. And what this is doing is it's making sure that the minecart is constantly traveling at full speed. That's why we have 8 spaces between the powered rails. That is how long it takes for the speed of a minecart to dissipate. So it's going to keep going at full speed, making sure that all of these furnaces are adequately fueled and adequately supplied with things to smelt. Now that we have all of our rails in place, we can go ahead and remove that rail right there. That is a temporary rail. We're going to place down a block right there, so that way the minecart doesn't fly off. Same thing on this side. And this is what you should be left with. Now, this is actually the entire thing done. We just did an entire tutorial in a single take. You might have seen at the beginning, though, in the intro, I had a wall here. That was simply because the thumbnail looks better without having the giant air gaps in between the hoppers. But if you just want it to be 2 blocks wide, you absolutely can. This is a functional super smelter. And again, if you did want to change this, you very well could. And it's actually relatively simple. If you just go like this, it's like you're mining 4 blocks, and then you're going to throw in a hopper, and then a furnace. I guess I'm committed now, so I guess now we're going to have 25 furnaces in this array, but we're going to throw that there, and then our rail, and then our rail, and then break the block. And just like that, in like 20 seconds, we added the other furnace. So now this smelts 25 items per furnace round. So every 10 seconds, 2.5 items per second get smelted through the super smelter. And I'm going to show you how to use it right now. I also have just realized we are not done. We need to place down the hopper right here and then a double chest. And finally, one more block just to finish things off. And now things are done. We just need our minecart chests. I keep getting ahead of myself. Bam. And bam. And just go ahead and turn this off. When they come back, they will both be linked up and then they will be in sync. And this is going to be your supply line. So we're going to throw our raw iron, for example, in here and our coal in here, or your fuel. I'm going to go ahead and label these chests and fill everything up. All right, the chests have now been labeled and they've been stocked. Up here, we have our raw iron. Down here, we have our coal. And of course, that coal is fueled from the front. So you can just stand here and reach and fuel it with whatever you want. It doesn't have to be coal. And again, I've just gone ahead and labeled them. I kind of like this design. If you want to go ahead and copy that and throw in your 3 item frames and some smeltables, I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. That way, if you have people that you're playing with, maybe a younger sibling, then they won't mess up the chests. But we're going to go ahead and pull the lever now, and this thing is going to start up. All of these chests are going to be fueled, and if we go ahead and look in them, each one of them is perfectly supplied. Of course, these ones have been gone over twice, 3 times, and oh my god, it's just, I don't know. There's something about super smelters. I always say this every time I build one, but I genuinely think they're one of the most satisfying things that you can build, especially in Bedrock Edition with these minecart chests on rails and all that stuff. But yeah, that is the entire tutorial, I guess. I hope you guys enjoy it. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Also, by the way, I'm sure many of you guys know this, but my channel was actually hacked on March 9th, and I have since regained access, but that was a whole headache. I'm glad it's over, but I just want to let everyone know that Brad G, that whole crypto thing, was not me, and I apologize to all of you guys for having to, share that on the channel. But unfortunately, that was out of my control. Really unfortunate situation. But again, everything is better now. I love you guys. I hope you guys enjoy it. And this was helpful. See ya. This is the easiest tree farm for Minecraft Bedrock. And as always, there will be a world download in the description. Alright, the first thing I'm going to do is find a nice open area to build the farm in, and after you've done that, we're going to build an 18 by 18 square, so the interior of that square is going to be 16 blocks by 16 blocks, and the easiest way to make that square is to build out by 18 blocks, and then build out by 17 blocks, and then go ahead and connect up that square, and the inside should be 16 by 16, and I'm going to do that right now. And after you've built the square, you want to come inside, and what we're going to do is we're going to count over 8, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Place down a temporary block right there and go on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Place down a temporary block right there. We're going to do the same thing over here. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Temporary block. And just to make sure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And place down a temporary block. So now we know where the center of the farm is, so we're just going to take these temporary blocks and build over into the center, doing this on both sides of the farm. Then go ahead and make a 2x2 platform, and then we can go ahead and get rid of all of these temporary blocks. After we've marked out the center of the farm, we need to decide where we want the front of the farm to be, meaning where we want the items to flow. So I want the water to flow down this way and have all of the items end up in this corner right here. So in order to do that, we're going to come over to where we place down this platform, and we're going to mine the blocks that are in line with the closest layer of temporary blocks. So we're just going to mine out this strip right here, and we're going to do the same thing on this side as well. But the awesome thing is that when we go over here and we place down some water on this back wall here, because this is going to be how we flow all of the items over, you're going to see that it goes right up to this ledge, and this is going to allow us to mine out this area of the farm without dealing with water. And after you have mined out this area and you have 2 separate layers here, we're now ready to remove this layer of blocks. So we're just going to break 1 block here to continue the water stream, and we're also going to mine the dirt underneath of our platform, and we're just going to keep going across just like this. Now all of the water is going to flow over here except for where the platform is, but we're about to move that anyways. But on this 1 block strip, we're just going to break this strip going all the way across, and then whatever way you want your items to flow, we're going to place down a water source in the opposite direction. So again, I want my items over here, so we're going to come in this corner now, place down a water bucket, and on this last block right here, we're going to mine this block and then mine all of this dirt as well. We should be left with 1 block right here, and this is actually going to be where the hopper is. So we're going to remove these 2 blocks and then these 2 blocks. Then we have 3 blocks right here. Go ahead and mine out these 3 blocks. Place down a double chest, and this is going to be the collection system, and then place down a hopper running into that chest. Now what you can do now is you can mine out these blocks right here, so these 3 blocks, along with this block so that you have access to the air. Grab your ladders now and place down 3 ladders just like this. That way you can get in and out of the farm and collect all of your drops. If you want, you can place your blocks back here. Those are really just unnecessary, but you can place them if you want. Again, that is going to be where all of the drops end up. Alright, and going back to the center of the farm now, we're going to make the actual platform here. So we're simply just going to place down 4 dirt blocks on top of our temporary blocks here. Go ahead and remove those temporary blocks, and then place down 2 pieces of dirt just like that with a ladder. This ladder can literally go anywhere on the platform, but this is going to be where we stand when we plant the saplings. Alright, I've gone ahead and put myself in survival mode to show you guys how to use the farm. So all you need is 4 saplings. After you have 4 saplings, you never need to punch another tree again to get a sapling, because this farm is going to do it for you. All you need to do now is place down your 4 saplings, go ahead and bone meal them just like this, and after you have one of these trees, we're just going to mine ourselves a staircase up the tree. Now, the faster your axe, the faster the rates are going to be, because obviously you can mine down more trees. But once we get to the top, we're going to mine this thing all the way down. Now, the awesome thing about this farm is that you're going to get tons of apples, tons of sticks, of course, tons of wood, and tons of saplings as well. And of course, we are never going to miss another drop again, so all of these saplings are going to end up in our collection system, along with all of the wood. So if you were doing this in something that didn't have those water streams, obviously you would lose quite a few drops. So if we get to the top here, all we're going to do is mine our way back down through the center. So we just need to clear out this top area, so mine all of these blocks, mine this block, and then this is the most fun part. Let's just go ahead and collect that wood really quick. Now this is the most fun part. All we're going to do is stand right here and mine our way down just by spinning in a circle. This is always my favorite part about using this method, and it's so simple and it's so fast because you can just keep planting these. Now because that was the first tree I planted, all of the saplings are going to end up inside of the collection system, like I said earlier, so we're going to have to wait for this tree to despawn before we can use the farm again. But once we get those saplings back, we can plant another tree, and of course, using this tree, we're going to get so many more saplings than just 4, meaning that we don't have to come back here, collect the saplings, and then go back. So this is probably going to give us right around 9 saplings. As you can see, they're falling here, meaning that we could plant this 2 more times, come back to the collection system, and then collect more saplings. And now that the tree has completely decayed, we can take a look at what we ended up getting. So as you can see, we got 14 spruce saplings, meaning that we could probably plant around 4 trees, because I'm sure we would pick up at least 2 saplings while we were planting them. And we also ended up collecting, I think, 2 or 3 extra spruce logs, and of course the 10 sticks. Now if we take these, all we have to do now is come back to the farm, and all we're going to do is the exact same mining method. Place down your 4 saplings, go ahead and bone meal them, and after they grow into a tree, now this could not be a more annoying variant. If we go ahead and mine it the exact same way, you might notice that I have an enchanted axe now with efficiency 5 and unbreaking 3. Now this is going to make it even faster to use, and of course, if you can afford it, a haste 2 beacon would make all the difference. You would practically be annihilating these things in probably half a second. That might be a little bit of hyperbole there, but yeah, as you can see, exact same mining method, it works just the same. And of course, once we've mined this one down, the awesome thing is since we have so many saplings in our inventory, all we have to do is replant the saplings here, go ahead and bone meal these, and these are going to immediately grow into a tree. And we got another annoying one. What are the odds? So if we go ahead and mine this one, I think you guys get the point. It's a pretty cyclical cycle, but again, if you do this fast enough and with these good enchantments, you could easily get 7,000, maybe 7,500 logs per hour. I don't really know, but yeah, this is quite fast. Alright, that is going to do it for today's video. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. Alongside this farm, I would highly recommend building a Bonemeal farm, and I have plenty of those on my channel. Just to name a few, I would recommend either a fish Bonemeal farm, those things are incredibly efficient, a kelp XP farm, those things can use composters and create Bonemeal, which again is super efficient, and the other option is to just use a very simple skeleton grinder with like those mob spawners. That is another very easy way to get Bonemeal. But again, hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe. My name is OneUpMC, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Also, just a reminder, there is a world download on the Discord. This is the easiest cobblestone farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and as always, there will be a world download in the description. The first thing you need to do is grab your chests, and we're going to place down 4 double chests in a line like so. Grab your hoppers and run 4 hoppers into those chests. We're then going to grab our blocks, and we're going to go to the front of the farm, place down 3 blocks like so, and then place down blocks going all the way to the back side of the hoppers. Next, what we're going to do is place down 2 more blocks right here, and then we're going to place down 2 blocks on this side, 2 blocks right here to create a 1x1 hole in the center. So this is going to be where we stand when we use the farm. Go ahead and place down a sign in that hole now, and then grab your stairs, and we're going to place down 4 stairs next to those hoppers. And we're also going to place down 4 upside down stairs over top of the chest. That way we can still open them. After doing that, we're going to come to the back, build up by 2 just like that, and then create another layer like so. Go ahead and fill in those stairs with water, so waterlog them, and then place down 4 lava blocks in every single one of those holes, and just like that, we now have a cobblestone farm. Alright, I've gone ahead and put myself into survival mode, and I also grabbed myself a very nice pickaxe, a netherite pickaxe, efficiency 5, unbreaking 3, and mending 1, and that is exactly the pickaxe I would recommend to you. If you want to mine the stone and actually collect stone, then go ahead and use a Silk Touch pickaxe. But all you have to do is stand right up close, and we're going to look ahead and just go ahead and hold down the break block button. You are never going to break that last block at the back of the farm. You can't reach it, so don't worry about that. But as you can see, we are getting plenty and plenty of cobblestone and stone. So again, if you wanted to use Silk Touch, then you could have a pretty nice stone farm as well. And while those items might look like they are burning, they're actually not. All of those drops are ending up inside of these chests. So as you can see, we've got tons and tons of cobblestone. So yeah, this thing works super well. Alright, that is going to do it for today's video. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is OneUpMC, and I will catch you guys in the next one. This is the easiest AFK gold farm for Minecraft Bedrock. This thing is going to get you tons of XP and tons of gold, so let's get into it. The first thing you want to do is find a nice area to build your farm in, and this is going to be built on the ground, so you don't have to build this in the air, which makes this a lot more convenient to make, in my opinion. We're going to grab our obsidian now, and we're going to place down 23 blocks worth of obsidian, so bear with me. 1, 2, 3, 4... I'll just do this off camera. And after building your portal, it should be 23 blocks by 23 blocks, and this inner circle, the space in between the obsidian pillars, should be a 21 by 21 square. So if we go ahead and light the portal, it should light. If it is too big, then it won't light, and if it's too small, honestly, you're just going to have a little bit of some reduced rates. But yeah, ideally you want a 23 by 23 portal. Once we have that, we are going to continuously light this until we have a zombie pigman spawn, so we know which side of the portal to build on the farm side. This is going to be the side where we dig the water tunnel. Alright, I had to kill my zombie pigman because he was just not agreeing with me, but he was on this side. So whatever side he wasn't on, this side, we're just going to go ahead and fill this in with blocks. This is mostly for aesthetics, but it also is going to help you keep track later on. So that way it's kind of just bookmarked. But yeah, we're just going to build this up 3 blocks. This does not prevent them from falling off this side. They will never fall off this side. So technically, you don't need this wall, but let's be honest. You don't want to be walking into your portal, and you don't want to, I don't know, build the wall, guys. All right, the next thing we're going to do is we are going to take either our building blocks or our glass, and we're going to remove these 2 blocks right here, place down 2 building blocks, and just continue this across all the way to the other end. Now, again, just like that wall, this is mostly for aesthetics. The glass that we're going to be placing on top of this isn't for aesthetics, but having a nice building block underneath of the glass is. And the glass is entirely an aesthetic. You could just use a regular building block. So just make sure that you fill this in so that it's 2 blocks high, and on that third layer, we're going to fill that in with slabs. From this point, whatever side of the farm you want to funnel your pigments towards, we're going to pick that side. So I'm going to place my water source over there, which means that my Trident killer is going to be on this side right here. So we're going to remove these 2 blocks at the end that is on the grass layer, and then from here, we are going to remove 1, 2, 3, 4, and then mine out this 2x2. So that is going to be the blocks that we mined at the beginning, and then the blocks underneath of those 2 building blocks. This is what it should look like. We're then going to pick either this block or this block. Let's pick this block. We're going to place down a hopper, and we're going to run these hoppers into one another as our collection system. We're going to then remove this block, place down another hopper right there. That way we can remove all of these blocks to go over here, so that we now have a 4x2x2, and your floor should look something like this. This is going to be where we place our storage chest, and that is going to be the first of many, but we will get to that later. From here, we're going to grab our pistons, and we're going to place down a piston right here, right here, right here, and right here. Sort of like a blender, so that when it's all working, they're all going to be firing in different directions. So make sure none of them are facing towards one another. As you can see, I cleared out some space behind the pistons. This is just a 1 block gap behind each of these pistons. This is just going to make it a little bit easier to work with. We're going to take this front piston here next to our double chest, and we're going to place down a torch on the right side of the piston. We're then going to do this to every single one of these pistons, just going around, following the pattern until we get back to this torch right here. We're then going to take our observers, and we are going to place down the observers facing towards those redstone torches, just like so. Continuing the pattern, making sure that every one of those faces is pointing towards one of those torches. And then I simply just need to grab a lever, which I didn't have in my hotbar. We're going to set this on the piston here, so that way we can go ahead and turn this thing on and off. So when we go ahead and flick it back, you're going to see that this is going in a blender motion, which is going to be how we kill all of these zombie pigmen. Now all we're going to do is grab our blocks. We're going to block this off. Another perk of clearing it out like this is then you can have all nice blocks as your background. You can also remove these dirt blocks if you don't like the aesthetic. We're going to go ahead and place down some slabs here, so I don't even think it'll matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And then all we're going to do is we're going to grab our tridents now, and we're going to throw, well, let's stop this really quick. We're going to throw in our tridents at the back there. And then we can go ahead and turn it on. And just like that, we now have a working trident killer. But of course, the rest of the farm still needs work. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to go from this lever here, and we're going to use this as our first block. This is going to be our second, and this is going to be our third. So we're going to mine out 1, 2, 3 blocks right here. We're going to mine these blocks out as well. Then we want to make a 3x3, so we're going to remove those blocks as well. We can then mine all the way up to the surface. So not there though. We're going to mine in this middle here, which is going to be where our scaffolding goes. And this is going to be how we do our storage. So let's just go ahead and clear this entire area out. So when it is all said and done, you want to mine up in the center pillar here from the surface. And then below this chest right here, we want to remove 8 layers. So we're going to remove 8 layers of stone, 7 layers of stone below this chest. I sincerely apologize if I made that extremely complicated, but when it's all said and done, this is what it should look like. So below this chest, 7, and then mining up to surface here. And this is going to be our little AFK room. So let's grab our chests now, and we're going to place down another chest right here, and then one right here, one right here, one right here, 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 and finally here. I gotta sneeze. I gotta sneeze. All right, I just sneezed off of the thing. But as you can see, we have a nice little staircase of chests. Purely aesthetic though, because let's go ahead and throw our scaffolding up the middle there. So now we can climb up and down, and we have all of this storage. Now all we're gonna do is we're gonna take our hoppers and we're going to run them into all of the lower chests. This is going to keep all of those golden swords, all of the golden nuggets, golden bars, rotten flesh, everything that zombie pigmen are going to drop is going to end up inside of the storage system. And honestly, I was thinking about this when I designed the farm. This could make for a really cool base if you want this to be the center, because you could easily like expand this wall out into a corridor and then have like an enchanting room here or something. And like, I don't know, I just feel I like this staircase design because it also does function as a staircase. But we are actually done with this area, so let's grab these blocks and just seal this up. And if you want to go ahead and just fill in some of this area, like you don't want to have that open, and then you want to place, like you can mess around with this a little bit, and you can still end up getting down here on that staircase that I was talking about. All right, coming around back now, we're going to go to the same side as your scaffolding, and we're going to grab our signs, and we're going to place down 2 signs. Well, actually, let's get on this block. We're going to place down 2 signs right here. Oh yeah, that was from the last recording. I messed up. We're going to come over here now, and we're going to grab our water block. We're going to place that down in the back there, and then we're just going to remove all of the blocks at the edge of that water until we get to the end here. Let's just go ahead and remove that. And we are actually going to have to take these signs, and we're going to place them down here. Then when we remove the water... Oh, yes. Let's fill that hole in. There we go. Yay! All right, we now have successfully flowing water into the Trident killer. So all of the pigmen that spawn are going to end up inside of this blender here. We can now remove these blocks right here, and we're also going to remove 1, 2 blocks like that. We're then going to place down a dispenser right here, 2 trapdoors right here. Again, this is all on the side with the Trident killer. We're going to come around back now, and we're going to place down a block right here, and then we're going to fill this area in. So we want to place down a slab like so. This is going to be a 2x4 slab. We're then going to grab our observers now, and we're going to place down an observer pointing in this direction, so the red dot is next to the dispenser. Then on this side, we're going to place down 2 observers, just like so. We can then go ahead and fill this area in with blocks, and we're going to do the same thing on this next layer, and we're going to cover up this final observer right here. In the center, we're going to place down 2 lava buckets, which should start it, and that's going to light it. We have yet to put in the powdered snow, though, so it is not going to finish off. I would recommend placing down some blocks around here, just so that you don't accidentally fall in, but make sure that these lava blocks have air access. If they don't have air access, this will not work. We can now go ahead and remove that block right here, place down a lever on this dispenser, and place in a powdered snow, which I do not have because, again, I failed on the last recording. So let me grab that. All right, I have it now. We're going to go ahead and throw in the powdered snow bucket. And as you can see, this thing has immediately started working. It doesn't look like it because it's a little glitchy. So let's go ahead and just turn this thing off. And let's turn this thing back on. And now let's see. I feel incredibly embarrassed. I realized that the reason it was so glitchy is because I had so many pigmen just chilling here. And that's because my Trident killer broke when I had that small water flood. So if you also had the same water flood as me, then let's just go ahead and fix this up. I think there should be one more. Yeah, but that front one should be fine. So there we go. We now have the Trident killer killing off those pigmen. We are collecting the XP. All of the drops are ending up down here. Keep in mind, I did have 1 failed attempt, so there should be a couple extra drops, which there are. If we come up here, we should see that the farm is working as it. Yes, much, much better. Okay, I feel so much better now. Yeah, so make sure that your Trident killer is working and you're actually killing off these entities, or your game is going to very quickly crash. So yeah, this is the farm. This is how you are going to use it. All you do is stand there with a looting 3 sword. You're going to collect tons and tons of drops. If you want to make this thing even better, you could automatically sort out the golden swords and then automatically smelt them or something. That way you can just AFK a little bit longer. But if I just go ahead and enter into /game mode S, you'll see that I am collecting XP very, very quickly. Already at 7, 8 levels coming up. All right, it has been about 2 to 5 minutes. I'm not going to lie, I was not timing it, but it was definitely under 5 minutes, and I'm already at level 30. I've definitely been spoiled by that new Silverfish XP farm, but that's probably going to get patched relatively quickly. This farm has been around and will continue to be around for a very long time, so it is a good investment of your materials. Also, I figured out why I wasn't going up in level there. It's because at that back hopper, occasionally what will happen is an XP orb will get stuck in there, and then they will all collect in that back hopper rather than coming to me. But the thing is that problem quickly resolves itself once there is enough XP and the orb eventually, like the hitbox grows, it pops into the hopper and then I end up collecting it. So you do collect all of the XP, and yeah, this is an amazing farm. Great for mending, great for having a base around it. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this farm. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and I will catch you guys in the next one. I'm going to show you how to build 9 farms in 9 minutes. First up, we have a sugarcane farm, so we're going to set down a chest and then a hopper, place down a mud block over top of that hopper, place down a block right here, then we're going to place down cobblestone stairs, or any stairs for that fact, and same with the cobblestone, you can use any building block you would like. We're then going to go ahead and waterlog this stair. We're going to place down a block above the stair, a piston pointing towards the chest, and then we're going to place down an observer facing in the same direction as the piston, a block on the back here, and then we're also going to grab our redstone dust and throw it down right there. Go ahead and plant your sugarcane, and that is the entire farm. Now, of course, you are going to want to put glass or blocks around here, so that way none of the sugarcane actually falls out of the farm. So, doesn't look pretty, but that is a sugarcane farm. I went ahead and switched it out for glass, and it looks a lot prettier. You can also expand this farm to have as many slots as you would like, and then just lead the hoppers into one another. Now we're going to go ahead and build a sheep farm, so we're going to place down 3 glass blocks in a triangle like this, grab an observer, or sorry, grab your dispenser, and we're going to point it towards this block. We're then going to go down here and place down an observer so that the redstone dot is right there. Replace this with a grass block, and then place down a redstone dust. We're then going to mine out these 3 blocks and these 3 as well. I am playing on a super flat, so we have bedrock there. We're then going to shift click and place down a hopper running into that chest, and then we're going to place down a rail, a minecart hopper, and then a grass block or a dirt block if you don't have silk touch. We're then going to extend these walls up so that we can fit a sheep in here. We're going to go ahead and place down our sheep now. Go ahead and place down your last block, and then all we have to do now is come inside here and place down our shears. So now every time that sheep mines the grass or eats the grass, it's going to get sheared, and our drops are going to end up inside of this chest. And while I was grabbing the materials for our next farm, he went ahead and ate the grass, and we have our white wool inside of that chest. The next farm we're going to be building is a pink petal farm, or any flower farm for that matter. We're going to run a hopper into the back of that chest. We're then going to grab our mud block, and we're going to place that on top of the hopper. We're then going to place down a temporary block on top of this chest, and then we're going to build around this mud block. Now, you could probably add in a ladder so that way you can actually get up here, but we're going to throw down our pink petals, and all you're going to do is bone meal them, and we might actually want to build this slightly higher. What this is going to do is it's going to give you all of the pink petals in the world, a very nice block, and all of the pink petals are going to go down into that chest. Mud blocks are actually amazing because they basically act like a hopper minecart without having to use a hopper minecart. The next farm is super similar to the sugarcane farm, although it's a little easier. Place down our chest and then our hopper, place down a mud block on top of the hopper, grab our glass, and we might as well throw one on top of the chest, build up 3 blocks, do the same thing on the other sides, just like this, and this is simply so that none of the bamboo gets lost. We're then going to place down our block right here, and then a block, and then a piston, and then an observer going around. Place down our block on the back of the piston, and then a redstone dust, and then all we have to do is place in our bamboo. If you wanted to build the glass later, that way it doesn't, you have to run around and stuff, then you could easily just build the glass walls afterwards. But this is a bamboo farm. This is awesome, especially if you have a lot of these with, again, the hoppers running like this, and then just having the observer pistons. What that's going to do is it's going to give you a renewable and AFKable source of wood because of bamboo planks, and personally it's just one of my favorite farms because they look absolutely incredible. I know I said that the last farm was my favorite, but this one genuinely is. We're going to grab our blocks, we're going to create a 3 long strip here. We're then going to grab our chests and place down chests going across. We're going to place down 4 double chests, run hoppers into these chests, and then grab our blocks, come around here, and we're going to place down our stairs just right here, so that way we can still open these chests. We're then going to grab our blocks, place down another set of blocks so that you have a 3x3 square with a hole in the middle, fill in this wall here, and fill in this back wall. So again, a 3x3 of blocks, this time without a hole, and then we can go ahead and cover this up. We're then going to go ahead and waterlog these stairs just like this. And I forgot my sign. Let me just grab one of those real quick. Oh my gosh, where's the sign? Where's the sign? Okay, there we go. place down our sign, and then we're going to go ahead and place down lava on all of these blocks. What this is going to do is it's going to create a stone farm, so you can go ahead and break the stone, and it's going to regenerate. If you want to use this as a stone farm, then use a silk touch pickaxe, and if you want to use it as a cobblestone farm, then use a regular pickaxe, and then all of the drops are going to end up inside of these chests. This next farm is only going to work on Windows 10, and it's a fish farm. It is awesome. We're going to break these 3 blocks, and then we're going to place down a hopper, place down a fence post here, place down a block, place down a note block, place down a 3rd block, and then we're going to go ahead and throw down an iron trap door and then a pressure plate on top of this fence post, waterlog the fence post, and then all we have to do is set up our auto clicker to 800 milliseconds and to right click. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow us to AFK fish. All of the fish are going to end up inside this chest, and you're also going to get loads of XP. If you're playing on Windows 10, then I highly recommend using this farm. Alright, now we're going to get into a super smelter. This is the easiest super smelter that you can build. We're going to set down a double chest, and then 2 hoppers, then 2 furnaces, run 2 hoppers into the back of those furnaces, place down a double chest, place down 2 more hoppers, and then another double chest. This is going to be your what you want to smelt, so I'm going to throw raw iron in here, and this is going to be our fuel chest, so we can throw in that. As you can see, this is going to smelt things 2 times faster, and it also allows us to bulk smelt items. So if you had lots of iron to smelt, this is amazing. Obviously, if you wanted a better super smelter, then you wouldn't use this design, but this is 9 farms in 9 minutes. And for that super smelter, you might want to use lava as a fuel source, so we're going to place down a cauldron and then a temporary block on top of this cauldron, and then 2 more blocks, break this middle block, set down a pointed dripstone, go ahead and break this cobblestone, and then we're going to place down a temporary block, block, and block, go ahead and break the center block, and then place down a lava block. As you can see, it's starting to drip lava. This cauldron is eventually going to fill up with lava, and when it does, you can use a bucket, collect the lava, and then go ahead and throw it into your super smelter. And you could create a whole row of these so that you can collect even more lava. Alright, I'm really challenging myself here. We're going to build an AFK chicken farm. We're going to place down a chest, then a hopper, place down 2 temporary blocks, place down trapdoors on the sides of those temporary blocks here. Bam, 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 break that one. And then go ahead and remove those. Place down a block right here, and then a dispenser facing towards the chest. Grab our observers now and place down 2 observers looking at each other, just like this. We're then going to grab a hopper and run it into that dispenser. Place down 2 blocks right here, and then place down some blocks around here. Go ahead and break the center block now. This is going to be where our adult chickens sit. Place down a slab right here. Place down 2 pieces of glass in the front, and then we're going to place down a lava block on top of there, and then go ahead and place down another trap door. And then all we have to do is get our adult chickens in here, so we're going to grab our spawn eggs, go ahead and spawn some in, but if you're in survival mode, then all you're going to do is throw your eggs. You can collect eggs easily by breaking one of these observers, collecting the eggs from the dispenser, and then throwing them into this chamber. You can also breed these guys. But there you go, that is an AFK fish farm. I think you did pretty good. That is a full AFK fish farm. AFK chicken farm. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. It was a little bit of a different type of video, but as you can see, we did successfully build 9 farms. I have yet to edit this video, but if it's not 9 minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and edit it down to 9 minutes. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, be sure to subscribe. My name is 1UpMC, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Alright, Editor Ben here. This video only ended up being 8 minutes, but I'm gonna say 9 minutes in the thumbnail because it looks better. Bye! This is the easiest melon and pumpkin farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and as always, there'll be a world download in the description. Alright, the first thing we're going to do is grab our building blocks, and we're going to create a perimeter that is a 9x9 square, so the inside square is going to be 7x7. After building your perimeter, we're going to pick a side and mine out this center block right here, and then mine these 3 blocks going through it. We're going to place down a double chest peeking out of the perimeter, and then run a hopper into that chest. We're then going to come over to this side right here, or the other side, it doesn't matter, and we're going to dig down 2 blocks and place down a redstone torch. We're then going to come diagonal of the hopper, whichever side that you made this torch, we're going to do it on the same side. So if you place your torch over there, we're going to do it on this block, but because I placed it here, we're going to do it right here. We're going to mine down 2 blocks, and we're going to do this for the next 5 blocks here, going all the way to this end, leaving that last strip of blocks. We're going to place down 5 redstone torches underground now, and replace the blocks on top. Then we're also going to grab another redstone torch and go diagonal to the other side of the farm, mine down 2 blocks, and place down a redstone torch. We can go ahead and cover up both of these now, and grab your powered rails. We're going to place down a powered rail every single place that there is a redstone torch. That would be right here, and then these 5 blocks going across, and then this block right here. We're now going to grab our rails and we're going to connect everything up in a giant snaking pattern like this. And if you're having issues with your rails like I did here, it's a lot easier if you go ahead and place these afterwards. So we're going to go ahead and replace all of these just like that. Rails are really annoying, so just find a pattern that works for you. I find that placing the powered rails second along with the rails does help the giant rail issue. But we're just going to go through here and finish this off. And again, we're going to do every powered rail everywhere that there is a redstone torch. And again, it's easier if you do it all in one go. So that's our final powered rail right there. And snake it back, and we're going to place down a final powered rail right here so that our minecart hopper travels under every single one of the blocks that are going to be above these rails. All right, grab your stairs now, and we're going to place down a stair on every single one of these off branches. So with the center block and then right beside it. So we're going to do it over here as well. This is the center, stair here, stair here. Same thing on this side, stair here, and same thing on this side, just like that. And it should look pretty symmetrical at this point. We're going to grab our blocks now and fill in the rest of this layer going all the way across to make this entire thing 2 blocks tall, just like this. And if you want to go ahead and hide off this chest and all of the rails and stuff, all you have to do is place down an upside down stair right here, and then it is completely invisible. But for right now, we're actually going to leave this open because we need to be underneath of everything. All right, this next part is probably the most annoying part of building this farm. We're going to come over to one of these walls, place down 2 temporary blocks right here, then grab your piston and place an upside down piston just like this on the edge. You can go ahead and break your temporary blocks now, and then we're going to use temporary blocks to create spaces in between these pistons just like this. We're going to do it for the entire farm, creating a checkerboard pattern of pistons. And the reason we have to place down temporary blocks is because, unfortunately, observers and pistons face in the opposite direction. So we can't just do it one way. We have to get to both sides of the farm. So we're going to do this with temporary blocks until the entire pattern is done. And after completing the checkerboard pattern, we can now get on top of these pistons, break all of our temporary blocks, and place down observers looking downwards so that way the red dot is visible to you up here. And we're going to do this again for the entire checkerboard pattern. And after placing down your observers, we're going to place down blocks on every single one of these pistons and redstone dust on every single one of these observers. And once you've placed down all your blocks, redstone dust, observers, and pistons, this is what it should look like. It is quite the pattern, and it does look pretty cool. But now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and place down our dirt inside of the farm. So we're just going to go across and place it all the way in here. Now that we have all of our observers and pistons in place, we really don't need access to this point anymore. So again, we're just going to go all the way across. Make sure that you can get to your opening though, so don't lock yourself in. And then once we're at this point, we're going to grab a minecart hopper, place it down, and just simply run into it, so that way it starts on its journey of gathering all of the melons and pumpkins. We can now place down our last dirt block, and we can also place down a block right here, and we are also going to place down a stair right here, that way we don't see the minecart hopper. Now what you can do is create an infinite water source somewhere in the area, that way you don't have to use a bunch of buckets. Go ahead and grab your water, place it down in one of these stairs, and then we are going to do this for the rest of the stairs. And the last step to this farm is tilling the soil and placing your seeds. So for every observer, we're going to till the soil underneath of it, and we're going to do this for the entire system once again. And on every tilled piece of land, we're also going to plant a seed. Don't get alarmed by these pistons pushing down. That is just how it's going to break the melons and pumpkins later. And I would also recommend bone mealing all of these because these do take quite a while to grow. And then once it is all said and done, this is what it should look like. This is the final farm. One more thing that you could do is add a glass layer or a glass rim going all the way across here. That way none of the melons or pumpkins fall out of the farm, but that really shouldn't happen anyways. They should stay relatively in the same place. As you can see, the minecart hopper just picked up those melons, and if we take a look in here, you'll see that the melons have been deposited into the chest. But yeah, this thing is chopping away. It did some just there as well, and those melons have now been dispensed into the chest. This is a really awesome AFK farm, and if you're having any kind of super base, having this in the area is going to do you absolute wonders, especially if you have a bunch of farmer villagers that you can then trade these melons or pumpkins for emeralds. Alright, that is going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and we'll catch you guys in the next one. This is the easiest nano crop farm for Minecraft Bedrock, and as always, there will be a world download in the description. Alright, the first thing we're going to do is grab a sticky piston and place it facing upwards, and then we're going to set down a lever on the front of the piston, and this is going to be the front of the farm right here. We're then going to grab an observer and point it so that the face is looking away from the lever, so the face is on this side. Then we're going to place down a block in front of that observer, and then set down an observer on top of that block, so that way when we press this lever, they are going to look at each other, and it's going to create a nice little redstone clock. Next, you want to grab another sticky piston, and we're going to place it diagonal to this one right here. Place down a dirt block next to this sticky piston, and we're going to grab a glass block, place it next to this sticky piston underneath of this block, and then fill the rest of the area with normal blocks. That way we are completely containing this sticky piston so that we can waterlog it, so that way we can till this soil and it stays hydrated. Next, you want to grab a dispenser, and we're going to place down a dispenser on top of this sticky piston, on top of this block, and then we're also going to place down a temporary block right here and place a dispenser pointing downwards, so that you have 3 dispensers all pointing at this one dirt block. Go ahead and break your temporary block now, and we're going to come around back, place down a block right here, as well as a block here, here, and here, and then we're going to go ahead and grab our redstone dust and just connect it all up like this. Now that is the entire thing done, all we have left to do is to till the soil and fill this with bone meal. Alright, I've gone ahead and tilled the soil, it's now hydrated. I filled these dispensers with bone meal. I also grabbed some seeds and put myself in survival. So what we're going to do is just simply turn on the farm like this. It's going to go ahead and it's going to start the clock. Bone meal is going to be shot out, and this block is going to be constantly moving. That way the crops are immediately destroyed. So as you can see, all you have to do is hold down the place block button, and you will immediately get crops as you're seeing here. And this thing is infinitely regenerable. Obviously you need bone meal, but it is just giving us all of the crops, and it works with all 4 of these crops here. We've got beetroots, wheat, potatoes, and carrots. But yeah, even the potatoes, you can see we're getting extra potatoes there, and same with the carrots. So this thing is super awesome. It is a gem. It's super useful, especially if you're trying to do an iron farm or something and you're trying to breed some villagers. This is just a super simple way to get a ton of crops super fast. Alright, that is going to do it for today's video. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. My name is 1UpMC, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Iron farms. By far the most brutal farm in Minecraft. This is the best iron farm in Minecraft Bedrock. And if you haven't already grabbed your anniversary cape, don't forget to do that. Now, the first thing we need to do is find a place to build the farm, and I recommend building it over an ocean. However, if you want to build it anywhere flat like this, that will absolutely work. Just make sure you're at least 150 blocks away from any villages, villagers, other iron farms, and all of that stuff. Next, we're going to build a giant tower going at least 48 blocks in the sky, and then we can go ahead and remove the tower and continue building. And from this block, we're going to build a 7x7 platform. Now, you can do this in any way you want. I like building out like this just because it makes my brain happy. So we're going to make a little plus sign and then connect up the corners and make a 7x7 square. And after building your platform, we're going to grab our blocks again and create a rim all the way around the platform here. And then we're also going to create a double block gap right here. That's not the right words, but we're going to do it. So we're going to place down blocks right here and on this side as well. And then we're going to grab our beds and place down 10 beds on these blocks. And then we're going to go ahead and break the blocks underneath of these beds so that we can place down more beds. So we're going to have a total of 20 beds inside of this chamber. And you can think of this as like bunk beds. This is actually a really cool building tip. If you didn't know, you can break blocks so that you can have stacked beds like this. We're then going to grab our blocks again and create a strip in the middle here. And we're going to create another rim going around the beds. After doing this, we're going to create 3 more layers, I believe, and that is going to be where we hold the villagers. So we're going to do 1, 2, and 3. Yep, 3 more blocks, and we're going to create a rim. And after building your rim, we're going to place down a block in the center, a block in the corner, a block in the corner, a block in the corner, and a block in the corner. We're then going to place down a torch in the center here, and then we're going to fill this floor with workstations. Now you can use whatever workstations you would like. Since this iron farm is in the air, I find it really unlikely you're going to be trading with them, so I would recommend using fletching tables. But if you do want to trade with them, you can use whatever workstations you would like. Keep in mind though that librarians and farmers will not work in the rain, meaning that if it's raining, your farm will not spawn iron golems. And after placing down your 20 workstations, we need to get 20 villagers in here. Now because this is in the air, it's pretty difficult to get villagers inside of this pod. So what I would recommend is just bringing 2 villagers over here and then giving them carrots, beetroot, bread, or potatoes. So that way they trade back and forth, they'll breed, and then we'll have some baby villagers. And over time, I would say about 30 minutes worth of them breeding, we will eventually have 20 villagers. Now you need to have non-nitwit villagers, so that way they can pick up a profession. So if you have any green coats, just get rid of them. Just get rid of them. And after we have all 20 villagers in here linked up to their workstations, we're going to cap this off, create a rim, and we're just going to place blocks going all the way around them. So that way nothing can get in there. And make sure that you have that torch. I'm just going to put some emphasis on that. That torch is going to make it so zombies don't spawn in there. And that is super, super important. After we have it all boxed in, we can grab our blocks again. Oh, we already have an iron golem. After we have our blocks down, we're going to create another rim. And this is going to create, I believe, a 9x9 platform, which we can then place down a row of blocks going around here, just like this. And then we're going to place down leaves going on top of this rim. And after you've placed down your leaves, we're going to grab our blocks again, pick a corner. I'm going to pick this corner and place down a little section like this. We can then place down a water bucket here, which is going to push everything over into this corner. We actually need some more blocks. So we're going to place down 1, 2, and 3 more blocks. So that way this corner should have a little 3-block right-angled arrow, triangle, whatever you want to call it. And we're just going to go ahead and get rid of these guys. Now, if you're in survival mode, this is definitely a lot more dangerous. You can probably just push them out of the way or remove your water temporarily while you're building this. What we're going to do is grab our blocks, and we're going to replace these 3 leaves with blocks. Same on this side, and also this corner block. Bring it up 1 more layer, so that way there are 3 blocks worth of cobblestone. And then we're going to go ahead and place down our campfires. Nope, not yet. We're actually going to kill this cat. Oh my god. We're going to kill the cat, and then we're going to remove these 3 blocks, run a hopper into that block, and then 2 hoppers into that hopper, and then grab your campfire and place down 3 campfires just like that. Now you can use normal campfires, however, soul campfires are better because they do double damage. We're then going to grab our signs and place down a sign right here, and a sign right here, and then a lava bucket right here. Now, all we have to do is place down some slabs up here, and we should be almost done. And now that we have placed down the slabs, all we have left to do is actually collect this stuff into a chest. Now, I'm going to have to do some really quick math here. So that is the campfire layer, meaning that this is the hopper layer, meaning that our hopper should be right here. Oh my god, did you guys see that? Call me a professional, because I've been doing this for way too long. But we're going to go ahead and place down a double chest right here. And then if you want, you can add even more storage just by running hoppers and chests. But this is a really, really easy place to build storage because, of course, you have all the way down to the ground. This thing is going to produce a ton of iron, about 450 bars, or more like 350 to 450. The rates really do vary. I have tested this farm quite a lot, and it is a very, very good design, especially with the 9x9 spawn platform up here. But yeah, that is the entire farm built. This thing is ready to be used, and all I would recommend doing is building an AFK chamber to keep you safe, because if you're playing on any difficulty, then you're going to have phantoms, and the last thing you want is to be knocked down 60 or so blocks. But yeah, as you can see, we've got iron golems. They're going to get chopped away, and all of the drops are going to end up inside of this chest. Alright, that is going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, then be sure to subscribe and leave a like. There will be a world download on my Discord, so go ahead and join that. This is really, really hard to run in. But yeah, look how many iron golems we have. I love this farm so much. I hope you guys enjoyed. My name is OneUpMC, and I'll catch you guys in the next one.